What is up, Friday Nighters? Welcome back to another episode of Just Another Friday Night. You might be saying, hey, there's a lot more people in this room right now, and there's a lot of weird deco in the back, so we'll just go around the room real quick while we let all you guys join the Facebook Live. Again, if you don't know where you're at for whatever reason, you're at the Just Another Friday Night podcast. I'm CM Chuck. Alongside me, as always, my co-host and compatriot AA Adamantium Adam.
What's up, everyone?
And you guys might recognize this guy from a few episodes back, Jack, aka Jackie Boy, and the new guy in the room, blood family related here, the man known only as Boy. Guys, welcome to the show. Boy, Jack, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing great, guys.
Glad to be back.
Be on y'all's podcast.
Man, look what Jack gave me right here, guys. He gave me some of this. I thought he was going to smash it in my head like that TikTok video.
I was going to, but I actually mixed it with, and I'm out. But if you haven't tried it yet, you really need to mix some Crown Royal Peach or any peach liquor with that. Man, that's going to blow your balls off.
I thought I was drinking one of those. Thought I was drinking one of those peach teas over at Olive Garden, man.
Those are great. Yeah.
Guys, as you like to know, we like to do here, we like to start the show off, let you guys join in. We're going to read your comments, join the conversation, and then we're just going to kind of get into the subject after usually the first 30 minutes.
It's a special day for us.
Really special. Guys, it was actually on the 13th. What day is today?
It's the 12th.
It's the 12th. So tomorrow, technically, 1 year ago, we started this show. This podcast began 1 year ago.
Guys.
Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate that. We actually brought these two in just to clap for us and cheer us on.
That's it. All right, I'm out.
That's why we got the happy birthday banners up, guys. It is our 1 year.
Yeah, it's the podcast's birthday.
Yeah, it's the podcast's birthday. 1 year, man. Who knew we'd make it? It's actually our 53rd episode, technically. AA said. I thought it'd be 52 because we've done 52 weeks, but I guess we got an extra one in there somehow. So here we are. Steve is in the house. Steve says,
What's up,
cheers,
Steve?
guys. Steve.
What's up,
Cheers,
Steve? Cheers.
Cheers.
Guys.
Cheers.
Well, I am more than happy to have these two gentlemen in the house tonight for this special show, the 1 year anniversary of Just Another Friday Night, and super big conversation we're going to have tonight. But before we get to what the topic is, let's first talk about any pop culture news that may have happened this week, AA, that you're aware of, and we'll kind of go around and see what everyone thinks about.
No, just that Justice League is coming out on the 18th.
Yeah, right around
It's
the
already
corner.
coming.
Mhm.
It's the countdown starting. We got Falcon and Winter Soldier coming out this Friday.
That's
this
right.
coming Friday.
Yeah.
So next big Marvel project.
I know there was a big moment in the DC comic books, Batman, some Batman title, whatever. But apparently, Harley and Ivy tell each other that they love each other.
Oh yeah,
So
they're together now.
Yeah, it's like a big, like, kind of they officialize their love.
It's been around for a few years. It
Yeah, I was gonna
really
say-
isn't nothing new.
Yeah, because you could always tell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is just now that it's official, I guess.
Right.
It was meant to
Nice.
be.
And if you watch that Harley Quinn cartoon that's on HBO Max, I mean, it's
Oh, yeah.
it's way out there. Like,
Yeah.
they're very out there.
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah.
But Steve says drinking Crawford
Ooh.
box tonight. But that's a really good one, Steve. I like that one. The Houston Astros looking can. Jason from Honda
Jason,
in the
what's up,
house. What up,
Jason?
Jason? Welcome, man. Allie is here. She says, "Boy's there." Indeed, he is. Boy is here.
I am here, Allie. Hello.
And Joe is in the house. Joe, #1 super fan, says Justice League. Yeah, man. I'm excited. The little mini trailers have been really cool. If you guys haven't had a chance to see them.
Now they're saying Green Lantern is in there a little bit.
Yeah,
so
like a little in the background.
Yeah.
They kind of show. So
they
that's
show like
great.
the green beam, you know.
I think what Snyder did is kind of what we had been saying. We're like, just go all in.
Yeah,
like
you got
Marvel's
to.
kicking your ass. Like, cash in all the cards and just
Yeah,
go
you
in.
have to.
So yeah,
What do you have to
totally.
lose, really? You know?
Yeah, I mean, you've been getting your ass kicked. Bring out your big bads. Bring out all the heroes, and just give it all to us up front. So, Aaron in the house. Aaron says, "What's up, brothers?"
Good old Aaron.
What's up,
Miss
Aaron?
you, man.
Yeah, guys, and
we paid Mario a visit too.
That's right.
He only has 3 more weekends left.
3 weekends left, guys.
So we paid him a visit again and bought some more stuff.
Yeah. Double. What'd you pick up this time?
I picked up 2 more statues that he had on sale. This really cool Hawkeye.
That's great looking.
The colors are really good.
Mhm.
Beautiful.
With the arrow.
Nice detail.
Yeah. It's like the classic West Coast Avengers Hawkeye you think about.
And then the Daredevil.
I love
You
that.
can never go wrong with Daredevil.
Mhm.
Very nice.
The man
Very
without
nice. Give me
fear.
a really
Classic
good deal on there.
He almost
so.
looks like a chess piece, right? Like his base.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
right. It could be.
For you comic collectors, start getting in on Kane. He's going to be the next big bad. So start jumping on his comics before they go all out, sell out. So that would be my recommendation.
It's a character I have not seen for a very long time.
Yeah, so he's coming out finally. He's going to be the big bad. So
he just was in the news recently too because there was a story about Kang in an issue that came out recently. There's like a guys, there's always like several Marvel multiverses going on, and in one of them, he just apparently killed the Black Panther. Pretty unceremonious death too. It's kind of like when those badass Jedi show up with mace and the Emperor just like waxes those two real quick. You're like, what the fuck?
Like Kang is a really cool villain. I would say jump on him. If you don't know him, get on him. He's a really cool, especially if you're into like time travel. He could be possibly related to Doctor Doom or Reed Richards. Yeah, so I don't think they've ever really made that known.
Yeah,
because I think his name is Nathaniel Richards.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
Interesting.
So,
yeah, I just know him all as King the Conqueror and a
Yeah.
pretty badass villain.
Yeah.
So, Nene in the house. Nene says, 4 guys, 1 podcast. This is going to get dangerous. And Ali says, I feel like a celebrity. Richard and I say hello.
right.
Yay, what a great show. Also, hi, everyone else. Hi. Oh, well, Ali said hi to everyone out there in podcast land. And Richard, what's up, my man? We appreciate you always supporting the show.
Richard, I haven't seen you in a long time, man.
I give Richard a lot of credit because he's getting Ali into all the stuff that we failed here to do. Star Wars, Marvel movies. So she's getting.
Well, and I don't even know how she.
Oh, we got her into Kiss when she was small.
There you go. And Double A took her here to meet Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Woo!
Me and Ali spent a lot of summers when she was small watching WrestleMania tapes, my old WrestleMania tapes.
Nice.
So
Yeah,
And she and I had the distinct honor, kind of in the subject vein, we met Thiago Splitter together.
that's right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
That was her
because
Our
that is
favorite
her
player?
of all
That's her
time.
favorite of all time. So yeah. We're gonna
I
go
wonder
a
if
little
that
more.
jersey's in the frame hanging up in the living room.
Yeah, she got something. Yeah, she signed her back. It was pretty cool. And I have a
Yeah.
basketball with him that he signed.
Like her actual back or like her back of her jersey?
The back of her shirt.
Okay,
It was
wow.
I think it's a t-shirt.
Okay, I was
so-
clarifying. I was like,
Yeah.
did you wash
Yeah.
it? 'Cause I wouldn't have.
Yeah, I heard she fainted when she met him.
Well,
Mario.
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 Mario! What's up, Mario?
Kang has been around since 1964.
I had that
Man,
first
nice.
appearance, Mario.
Mario, I think we're going to see you this weekend, Mario.
Yeah.
And you know what? You're in luck, sir, because from what I'm understanding, the big elephant in the room here is that stimulus checks have arrived.
Ooh.
So people that got their stimulus and their income tax, you got the income tax ballers and the stimulus check ballers. They're going to be out in full effect, Mario. So we'll let them know that you're selling statues
Kiss.
this
He's
weekend.
saying his Kiss.
Those giant ones
Oh,
that he always had.
he gave me those like 15 years ago. I'm just waiting for him to give them to me.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Kiss ornaments.
Mario, you know this guy, Mrs. G. I can't remember the last time the 3 of us saw you there and we bought you beer, and only to learn you didn't drink beer. So we ended up drinking that beer, I think.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, guys, 3 more weeks to go see Mario Delgado over at
3 more
Authority
weekends.
Authority Comics out there at Traders Village. And then the man's riding off into the sunset onto greener pastures.
He told us a really cool story about Vampirella that I want to save for when we have him on the show.
Oh, that's right.
So
Next week, guys, Mario Delgado will be here
Nice.
in the Pod Lab
Yeah.
Nice.
talking
Wow.
with us about why he made his decision, why he's riding off
Impressive.
into the sunset, and what's next for him. So we're excited to hear
How
all
much
that.
how can I get a ticket to that show?
Come on in, boy. Steve says, I missed it. Whose birthday is it, guys? It's
The
our birthday,
podcast.
Steve. The podcast. Just another Friday night.
we made it for 1 year.
Who knew? You see, people thought this was going to flop and that we were going to be,
Yeah,
there
a
you
lot
go.
of people did say that actually.
Yeah. People said, man, this is bullshit. But guess what?
Yeah.
We like I always like to say, we just renew ourselves every season.
That's it. Yeah.
We're our own boss. So until we get canceled by cancel culture, we'll remain here. So
shit.
Yelly's in the house. Yelly
Hey,
says,
Yelly.
"Primos, what up,
Yelly,
Yelly?
hey,
Yelly.
Good to see you guys. I'm glad you guys are all here joining us on the live. Guys, we did have some technical difficulties to start, but it seems like everything is well now. Last week was a fucking fiasco, so super sorry for that. If you joined in, man, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. But we should be good now, I think, so we're going to be all good. Guys, you know what we like to do here? The format is that we start talking. We talk about pop culture. We let you ask us questions, join in the conversation. Tell us anything you want to tell us. Birthday wishes are welcomed and accepted, as well as gifts if you guys know how to get a hold of us. But after that, every 30 minutes, we'll take a break, and I'll read the comments from the live viewers. If you're listening to us on just the audio version, you know that we go Facebook Live every Friday and record the show live so that you can join the conversation and add your comments to the conversation. But if you can't, that's just fine. You can always hear us on Spotify, iTunes, Google Podcasts,
Podcast Addicts, Breaker, Stitcher, Amazon, YouTube. If you want to see
Audible,
us.
yeah, on YouTube. And
Audible.
YouTube is great because it's like the uncut, all the comments. And
Yeah, if
everything
you
we
want to
read,
see anything uncut,
that's everything there. Yeah,
YouTube.
last week's was everything.
the Green
was cut
Lantern
up
one
last
was a really good one.
Yeah, the Green Lantern was a really great conversation. A lot of good questions came in during the comments, and we read those. And but I cut that out of the audio to kind of keep the show a little bit tighter, but also for something for the live viewers to have there. But you can always hear that on YouTube. But if you want to join the conversation, got to come and join us on Facebook Live if you're able to. Mario says, "Boy, VIP always in my book." There you go.
Love it. Love that, man.
Richard in the house. Rich says, "Hey, what's up, guys? What up, Rich? Welcome back, man. Happy
What's up,
birthday to you. I
Richard?
appreciate that, Richard. Thank you so
Richard.
much, man. We're glad to be a year old. They say everything old can't be young again, but me and Kat prove otherwise. And here we are. We're young once again. We're one now, so 1 year old. What else? Anything else, guys, in the news of pop culture? Anything that happened? Maybe music. I know you keep really up with music, boy. Anything that happened that came out or you can think of that was maybe newsworthy this week?
Oh, for the older crowd, definitely Black Sabbath has reissued the Deal
Nice.
Classics, Heaven and Hell, and Mob Rules. Thing about those two albums is the second disc is supposed to have a lot of unreleased live stuff. So those two, Alice Cooper came out with a new album for the newer fans or modern fans. Chevelle came out. Albert, your band Chevelle, came out with one. And a lot more albums coming out this month. Mario, Kiss fans, Paul Stanley's coming out with his Motown
Soul album.
Right.
Yeah.
Next
Okay.
week it comes out. Paul Stanley.
Damn, next week.
Saxon coming out with a covers album.
Saxon. Nice.
Boy is our resident classic rock guru. If there's something that you want to know or think about or talk about that has to do with classic rock, this is the man to go to. This is the man that I would call on a lifeline if I had a classic rock question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Yeah.
Dating myself with that old ass show, but this is the guy that I would reach out to for sure. So that's a good chunk of classic rock updates right there. If you're into that stuff,
Steve right there, Saxon.
Yeah.
Saxon.
And Jason says, I will be there this weekend at Traders Village.
Hopefully, maybe I'll see you, Jason.
That's great.
Maybe I'll see you.
Guys, go blow that stimulus with Mario, man. Don't buy that PS5. Go get some statues.
You can't even get a PS5 right now.
Conan's out there. Yeah, I know you can't. I was just in GameStop.
That Conan statue.
Man,
Ooh.
you should see the Predator.
Oh, what about this famous one I keep
did,
hearing,
yeah.
the Silver Surfer one?
Oh man, I know. I've been me and Dad.
Your dad,
me and Dad are working at it.
Silver
Ghost
fans.
Rider was only there for 1 weekend and sold out.
Nice. That's
Guys,
great.
if you just got done with WandaVision, Vision is in there. Beautiful, classic looking Vision.
Yeah,
huge.
yeah. It's almost like the first appearance. Look.
Yeah, the Black Panther's in there, guys.
Nice.
No longer now. I mean, Chadwick Boseman is gone, so Black Panther stuff is hot. He's got the Punisher in there
great
too.
back issues too. He always has new comics on the wall. Some really great key issues. Very affordable.
When Lou Ferrigno was there, Mario put up a great wall of Hulk comics, graded books,
nice.
guys. Graded books are
Nice.
pretty much an investment. You can always turn them over for money if you need it. And Mario's got the best of stuff there. 9 grades usually. It's great stuff. So definitely get out.
And he's got great stories.
He definitely has
Yeah.
a lot of books on the wall.
He'll let you know why that comic is unique.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah. We were out there with Friday Nighters, Holty Bear and Foxy Roxy this weekend, and they picked up quite a load of horror
Yeah, they
stuff
did. Yeah,
from Mario, including an issue with the first not appearance of Vampirella, but the first mention
kind
of
of
her.
a mention. It's an ad. That's what
Pretty cool.
My Crow one is like that too.
Right.
It's like right before his first appearance.
Yeah.
It's a full spread of the Crow coming like in the fall. So it was kind of like before his first appearance.
Awesome. Awesome. Jack, anything in Transformer news? Is there anything toy news?
Masters
That's
of
good?
the Universe?
What's going on? Last time we saw you, you were talking about you're going to be getting a big giant Unicron. Not yet.
So that actually, it's been shipped to like the shops that have ordered it because they deal directly. So that came from Hasbro Pulse, which they make they made the barge from Star Wars, that huge one.
Right.
And so they made this figure. So the toy shops have gotten them already, but like us that ordered them just as your regular fans, they ordered 2 of them at $650 a pop. But we haven't gotten
no price
ours
dropping
yet.
right there, guys.
Yeah, for real.
That wasn't stimulus money.
No, that was just
hard work money.
That they should be shipping them out to me within probably a week or 2.
Ooh,
okay.
So
nice.
that Joker,
Okay.
I'm not lying. It's going to be probably about as wide as this table, planet mode, and it's going to be about a little over 2 feet tall,
Yeah.
27, 28 inches, something like
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
So it's going to be impressive. I'll
Okay.
tell you that much. So I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting on.
And
It's
guys,
just gonna
don't
be
forget
impressive.
if
Can
you
you
want.
sell me one layaway payments?
There you go.
Yeah, sure. I'm only going to charge you double the price.
Hey, boy, maybe just go over and just play with it, right? We can just
Yeah.
go over and play. We'll get all of Jack's Transformers
That's
down.
right. Yeah.
I
Sure.
turn into a planet, hang him in here.
There you go.
Yeah,
no
Hey,
kidding.
hey, I
Yeah.
like a fucking disco ball.
Yeah, no shit.
Guys, remember that if you want to see some of Jack's great Transformer reviews, go over to ToyDojo and check them out. They're on YouTube, primarily on YouTube, right?
Yes,
that's where you do
that's
all
correct.
of them. And you see him transform them, and he tells you about them, and he does.
I want to see how long it's going to take him for Unicorn.
I really want to see that one. I'm looking forward to
So
seeing
on that one, I've heard, right? Because you'd have to look at the instructions. I heard it takes over an hour to transform.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fucking insane.
Talk about you go over to your friend's house to play toys, and you bring that over, and you're
Yeah.
like an hour in, they're like, you know what, man, we gotta fucking
Yeah, I
leave
gotta
already.
go.
I
Yeah,
gotta go.
for dinner.
When he transforms Unicron to a man, I'm going to bring my
So-
Leader 1 figure.
Oh, there you go.
So, Jack, when you get
Robot
both of them, are you
reference.
going to transform one and then leave the other one as a planet?
So cool thing about this, I'm actually leaving one sealed in the box, obviously for
Sure.
value,
Okay.
right? But that because there's a lot of leg kibble and back kibble, which if you're in the toy business, you understand what that is. All the planet parts of him are going to hang off of his back and off of his legs.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but there is a way that you can unpin all of that and actually make the shell part into a planet and have him as a robot. So you can essentially have the robot and planet
Oh,
at the same
nice.
time. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah.
I dig that.
Mario, thank you.
Yes, Mario says Godzilla, Gigan, and King
Those are
Ghidorah,
always
and-
hot.
Yeah,
always
they
hot.
are.
Guys, and not to mention that at the end of this month we get Kong versus Godzilla
That's right.
on HBO
That's right.
Max at
Yeah.
home
Yes.
if you want it. Man, I gotta say, guys, it looks so good. I
Yeah.
would love to see it in theater. Not gonna take a risk, but I mean, man, it looks theater worthy. You into those movies, boy? The Godzilla stuff?
I watched them. I mean, they were
I've seen the
interesting.
new one. I've seen the new King Kong with Samuel Jackson and Tom Hiddleston.
It was
and Brie
good.
Larson.
And the Godzilla one was
I
was
like that one
badass
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Godzilla definitely has a big, huge following.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Even still now.
My
so-
girlfriend's boys love those Godzilla movies. Her oldest and her youngest are huge of the classic ones, and they like these new ones. as
Oh,
well.
Mario showed us that one that actually moves. You know.
Yeah, yeah. He told
That,
me that
one that's
was
like
for
for a lot.
quite
Yeah.
a few fucking
Yeah.
hundreds. That
He
one-
beat
that one-
out what comic book artist was it that wanted to buy
Oh
it?
shit! I can't remember. Mario, remind us what artist it was you beat out for that
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, he let me hold it when we did
Yeah,
our
I
interview
did
with
too.
him. And man, that bitch was heavy. You could feel
Yeah.
the motor in there. Rich says, I'm waiting for Godzilla versus Kong. Yeah, man, totally. That was a good reminder you gave us last week on that one. So definitely looking forward to that. Falcon and the Winter Soldier too, I think is going to be great.
45 to 55 minutes apparently from what I'm reading. Each episode is going to be about that length, 45 to
Nice.
55.
Nice.
Oh.
Good deal. Good deal. Guys, any other
Joe Juico.
Joe Juice-Good, that's it. Yeah. Remember
I remember
what-
that name.
the guy that drew all the Marvel masterpieces for
Yes.
us.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That great
So,
art on those.
Like it
The
was like
cards, right? The
I
ma-
think Mario told us it
the
was like
best card.
closing time, like on the Fan Expo, I think it was.
Mhm.
And some guy was like, I'll give it to you for this price. Mario took it. And then that guy offered to buy it from Mario or something like that. And Mario told him no. But he was like, can I have a picture?
Can I have a
with it?"
picture?
Man, nice.
Great move, Mario. I would have done that same thing. Still get that in there. Guys, don't forget, you can find us pretty much on Instagram, Twitter, everywhere at JAFN Podcast. That's our Twitter handle. That's our TikTok. That's our oh shit! I think we got the remote here. Sorry, guys. We're all good. That's pretty much where we are. Our YouTube is not yet at JAFN Podcast. YouTube.com/JAFN.
We just need 60 more, guys.
We're trying to get up to
60.
100 subscribers. So please go to YouTube and hit the subscribe button on our videos.
You don't have to watch this.
Yeah, you don't got to watch it. I would like to ask you to watch 30 seconds of it because that counts as a view. But if you don't, as I understand, just at least you subscribe.
Yeah.
Then we can change our name and it won't be just a bunch of weird numbers and letters at the end. We can change it. So, yeah. And don't forget that it's also happy 1 year anniversary to us. So we appreciate you guys being here and joining in for our birthday. So, guys, if there's no other pop culture or news, that you
St.
guys
Patty's is coming up.
That's right.
That's right.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Here-
Are you Boondock Saints fans?
Yeah.
You U2 fans? You Dropkick Murphy fans?
There you
That's
go.
all those are all me. You know what I mean? So, what
Don't
are you
forget
guys?
to wear green, okay?
Yeah. You guys have any specific St. Patrick's Day traditions y'all get down for?
Oh,
Play certain
definitely.
kind of music, watch any kind of movie?
Definitely Irish music. You gotta have green beer.
Right on. Right
Everyone,
on. I do a little bit of I'll try to watch Boondock Saints or Kill the Irishman.
Kill the Irishman, perfect.
Great movies. Boondock Saints, like it starts out on St. Patrick's Day, it says, so it's kind of very
and then
on the nose.
3/16 is my dad's 80th birthday. So
right on,
happy birthday,
man.
Dad.
Man, awesome.
3/16.
Happy birthday, Theo. That's very awesome. So hey, how about a cheers to that? Cheers.
Cheers.
To Theo B.
Cheers.
There you go.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Yeah,
Happy birthday, Theo. Damn, guys, I'm having a good time already, man. Them technical difficulties got some more drinks in that shit.
Yeah, for sure, they sure did.
Jack brought the liquor. So.
That's right.
Right on, man.
All right. So
and definitely Lucky Charms for breakfast.
That's right. Lucky Charms for breakfast. Hey,
Yeah,
have
they
y'all
have
had the green one?
The green one.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
I saw it at Target, but it was only the family size box, and I was like, fuck, that thing will
Thanks,
sit there
Richard.
forever.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Richard. It's a happy birthday, my dad.
Steve says,
Oh.
boy, how about those days
For you, boy.
rocking to Moxie, Mahogany Rush, Legs Diamond, and
Sunken
Gardens, the
Oh.
outdoor rock house.
Man.
I tell everybody, Steve, that to me, Sunken Gardens was always my favorite
It
in the
is.
old
That's a
Hemisphere
great
Arena.
show.
Yeah.
But Sunken Gardens, yeah, all those
Definitely.
packages that had Budgie,
Thanks, Steve.
Triumph,
Yep.
those were great bands. Moxie,
Yeah.
Legs Diamond.
Some
awesome.
live albums here too from the San
Le-
Antonio
that's
from
right.
Legs Diamond,
Legs
from,
Diamond and Budgie.
That's
That's
a
right.
badass venue. I got to see. I had never gotten to go to a show there, and I finally got to see Bush there, and I saw Sublime with Rome and the other guys.
You know, that place always has, especially when it starts getting dark, a beautiful
Mhm.
breeze
Yeah.
always
yeah.
at
Always.
Sunken Gardens.
Yep.
But yeah, definitely
We
Steve,
got to see Wasp.
right. Just
Sunken.
Steve, just like Adam said, there's the two live albums. Don't know if you have them, but definitely Budgie has a live album, and so does
from
Legs
Sunken. Yeah.
Diamond.
That's
They're
badass.
both from San Antonio, and it's their only live albums in
Yeah.
their discography. So,
Steve's a great dude. Boy, you'd really enjoy sitting around and chatting with
see,
him.
Steve already knows.
Drink beer outside with them. We used to work together. Very, very
Nice.
cool
Nice.
guy, man.
Nice.
Harley man. So, yeah, guys, I think we're good. We're 20 minutes in. We've gotten through the comments. We'll go ahead. I think we'll go ahead and get right into the topic.
So, this is our 1 year, and I told him we have to have a really big episode, something that we're very passionate about. And I was like, why don't we just debate on who we think is the greatest NBA player of all time?
Yeah. I mean, what bigger topic could we go into? We've done one episode before that was more about the documentary, The Last Dance. Me and Double A. We talked about our review, and you got many of the pictures here of the legends that we're going to get into discussing.
Maybe one of the most famous NBA posters of the Iceman
I love that
in
one.
all his glory.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Yeah.
a great one. I know the majority of us. Well, I can speak for this group right here. This is a San Antonio Spurs group for sure. There is no doubt about that when it comes to the NBA. Number one franchise, number one team, our favorite team, hands down, no questions asked. But when it comes to the greatest player of all time, it might be a little bit
That's
more debate
where-
and
yeah.
different things to come into question. So on our giant-sized annual NBA edition, only the second time that we've ever talked sports here, and we're bringing up basketball again because I don't know. Let's go around the room on that, guys. Would you guys say that basketball is your favorite sport? Double A.
You know what? In the 90s it was, but right now it's probably my third favorite.
Oh, wow.
Because I love boxing.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows me
Me too.
knows I love boxing.
Yeah.
And football.
Yeah.
Football's just, it doesn't matter who's in the Super Bowl. I can always watch it.
Absolutely. Jack, what would you say?
Football number one. Again, to Double A's point, in the 90s, basketball.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. To me, it's gotten. I don't know. I don't enjoy it as much anymore. But football definitely is my number one.
Boy, I think I know your answer, but I'm gonna hear it from the man himself.
It's basketball, but it doesn't blow football out. It's always been just a little bit above football.
Okay. I get it.
But basketball, yes.
For me, the same. I can say basketball has always been number one. And for a long time, it was boxing number two, but I think that football has become number two. And then boxing would be at third, only because boxing has
Definitely
changed.
boxing.
And I also, too, feel like I'm more impatient now with football. Like, I feel like basketball is so
football is
fast.
about to fall a lot further down your list
Oh,
for you.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, it's been rough. Let me tell you. Crystal's in the house.
Hey,
guys.
Crystal.
Hey, Crystal.
Crystal says happy anniversary. Thank you, Crystal. We appreciate that.
She's like,
And
"Oh, Spurs."
Sister Crystal.
Joe offers his opinions. Joe, I'm going to save your opinion and read that a little bit later.
Yep.
Crystal says, "Go Spurs." No denying that.
That's right.
Excuse me. Steve says, "Ice."
Ice.
Love that.
Nice.
And Crystal
I mean,
says,
That's
"Same."
just a great poster.
Yeah, it is. Look
I
at
love that.
I mean,
fucking
that's beautiful.
poster. That has to be the best poster in
Yeah.
NBA.
Well,
he
they-
just looks fucking like a
Yeah.
man.
Well, you know, there's always been
Yeah.
a thing that every famous NBA player that end up making it big, there's one thing they always have is the Iceman, that poster right there.
Very badass.
And I've always read that
Keep
they all have
calm
that.
and adios, LeBron.
We love LeBron.
Crap, baby
Yeah.
face LeBron.
Oh yeah. We have a very special place in our hearts for
That's right.
LeBron.
LeBron.
He gives us rings.
Yeah,
Love him.
I love
There
him
you
for
go.
that. Yeah,
Can't
that's right.
argue with that. Can't argue with that. Guys, let me get back into the comments here before we get really deep into this conversation.
Steve says, "How about UFC, guys?"
You know what? It's really grown on me personally. I was especially following Conor McGregor's career. In fact, I was watching him in like
That's
his
right, you
fights
were.
for free.
Yeah, you were.
I liked the Irish guy and I liked the attitude. And then, like, I mean, he pretty much was like, a great trash talker. We're all wrestling fans here too, so we love a great what we call a promo. And anytime a guy can talk good shit, you know what I mean. And Conor was absolute best and still is one of the best at that.
UFC might be number 5 because I can still watch baseball. I like baseball. You know,
I would
regular
probably
season?
put UFC before baseball for me.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I would say the same, but definitely I still really get into the baseball playoffs.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's tough to watch the whole baseball season because it's so long.
Right.
Mhm.
But definitely, playoffs for baseball has gotten really good these past years.
And if anybody wants to know, we can go around the room. Baseball team, AA.
oh, the Yankees.
Boy,
The Yankees.
the Yankees. Jack.
I don't watch baseball.
You never. So
I mean, I can. So to his point, the reason why I have never gotten into baseball is too fucking long.
yeah.
Now I can watch the World Series just
Mhm.
because I'm like, okay, I know it's going to be exciting, but I cannot watch a fucking baseball game.
You know what, though?
I can watch it live.
We
Yeah, I
probably
can watch it on TV.
we probably saw it when it was hot, like from
Mm.
'98 to about 07,
Right.
when all the home run kings were
Oh,
out.
yeah.
You know, before everyone got exposed. But I mean,
Yeah,
baseball was hot. I mean,
Mhm.
everyone knew Sammy Sosa. Everyone
Yeah.
knew Mark
Sure.
McGuire. Everyone knew Barry
yeah,
Bonds.
sure.
They had definitely taken the hit with the
Yeah.
strike, and they
Yeah,
came back
so-
with the home run.
Totally. Few more questions coming here, guys, before we get to our first
Crystal
break.
says, "Is watching the Spurs different for y'all now that our team is so different?" No, I like watching them. I'll still watch them.
Mhm.
You know, and they're doing good this year. You know,
The thing is, when to that point, we've been there when the Spurs were not hot.
Yeah.
I mean, we went through the whole
yeah.
rebuilding process. So
when we were just a playoff team.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, though that was long ago, we still remember the pain of having to
Yeah.
watch that. So
Oh, yeah.
we're just having to go through that rebuilding process. And
Not-
that's what I kind of think.
And that's what
Not
it is. I
welcoming
mean,
that, you know what I mean? Like, that sucks to have
Yeah,
to go through that.
right.
But I can remember
we just got
sitting,
spoiled.
I can remember sitting row
Yeah.
2 with AA and boys middle brother Will, because the seats were pretty much given to him
Yeah.
or whatever. We sat row 2 behind the goal right next to Del Negro's wife when Dave was on the bench and like the year right before Duncan got here, and we were just getting creamed by the Rockets. Like, they were just like, it was like man, what great seats to watch us get our fucking ass beat.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, but hey, you know what I mean? It's the Spurs, so you go.
Right.
You know what I mean?
and it happens in every sport. I mean, Duncan wasn't going to play
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Jordan's not going to play
Look at
forever.
New England.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Well,
And even
but he kind of is still going to play forever. It just
Uh,
was-
Yeah, but
different
it's not
team.
with New England though.
right.
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
That's because he knew.
Joe says for him it's football, baseball, basketball.
Not
Yeah.
a bad list.
Okay.
But he says Joe's really into high school because his sons play with
Nice.
East
East
Central.
Central.
Yeah, so
nice.
he's really involved. So.
High school games are always
Yeah.
exciting.
I can tell you that, Joe. Favorite high school team for me? Go Hornets.
Richard says I like McGregor. I think his last fight he was different. He didn't talk shit or anything like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like maybe coming
and then
out of
boy,
it.
maybe
Right,
you
because he was
might-
coming back.
Well,
Right,
maybe
he
you
was
might
coming
know
back,
this one with Mario. Jordan, who that?
Oh, shit, sorry.
Jordan Wings poster.
Oh yes,
I don't know if I know that
that's
one.
the famous black and white where he's like that. Like
Oh, that's badass.
Okay.
Yeah. I do remember that one. That's a great
Yeah,
pull
that
there,
one is
Mark.
a good one. Yeah.
And
let's
actually,
see.
a little thing on Mario, why he said that. Mario, I still have my first Michael Jordan jersey card. It was a red
Oh,
one that you had
The
sold to
jersey
me
card. Oh, from
about
Mario.
15, 18 years ago, somewhere
Man.
around there. It was for $100.
Man.
And it was
how much
my
is it
first. It
worth?
was a red jersey. I haven't checked that. It's definitely worth more than that
I was
now.
going to say it's worth more than 100 now for sure.
But
Yeah.
I still remember that one.
Back when Mario was in the sports game, going way back there. Guys, we're right about at that first break right now, so I'm going to go ahead and stop the audio recording. If you're listening to this audio, hear a quick commercial from me. We'll be right back. But if you're joining us Facebook Live, we're not going anywhere at all. So we'll be right back, guys. Guys, if you're still here with us on Facebook Live, you know we didn't go anywhere because we're all still sitting right here. But I just do that little break every 30 minutes for our audio to
Yeah, so
load up.
So we're talking about who we think is the NBA's greatest player of all time. You shoot us some of what you think it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joe already gave his comment. He said Jordan best, Duncan best.
Richard did too. Richard said Jordan too.
Richard said, if we get back down to where Richard's comment is, he says, hand downs, Michael Jordan is the GOAT. Great. I love that. I love like a real definitive, straightforward answer right there.
Yeah.
Crystal, I love that question, by the way, about watching the Spurs being
Crystal,
different.
if you're
Not
still
for this
watching,
group, I don't think.
If you're still watching, who do you think is the greatest?
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. Let's see here. Oh, shit. Steve says AA baseball is like golf. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I can feel that sentiment.
That's fine. Oh, Richard, you broke my heart.
Yeah,
Richard.
Rich.
Oh my God, Red Sox.
Rich, you and Albert will get along grandly there. You know what I mean? So, Crystal says, true, Jack. I'm not sure to which point Jack had made.
When I was talking about the rebuilding process.
Got you.
Yes.
Got you. Yeah, and Rich says, this year the Spurs are young and it's going to take some time to get there. Yeah, it'll kind of be fun watching them grow.
I'm having a feeling that we're going to get LaMarcus for like playoff spot. I mean, not playoff, draft picks. I feel like that's where we're going to go
that's
for.
Okay.
Definitely.
What do you think, guys, is going to happen?
Well, it's like I've told y'all before. My opinion, Aldridge was the biggest free agent that we ever got, that we finally won, except the problem was I feel that we never got Portland Aldridge.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with Aldridge, but to me, he didn't live up to the money and to Portland. Bottom line, it was kind of a disappointment, and that's just the way it is. I don't think we ever got the Portland Aldridge. So, and I think all these years his stock went down. So I don't think like Double A said, I don't think we're going to really get anything really valuable for Aldridge because his stock has gone down.
Mm-hmm. Now, Boyd, do you give him any credit at all for signing with us as a free agent? Probably easily to say our biggest free agent signing ever. Do you give him any credit for at least?
I think what he was thinking was that he was going to play with Tim for like a season, but then Tim just kind of like retired after 1 year.
And you know what?
Also, too, I think there wasn't Kawhi also still on our team, right?
When
he first came.
It
was a legit
Double A's
team.
point, I think that's the only reason he signed, because he's like, well, I got Tim, arguably best power forward of all time. And then I got Kawhi, I got Tony still. So it's like, okay, I'm going to get into that. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. So do I give him credit for...
Let's not say this, but the greatest coach, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
You think him living in Texas, too? Because I think he played for Texas.
That's right. Yeah, he played for
And, of course, his son was here, too. So I don't know if like all of what we all said, I think, played a part for it.
Which kind of sucks because it kind of makes it sound like, we thought that he was going to... Maybe he thought he was going to have an easy trip to the finals.
Yeah, no, and that's what it sounded. Honestly, that's why I'm like, I don't give him credit, because he thought I'll have an easy trip. I'm like, no.
Definitely Kawhi leaving was a big dent because it left him to be the superstar.
Right.
And Aldridge, I don't think was ever the superstar because
I would have rather had Lillard.
Right. Well,
for sure.
That's the thing. He was the main star at Portland.
Right. Yeah.
Let's see here. So Rich says,
Steve
says still a diehard Spurs.
Oh yeah,
for sure. No matter what.
Always.
Despite my jersey, my ball cap is a Spurs cap.
Always.
Joe says, Boyle like this. I liked having Wilkins that year. CM. Yeah.
Dominique.
This guy is old.
Steve, that's one of my favorite. Joe. Sorry about that, Joe. That was always one of my all-time favorite players, and that was the bright spot of that year.
Yep.
What do we always say about Neek, guys? What a great fucking nickname.
Human highlight.
That's a dope fucking name.
Yeah.
People forget, too, that Spurs year, that Wilkins, he was averaging about 18, 19 points. He was our leading scorer that year.
Yep. Was that the post-Dave, pre-Tim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what got us. That's what got us, Tim.
Yeah.
Joe says, go Yankees.
All right, Joe.
One more reason why we love you, Joe. I knew that already. Jason says, I like college football hook 'em horns.
Cool.
Right on, Jason. I'm about
College is
Steve.
huge. College is huge.
Steve is our big Aggies guy we got in the house here. And I know we got some Texas Tech people too, I think. Let's see here. What am I missing here? Shit, sorry, I'm going the wrong way here.
I'm gonna have you drink.
I know, not that many. Steve says Red Sox. Wow, Steve.
Ooh,
okay. No, he says no Red Sox. Red Sox.
No red box.
No Red
Sox.
And then Rich says Red Sox all the way. Crystal says
that one is going to be like Jordan, but to me, Tim is the best Spur for sure.
Oh, definitely.
It's undeniable.
Definitely.
And then she said Kobe and LeBron honorable mention.
Definitely.
Roxanne.
Roxy. Hey, Roxy.
Rich says,
LA was a disappointment. He
There you go,
wasn't
boy.
consistent. He was a great player. He gave what he gave, but the bad thing about him, he doesn't play in the paint. He just likes to shoot those
Exactly.
damn
And he's a big
jumpers.
guy.
yeah.
And
Again,
that's what's killed the
that
Spurs
sucks.
these past couple
Yep.
of years. We've never really had a legit center.
Well,
Since
you know,
probably
here's the
Dave
thing. Yeah,
Robinson.
and here's the thing. Just in general, NBA went away from the center, the typical
Oh, no.
center, which
Small
is horrible.
ball is the thing now.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you
Small
still,
ball shooting.
I would like for a team to get that dominant center. So when small ball's not working, you can pound in the paint
But it's like,
and just go down
good
and
point,
get
because
some,
you
get
know
some
how
scores.
me and you, Jack, have always said that these past 10 years, or maybe even 20 years, the center position has
it's
pretty
been
much died.
non-existent.
Oh,
Yes.
and
It's not a
Steve,
go-to.
if you're still with us, boy bought Ziegenbach.
The Ziggies.
Ziegenbachers.
And then this, in case we get into a fight, we got some of these. So we
That's
can
right,
just
so smash
them
on your head.
on those people's heads.
So, you know,
What was that video? Y'all haven't seen that.
to go to that, well, you're talking about that small ball
Oh,
deal,
Thank you,
or
sir.
the center piece.
Well,
going
before we
away.
get deep into this, guys, should we get
Yeah,
back
go
into the recording
Yeah,
portion?
real quick.
Okay,
yeah,
Crystal
go
says it sucks, but he wasn't a leader like Tim. No, he wasn't.
Totally agree, Crystal. Yeah.
Joe says Dominique had 21, and I was a little mad he left, so Tim can get 21. Crystal says like the 90s, the battle of the centers.
Yep.
And Steve says great beer, boy. Ziegenbach.
And speaking of baseball,
Awesome, Steve.
when I'm drinking dollar beer over at the Missions baseball game, I'm drinking Ziegenbach.
Nice.
Richard says, yeah, the center position's fading out. Everyone wants to be a damn shooter.
Exactly.
That's it.
Yep.
Even big guys. So I think about like,
Yeah.
I look at Nowinski, big guy, but he plays like a point guard, which is not bad. But I'm like, you should be a
it's good
damn
when you have handles, and it's good
hardcore
when
guy.
you can shoot threes.
But when,
but
when
you
they
shouldn't
have no
to.
rebounds.
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why if you're a big guy, you take advantage of your size.
When
It's-
when he was doing that shit, I'm like, what are your other guys doing?
Yeah,
If
exactly.
You're doing that. You're shooting threes. And
Right.
I'm like,
Yeah,
what
you're
fuck's
being the
doing-
point guard and the
definitely,
guard. Well, who's being the fucking guy down low?
Yeah.
Definitely, this
Yeah.
game is all about speed and more
Yeah.
points.
Agree.
Yeah,
You
it's
know.
funny too that earlier Steve mentioned UFC because it makes me think about that. I think a lot of guys, like the way that NBA has gone to small ball, you know, the boxing got smaller too, right?
Right.
It went to that because a lot of guys, heavyweights, didn't want to box.
Well,
anymore. They
heavyweights
wanted to go-
faded.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but they also wanted to go to UFC. Big guys would rather go fight UFC and be in that spotlight
Right.
versus going into boxing. You know what I mean? It's
One
just-
last comment. Joe says, bro, we got to catch some missions baseball.
Dude, I'm down for that, man. Dollar beer night, I'm there.
Hey, guys,
you
I hate
buying the
to-
hot dogs, Joe?
Guys, I hate to say this, but in the first quarter, we're losing. The Spurs losing
Ah,
to
shit.
Orlando 32-16. So
Oh, shit.
Good update, boy. Keep us updated, boy. And there's a real
Okay.
NBA
Yeah.
update for you. All right, guys, we're going to get right back into the recording portion, get deep into the conversation about who is the greatest.
Guys, let
of
us know
all
who you
time.
think it is. Let us know
Yeah,
who you think
give us
is
your
1, 2,
opinions.
3.
Give us your opinions on our opinions and give us the opinions on the opinions that we haven't had.
we got to have this delicious. This is going to be
I
a
know.
delicious
I think the
discussion.
liquor setting in there that Jack.
All right,
Thank you,
all
Jack,
right.
for that pizza.
That's
Hey,
good.
1 year.
All right.
1 year, baby.
1 year,
1 year.
old, guys. Thank you so much for hanging
All
out,
right.
guys, with us here on Just Another Friday Night. You're joining the conversation now on the 1 year anniversary of Just Another Friday Night. It is 1 year ago today, almost. Yes, it'll be tomorrow. 1 year ago tomorrow, we started out doing this podcast, myself, CM Chuck, and Double A. And tonight in the house, again, if you're just joining us, we have Jack from ToyDojo in the house.
And Drunken
Boy,
Productions.
and Drunken Productions. Don't forget them. Go like them, follow them on YouTube, and us as well. And boy, the blood-related family member.
And I would say street ball legend. If you were ever playing in the 90s,
Absolutely.
you may have seen this guy. He played in all over the courts of San Antonio.
I had
There you
boy
If
played
you thought about White Man Can't Jump, this guy was out there playing for money.
all my balling years, if you're going to call
Yeah,
it that,
same.
playing street ball in backyards and on courts was with this guy right here as my teammate. Carried me every fucking game and made me somewhat of any type of contender.
Yeah, but
And-
boy did go out there.
Yeah.
He did
Yeah.
play against strangers. He did play for money.
And when I had this guy meet some of my California friends and play them, they were thoroughly impressed of having played out there,
Yeah,
pick
you
up
guys.
ball, and say that.
And I will say this. So we were probably in our early, maybe mid-30s. We went over to what's the damn park right there in Goliad?
Yes, that
Pickwell
one
Park.
community.
Pickwell Park, yeah.
Pickwell.
Yeah, right.
Pickwell.
And we were playing guys that were like, I don't know, maybe early 20s, beat the shit out of them. And they were faster than us and all that kind of stuff. And boy's always been way the hell better than me, even though I'm taller. but we beat the shit out of those guys, and they were getting pissed off at each other. Remember, they're like, "Man, fucking guard him. Will you guard him?" And they were talking about this guy.
But as we will discuss,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if you're fast.
Yeah,
It
for
matters
sure.
if you can.
And
just
it also
walk.
skill.
it doesn't matter
Yep.
what your game quote unquote looks like. But
Yep.
I can say this, and I want to talk about this when we get into some of the discussion further. But it's going to talk about how someone's game makes you feel.
Yep.
And
Yep.
this guy's game right behind me made me feel some kind of way. I can say that for sure.
Thanks,
So, guys, if you're just
Thank you.
joining us,
All right.
us tonight, the conversation is all in. We're going to do this kind of roundtable style. Let's bring our guests in first.
Yeah.
I don't really think there's any really format to how we did it. We just kind of thought about maybe who our top three were.
Yeah, so I
and then
just
kind of
wanted a top three. Maybe it might surprise us who the top three were. So, you want to start with Jack?
Let's go. You know what?
Go for it.
Boy's a new guy in the room. We should bring Boy in
Boy.
first.
So you'll do 3 and 2, right? We talked
Yeah.
about earlier. Do just number 3 and number 2, and then why?
Okay,
Guys,
so
and if you're just joining us, I'm sorry. Please keep commenting. I
Yeah,
will get to all
we'll
the
read
comments
them.
in our next 30-minute break. I'm watching the clock right now. And when we get there, we're going to get there. And again, feel free to add comments to all the stuff that you hear right now. Boy, go ahead.
So, who's your number three guy?
all right, so I was thinking hard a lot because obviously there's so many players. No answer is going to be wrong.
No. Of course not, no.
For number 3, I picked Tim Duncan, and a lot, and
wow.
any of these
Okay.
first
Okay.
ones,
Yes.
definitely
I didn't
not
see that one coming.
biased. But without breaking it down, just spitting out what we got right now. For
Sure.
3, I had Duncan.
Wow. Okay.
2, I had Jordan, and number 1,
Well,
it's
are we gonna go number
Oh,
1? Or are we
just
gonna
3
do
and 2,
3
right?
Yeah,
right?
just 3 and 2.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
So, you
So
said
3,
Tim
I got Duncan, and 2, Jordan.
Jordan. Okay.
Okay. Love that. Love
All
that.
right. So do you have reasons as to why you got them as 3 and 2?
Well, for 3, obviously, for me, Duncan, besides having 5 titles, going to 6 finals, winning 5, thing about him was that if you really think about it, he didn't really have a true big superstar next to him.
No.
Tony Parker and Ginobili, yes, they're stars. They, maybe
even-
some even superstars,
Even
but
98 Dave was no 95 Dave
No.
No.
right,
by
Yeah.
a long shot.
right.
That was an MVP, Dave, but it still was Dave.
It was Dave, but it wasn't.
But you remember, I
Explosive.
don't think of Dave because they only played a couple years.
Yeah.
And he was already winding down. But the reason why I picked Duncan at number 3, obviously the 5 titles, but anyone he had, he made them. We won championships with anybody, even guys that had been in the league since the 80s and 90s that never won a title. They came to the Spurs and they got rings like Jerome
Kevin
Percy, Kevin Willis,
What's the name from?
Speedy Claxton, guys that even none of us even
Terry
heard about.
Cummings?
No,
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 not
I'm
Terry.
thinking about what was his name? He was with Dallas for a while, and he came
Michael
over with
Finley.
us. Finley.
Finley.
Yeah, Finley. He didn't get to win with Dallas,
So-
and he comes over.
Right.
Give him a
So
championship.
well-known names,
Yep.
guys that were names, guys that we didn't even know. I mean, we everyone that played with Tim, he won championships. So I mean, pretty much Duncan's a winner. And for number 2, obviously, I can't say enough. We all know about Michael Jordan. He's either number 1 or number 2, and obviously Jordan transformed the whole game. So I mean, we could go on with Jordan, but yeah, Jordan number 2 and
Okay.
Tim number 3.
It's a great 3 and 2 combo that Boy gives you because it leaves you salivating, right? We're like, what the fuck? You put Jordan at
Yeah.
2? You know what I mean?
Right. So who's won?
All right, Jackie Boy, take it away. Give
All
me
right.
your 3 and then give me your 2.
So my 3 was Chamberlain, and my 2 was Kobe.
okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, yeah,
Okay.
I put Chamberlain as 3 because I think about like the way they had to change the rules because of him in the NBA.
Yeah,
like
big
they
time.
changed a lot of rules because the guy
Big
was just
time.
all over the place, and they're like, "No, we got to change this rule, that rule, this rule."
Yeah.
100 points
Yeah,
in one
right
game.
there.
Yeah, right. And then again,
Great pick.
Yeah,
Choice,
exactly.
double A.
Who's gonna score 100 points? Right? Who's gonna score 100 points again? Nobody.
Only
Right.
your number 2 was about 30 points
Yeah.
less than that.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for sure.
Kobe 81 points.
So
Right.
that's why I
Oh,
picked him as
20,
number
I mean.
3.
Yeah.
The reason I picked Kobe as number 2 because I think about all that Kobe did, and Kobe has 5 titles.
Mhm.
But honestly, if it weren't for the Spurs, Kobe would have had way more than 5. I guarantee
That's
you,
true.
he would have way more than 5 rings. And Kobe is one
Detroit.
of those players. Well, Detroit, yeah, but I think mainly of the Spurs because think
Yeah.
about the,
Yeah.
the 2000s, right?
Yeah.
Who were the 2 teams going?
Oh, well, that was
Yeah.
like we would always say that was like the real finals, right?
Right, no, yeah,
if
for
it
sure.
was us versus the Lakers,
Right.
that was the real.
Right.
You're like, we're waiting to see this series,
Yeah.
because you kind of
Whoever wins this one's going to win the final.
Right, yeah.
See, and that one's a hard one because there's 3 good points about Chamberlain too.
Mhm.
1, when he retired, he was the all-time
Yep.
NBA scorer.
Yep. for
2,
sure.
until Jordan came around, this guy was the one considered the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and obviously 3 NBA videos, DVD, as always said.
Yeah.
Chamberlain was
Like
the
I said,
NBA's
for me,
ultimate weapon.
The big thing is like, who else made them change the rules besides him? You know?
Yeah.
Really?
Plus,
Nobody.
because of him, they told them not to dunk because
Yeah.
of Will
Because of
Chamberlain.
all-
For
yeah, all
years,
the
they
stuff,
couldn't
right?
dunk.
Yeah. So, and then like I said again with Kobe won 5 titles. He could have won more. But my big thing is when I went through my list is like, okay, these guys like Kobe, right? He stayed with the Lakers throughout his whole career. So he stayed with them, retired with them, won 5. Like I said, he could have won more. But if I was to say there's one player, and I know there's always a debate like LeBron is, Kobe and blah, blah, blah. No. I think if there was going to be anybody close to Kobe, it would be Jordan, right? Jordan,
Yep.
right? I'm sorry. It would be Kobe. It would be the next
I've
closest to
always
Jordan,
felt
in my
the same
opinion.
way,
Yeah.
too.
So that's my 3 and number 2.
Great picks, Jack. Great picks. Double A, you want to go next? Or you want me to go next?
Yeah, I'll go. My number 3 is MJ. And my number 2 is Wilt Chamberlain.
Wow.
Okay.
Nice.
A little bit of reason why those places.
Yeah, so Wilt is just like Jack said. I mean, it's 4-time scoring champion, all-time leader, scored 50 points, averaged 50 points in one season. He was an assist leader even 1 year.
Yeah.
So the man had dished out more assists than any other point guard for 1 year.
Yeah.
2 of his teams are considered 2 of the best teams ever.
Yep.
Yeah.
One with Philly and then one with the Lakers.
Which I
Always
think
are
I
considered.
think the Lakers' win streak is still a record, right?
Yes,
33
yes, it is,
in a row.
33. Yeah.
I thought you had some in there.
Yeah.
Right now.
So I mean, you can't deny the man. His biggest rival is Bill Russell, and that's not even like a challenge. He outscored him. He out rebounded the man. It's insane when you read the stats of Wilt Chamberlain.
They're mythical.
Fucking
Video
insane.
games. Video game
Yeah.
stands.
The sad thing is with Chamberlain, and I mean a lot of those guys too from back then. They are like, well, look who they played against in those times,
I'm
60s
sorry.
and 70s.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
And I disagree with that because my thing's like this.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say who they played against. They haven't been born and played in that era. That's nothing against them.
And
So
not only
you got to
that,
look
but
at that piece.
Not
Like,
only that,
fuck
but
all the
then
other
every
shit.
other era that comes after always says my era was tougher.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Yeah,
For sure.
You're always
Yeah.
saying that, you
Yeah.
know. So it's
Look.
like right now, everyone's saying that LeBron's not playing anyone. Okay,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I don't think the modern era has any argument against
no,
that.
but
No,
it's like
right.
every other one is like, oh, we were tougher than
Right.
you
the
guys.
fucking hand check, no 3-point
No,
line.
no, but, you know, it's like
what
every-
the fuck?
Every
Yeah.
team, like every era, has always said, "Oh, you're not playing in my era. My era
Right.
was tougher."
Right.
It's always that.
And I
so-
know, and I mean that's an argument for another day. But it's like, okay, what if these guys were able to play in different eras?
Yeah,
How would
LeBron
they?
would dominate
Yeah,
in
yeah,
any
yeah.
era.
But
Agreed.
also,
No, I
too,
agree. I agree with that.
Everyone that plays like Chamberlain's era
And
when
Wilt
he played,
Chamberlain
those
would
guys
dominate.
were the best
Yeah.
NBA players
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
that
And
time.
Wilt would dominate. It'd be
'Cause
crazy
I-
to say he wouldn't.
No,
dominate.
exactly.
Especially now.
Yes,
Yeah,
especially in
we
today's
talked
NBA.
about small ball. Imagine
Right.
a Chamberlain right now.
Yeah,
Even
and
just
in
a
today's
Shaq
NBA,
right now.
these guys from the past would dominate because today's
Yeah.
NBA is way softer. You can't look at a guy without getting a damn technical foul to call on you. So, I mean, look at Tim Duncan. He got freaking tech for sitting on the bench laughing and clapping his hands.
That's
Look,
right.
I mean,
so I'm
for-
like, holy shit.
which
for
is
me-
pretty baller in itself.
Yeah,
For me-
right, exactly.
I mean, for me, if I had a choice between Jordan and Chamberlain, I'm going to pick Wilt Chamberlain.
okay.
To
Well,
lead my
double A
team,
to
I'm
your
going to
Chamberlain.
draft.
To your Chamberlain
Chamberlain.
point, who's the top center right now? Can anybody say who the top center is?
Exactly.
Because Chamberlain would dominate whoever it
Yeah,
was right
exactly.
Yeah.
Mhm. Any big man.
I hate going last because I don't want people to lingering on my thoughts, especially in this conversation, which I did have to do research for. And of course, as you guys know, forgot my fucking notes at work. So my number 3 is Bill Russell.
Oh wow!
And my number 2 is Tim Duncan
Ooh,
for the
nice.
greatest of all
Okay.
time.
Okay.
NBA's greatest winner.
Yeah,
Bill Russell for your pick.
The NBA's greatest winner. I heard that. I think Oscar Robertson said about him, "Why I see the NBA's greatest winner isn't winning what you're supposed to do. You should just be the greatest player." So, had to do a lot of research on Bill Russell.
Nice, from the
I-
big O.
I
Yeah.
knew about him that he had the rings. I learned some really cool shit. There's some great videos on YouTube. If you don't know Bill Russell, going back to the old fucking school, but you can just YouTube him. And when you get to Bill Russell, there's some great shit out there about this guy. The man's got 11 rings. He's the winningest guy there is. And here's-
11 rings in 13 seasons.
Yeah,
That's
and,
crazy.
And here's the stat that I heard. I know you guys talked extensively about Chamberlain and him dominating him in stats and points of that. But what I understood that I learned was that I think out of all their meetings, he won 8 out of the
Yes.
9.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Bill Russell beat
Yes.
him.
Yeah.
Better
Oh, yeah.
teams.
Yeah.
And to
Yes.
me, individual stats are fucking fantastic.
Mm.
Great for you. But if every time I meet you in the playoffs when it matters and it's for the title, you beat my ass,
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about
But see,
those
that's the
stats.
thing, though. we're talking about not teams.
True.
Right.
We're talking about individual players.
But here's my counter argument to that. I feel like we're talking about individual players in a team sport. So that's where my thing is. Where it's ultimately, what was your ultimate goal as this in
Well,
this
it's like
sport?
who would you built your guy around, your team around.
Okay,
You
that's another.
that's where you're going.
Another interesting.
Right.
point.
Well, here's an interesting point about Bill Russell that you picked that everybody every year keeps forgetting. Everyone keeps on what Jordan's trip, the 2-3 peats.
Yeah.
Everyone gets excited about back-to-backs.
Mhm.
Can anybody do 3 in a row? People keep forgetting Bill Russell won 8 in a row.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
a record that I don't think
No one's
anybody's
ever
going
done
to break
that.
that.
No.
I mean,
LeBron could go 8 straight times,
Right.
but does that mean he's going to win?
No.
Maybe.
and
Russell won.
sadly, that's a big stat that
Yeah.
everyone forgets
Yeah.
about is that the
Yeah.
Celtics won 8 in a row.
Yeah.
And a lot of them
Yeah.
were against really great LA teams
Mhm.
or Will Chamberlain.
Which it goes
Yeah.
back to what we are saying about, well, my generation's better. Now, you know what? That generation were playing, those were the best players that were around during that
and at
time.
that time, there was no 3 points.
Exactly.
So-
Good
So-
point.
What do you-
I had looked this up real quick, but I mean,
Go ahead.
so to that point about LeBron can go, LeBron's been to 10 finals,
Mhm.
right? And I'm like, he's been 10 times, but he hasn't won 10.
no.
Which
Right?
is
So I'm
impressive,
like,
though.
oh,
It's
shit,
still
yeah.
impressive.
It is impressive.
No, it is impressive.
Going
Considering
is
the
hard.
teams,
Going is hard.
Considering the
Yeah.
teams he's been on,
But again,
that's pretty impressive.
nobody remembers second place.
No.
That's true.
Right.
But I feel like this for
No.
many years.
Unless you're Jerry
we're
West.
gonna go. I don't want to go. I don't want to
No,
go down the.
By the way,
Right.
the
Yeah.
only MVP in the finals on the losing team.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jerry
exactly.
West.
Right.
Jerry
Yes,
West.
yes. Good point. Good
That's
point.
why he is the NBA logo.
That's
Yeah.
right.
We'll go down the LeBron rabbit hole, but here's a guy that he was going over and over again and not necessarily winning the majority of the times he was
Yeah.
going. And I will say that going is
It's
hard,
impressive.
but
It's
we also
impressive.
for a time there we felt we were like, you are the East, like you're beating an entire conference over and
Mhm.
over and over again by yourself.
So, real quick, because you
Go ahead.
talked about the NBA logo, and I posted this on our group chat, but I said, if ever they want to change the NBA logo, I want this to be the new NBA logo, and I'm going to show it to everybody.
Can we see? I don't know if we can get a good picture of
You
that.
might
there.
see if you can scoot that in a little bit. I want that to be changed to the NBA logo. Like, that's great.
I think, can we get that as the logo of the Just Another Friday Night
Yeah,
podcast?
right. I'm like,
There's
that's
the guy
awesome.
carrying all the beers.
Yeah, where he's
on
on like,
Well, these
I
are
love that.
definitely subjects that you could break down.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
you can spend a whole show on
You
it.
could
Guys,
spend-
Believe me, in my research, I went down so many rabbit holes of so many great stuff. But here's some cool
Yes.
shit that I saw. There is a Bill Russell documentary out there. It's an hour long. It's on YouTube. It's free. You can watch it. It's
Yes.
fantastic. Because you know what? Here's another problem with the modern era. They forgot about the past. They
Yes.
forgot about those
Yeah,
legends
always.
from way back when.
Always.
And Bill Russell is definitely one of those guys. The man has
Well,
11 fucking
I
rings.
know they
Yeah.
can't see it, but here's the famous picture of him
Yeah.
having
Yeah.
all
Look at
11
that.
rings
Look
in
at
there.
I love the other one better, where they're all on his fingers. And he's
Yeah.
wearing-
Yeah.
He looks
Yeah.
like the
I thought
fucking
this
Green
was a
Lantern.
better shot, though,
Well,
of the
and
rings.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
hell,
no, perfect.
he had so
It's
many rings. Remember when he told Garnett that one time, if you don't win one, you can have one of mine.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like, he had
That's-
so many, he could give them
Yeah.
away.
and what a
Yeah.
fucking statement to make to a guy, right?
Exactly.
Which, by the way, Garnett's champion was a Brock championship. Just
Oh.
One of
Damn.
the starts of the super team.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, your number 2 was who again?
My number 2 is
Duncan.
Duncan.
Okay,
Yeah.
now
Now,
you go into that because you went
Yep.
into your third. But what's
Well,
your
let me
two?
finish up a little bit on
Okay.
Russell. I want to
I'm
talk about
sorry.
a couple more things. One of the things is that what do we always say on this show when we're talking about superheroes? We say you're only as good as sometimes your
Mhm.
your rival, your villain, right?
Yeah.
Bill Russell went up against some of these guys.
Yeah.
Wilt Chamberlain. They've been
Yeah.
talking about him. Where obviously a dominant big
Mhm.
man, a presence well known. I mean, if you want to go into the movies, he even fought fucking Conan. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
you know, Wilt Chamberlain.
Which I just saw Wednesday night.
Yes, nothing to be scoffed at. I mean, that's a
Oh,
great
yeah.
fucking rival for
Yeah.
Bill Russell. I love how they were contrasting. They say Bill Russell is very quiet to himself,
Right.
but
Yeah,
Wilt
Chamberlain was out
he
there.
loved the
Yep,
spotlight.
yep.
And here's a cool thing I heard from Sam Jones, one of Bill Russell's
Yeah.
teammates,
Mhm.
said this. He said Bill Russell used to always wear this black suit, and I said, "Why do you always wear that black suit to all the games?" He goes, "Well, I'm like a mortician. And I'm here to bury my competition."
Man, nice.
And I thought that he goes, after that, I started wearing a black suit
Yeah,
to all my
nice.
games. It was so fucking cool. And also, here's the thing that we're gonna probably get into, guys. Back then, and maybe now you can say a lot was about offense. Well, Bill Russell was all about fucking defense.
He was
And
the
that-
pioneer
Yep.
of it.
He was the
Yep.
pioneer of defense,
Yeah.
blocking shots.
Yeah.
They were calling goaltending off him, getting Arbach off the fucking bench, pissed off because he was like, "No, that's not fucking goaltending." Defending him
Right.
and making points and proving this, making the NBA defensive.
There's
Which-
even video of Bill Russell showing you
How?
how he
To
blocked
block.
it.
Yes.
But
Mhm.
Yeah. So
I
you
like
can-
blocking it to my teammates.
Right, and so to your point on that,
That's dope.
because I had him as my 3, and then I switched it,
Mhm.
so he's my 4. If
Yeah.
I look at my list.
No.
But no, to your point, a lot of guys they wanted to block it out of balance to kind of be like, look at me, blah
Yeah.
blah. No,
Just
he
swat the
was
hell out
like,
of it.
Yeah,
no, I'm
fast
gonna knock
break.
it to my teammate,
and that's where
so
he
we
set the
can get
fast
that
break.
in. Yeah, right, exactly, right. So to your point, yeah, he did do that a lot. He
Oh,
created
one
that
last
stuff.
Russell story of what you said about the black suit. Y'all guys remember his last championship? So it's Game 7 at LA, and he looks up. They're at LA, the Forum, and he sees all the balloons tied up in the ceiling.
It's
waiting
Game
for him to
7.
get, yeah, waiting for
It's
them to
Game
come
7.
down.
Right.
Yep.
So he sees the pamphlets, and he's going down, seeing they already have the whole where the Lakers are going with
ceremony.
the championship, the ceremony at the end. We're going to release the balloons. So he tells off his teammates, "You see all those? Those are balloons up there.
They're celebrating.
They're going to celebrate. They're already celebrating, saying that they're going to be it. So you know what? Let's win and let them keep those balloons up there." And needless to say, they won.
Man.
That's the famous
That is
John
a great
Nelson.
Story, yeah.
That story's in the documentary.
And there's
too,
a
and
great
it's awesome.
there's a great interview too where like a reporter asked him how does it feel like being down like
Oh,
3-2 or 3-3, and he's like, we've done it before.
Yeah.
And that's all he says.
Yeah.
Right.
He's like, we've done it
Reporters
before.
waiting for him to say
Yeah.
something else.
And he's like, we've done it before.
And when we guys, we decided to do this episode, we try not to talk about it that much because we wanted to save it for right here, right now. And we kind of got started a little bit, couldn't help it, right? So we talked about a little bit. One of the things I know that Boyd that you had said was that he wasn't the best on his team. But here's what I thought that I learned about it. Because he was a defensive player, he was also spreading the ball around. It reminded me very much of what we see with my number 2 guy,
Tim.
which is Tim Duncan.
Right.
Tim Duncan sometimes was not the guy scoring the most points. He wasn't the one always doing the most because the Spurs were very much about sharing the ball.
Right. Team
So
ball.
Tim is not my second because of sentimental reasons, but they are a factor. And because I love the Spurs and I would consider Tim Duncan my favorite player of all time. Because I mean, he brought us titles. Watching him
He's
play
that rare player, that rare ones player that comes on your team
Right.
that can take you to the championship.
Right.
Okay. Unfortunately, David couldn't, George couldn't,
Right.
but somehow Tim did.
here's also
And he
a guy.
made players better around him.
Yeah.
Well, and I think too, to your point, Double A is they built around Tim better than they built around David.
Mhm.
When you think about it, because if David had the team that Tim had, we would have won
Mm.
titles.
Oh, I think so.
I don't know.
I think
I
so.
don't know
Wow,
because
interesting.
Tim's right. Tim is a better passer than Dave was.
True.
He can spread the floor.
Yeah.
And look how many guys that we had that were number 1 in the 3-point accuracy
Right.
Yeah.
during
true.
Tim's reign.
True,
we had
true.
a few guys that were number 1 on
Yeah.
3-point
Yeah.
range. So,
One of the arguments that I
Oh,
heard,
both of you guys are right because I mean,
but Dave wasn't really a great passer.
But also,
No,
too,
but he
during the
was more
Spurs-
athletic
Oh,
and he was better down low.
Well, there's
so he
two-
could make up for that passing.
There's two
ability.
things I've
There's
always
interesting arguments on
Tim's,
that. in that
Tim's a
sense.
better post player than
Well, there's
Dave
two
was.
things I've always said about that. One, during the Robinson era, our franchise at the time, Red McCombs, we didn't want to waste money on superstars for David Robinson. I
Right.
mean, if you think about it, if you look at all of them, Elliott, Willie Anderson, they were all draft picks.
Yeah.
Rod
Yeah.
Strickland, they were all draft picks. Spurs were pretty cheap at that time to give Robinson a team. Hence the playoffs. We go
Right.
to playoffs and they're triple teaming David Robinson
Yes.
Mhm.
because he was our best one. That's why we always
Right.
lost in the playoffs. And then second, I've always said, might be controversial, but I've always felt a young Robinson could beat Tim Duncan, a young Duncan.
I don't know.
I think
Wow.
so.
I really
No,
don't know.
I think I agree with that.
And the reason why was because
That's
I
a
felt like
very interesting statement.
I agree with
Interesting
that.
well, the
statement,
reason
boy.
why I say that is because Robinson was quicker,
Mhm.
Duncan was not quick, Robinson was faster.
Mhm.
Dare Robinson was obviously a much better defense player.
Right.
He attacked the rim.
The physique, I was going to
Stronger.
say, good point.
He was a lot
Jack.
stronger than Tim.
And you can't say Robinson can't shoot because Robinson
Right.
could shoot. He attacked the rim
How
like
many
a
points
beast.
did he get that one when he beat
71.
71 points? Yeah,
71
that's Tim ever get
points.
71?
Nothing to take away
Right.
from Duncan
No,
because
not at all.
Duncan.
No.
But
I think
I
both of them
feel
in their
like a
prime.
young Robinson
Yeah,
would beat
both of them
a
in their
young
prime.
Tim
I think
Duncan.
you're right. Robinson
He's more.
does beat
I don't
Tim.
think a young Duncan could have contained a young Robinson.
No.
You look at
Agree.
any of the Robinson highlights, how
Agree.
fast.
I like that.
He was like
That's
a
good
point guard.
That's a
Yeah,
very,
no, I agree with that.
I mean,
That's a
I
very
think-
interesting topic to debate.
I don't
too.
know if he would kill Duncan, but
Right.
I think he'd beat him.
But to the point now, and I know we're kind of getting.
Oh, yeah,
off
we
subject
just went
No,
here,
no,
right
no,
but-
no, that's all right.
So
that's
I
all
think
right.
when
It's
we
our
look at
birthday.
But I'd be interested to hear a lot of
the
the
comments on that
the
one,
comments
yeah.
on that one.
So, all right, question:
Robinson.
Who would win?
We're getting close.
Robinson versus Tim in their prime?
That's a great
We
question.
gotta hear that.
I'm still gonna go Tim.
Okay.
on that one. I'm still gonna go.
Hey,
Tim.
why is that? Go.
Because Tim just he can move more on the paint. David always seemed to have problems with guys that can actually move. Tim can dribble out and shoot from a lot of places. Dave had that corner spot. He had those 2 corner spots in the paint. Now the defense, though, he probably would give Tim a lot of hell.
Yeah,
for sure.
it's gonna be.
I
It's
think-
gonna be a.
But I think out 1-on-1, I think Tim can just. I
That's
think
a
he
good
would
one.
beat it.
So we got
you know what, though? But
two
honestly,
days?
I
One
honestly
Tim.
believe that because Tim, we all know, and they called him that, right? The big fundamental.
Well,
Sure.
Shaq did.
His whole game was fun. Yeah, but everybody started calling him it, right? So
That-
his game was fundamental.
Worst
I think
nickname
Robinson,
ever.
yeah, really.
Uh,
I think Robinson was smart enough and then also athletic enough to say, okay, I know what you're going to do, right? Figure that out and then be able to change to defend that.
Well, see, that's the thing that what Double A is saying that makes me think is because I do think that maybe Tim might have had a higher basketball IQ. I don't know how that would factor in a one-on-one
and we
game. That's
never
what we're
really
talking
saw.
about.
We only got to see true Tim in the playoffs. Popovich always kind of held him back
Sure.
a lot
Yeah.
of times.
Sure.
He never played the minutes like Kobe did.
Yeah, somebody else,
He could
any other
probably-
coach would have
Yeah.
ran
Tim
Tim
could
into
have
the
probably
fucking ground.
So,
easily-
you're right.
Tim probably could have easily scored 27 points
Yeah,
for a few
no, you're
seasons.
right. Because to your point, that
Yeah.
one, and I forgot what year that was, but that one year where he made fucking Shaq look like a fool. He was
Mhm.
fucking like
Yep.
dancing around him
Yep.
like he was at a fucking quinceañera.
Right.
That playoff Tim is the only time you really
So
got to
you
see
got
true
you
Tim.
got Tim.
Tim
So,
at number 2.
Hey,
Tim
we
at
got
number
2
2.
Tims, 2 Daves.
Yeah.
Tim at, yeah.
All right.
So again,
That's
love,
a good big time Spurs juicy
Yeah.
one-on-one
here's
there.
a guy that I watched his entire career and my entire life
you
with
sure
these
did.
guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So from us suffering and hurting as a city and as a team, and it's our only professional sports team, to us together,
Thanks,
all
Jones.
watching
Jerry Jones.
greatness just be born. I mean, those are the things that, of course, like I know that Tim Duncan's like a comic book guy and like kind of a quiet guy, and
And
those
he's a
things
race
I can
car
relate to.
fan too. My nephew met him at the tracks.
Yeah,
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Got pictures with him and everything.
And
His-
it's auto shop.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
His
Yes.
Blackjack
Yeah.
shop is here in town, and
Right.
I seen him in the lobby of the bank I used to work at, and I always tell the
I
story.
always
with
remember
people.
the video.
Yeah, I remember that but I remember telling. I remember seeing him, and I'm reading The Weekender with him on the cover, and I remember
Man,
he's
The
walking to the
Weekender.
lobby. I went down there
Nice.
because somebody was like, "Tim's in the lobby, Tim's in the lobby," and I go down there because I'm like, I'm gonna get an autograph, right? And I see him, and he walks by, and I go, "Hey, Tim," and he looks at me like this, like, do I know you?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, and I look at him like this, like you're looking at me like, how do you know my name? When I'm like, you're fucking you.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't I know your name?
Unlike
It was the most awkward exchange. And in that day, he had on a Punisher t-shirt and cargo
nice.
shorts.
Ooh,
and I remember thinking, and a
nice.
backwards ball cap. And I thought to myself, I have that exact same outfit.
You know,
I am like Tim Duncan.
but
and Tim is
I
one of
will
the
say-
original Punisher fans.
yeah,
but
Yes,
I
yes.
will say he probably looks better in it than you do.
that might
Yeah.
be, that's
Right,
probably
yeah.
true. Probably
So-
true.
So to your point where you're like, Tim, who the hell doesn't know you?
Yeah.
Unlike Ewing, who they're like, who you?
Can't even get the MSG, right?
Man, that's
Hey, Spurs
hardcore.
fans, we
Him
got a
and Oakley.
halftime update. Spurs are up 47-39.
nice. All
There you
right.
go. There you
So-
go. Come on. Hey, Spurs, we got to get a win tonight for our birthday on Just Another Friday
That's
Night
right.
tonight. Yeah. So, yeah, Jack, this is what I was saying earlier, where the youngsters have forgotten who are these fucking security
Yeah.
people working at MSG that don't know
you don't
Patrick
know
Ewing?
Patrick
Yeah.
Ewing?
Doesn't he have a statue out there? I'm
Well,
sure he
right.
does.
Let's put it this way.
I know Nick has
He
one.
won his only college title, Georgetown Royals, at the Madison Square Garden. He
Oh,
played
geez.
15 years at Madison Square Garden. His
He is
jersey
Mr.
is
Nick.
retired
Yeah, he is
Yeah.
Mr. Nick.
in
Yeah,
the
he is
jersey.
Mr. Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
How do you not know Patrick? If you're a New
Yeah.
Yorker,
We're not even New York because
wait,
we
wait.
know who the hell he is.
Greatest Nick of all time?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Oh,
Barely, but barely over
Yeah.
Willis
I
Reed.
don't know.
Barely
Willis
over
Reed?
Willis Reed.
Earl the Pearl.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah,
putting-
better-
Ooh, Earl the Pro?
And I say Patrick
I'm
because he had a
putting you in.
longer career.
Right,
than
yeah.
Willis.
But there's one
Right.
I'm missing. Earl
yeah, there's
Monroe.
Frazier.
Where's the Frazier? That's
there's
He's
Bernard
thinking about
King.
John Starks.
There's Bernard King.
that goes in the Jordan era.
He did dunk over 3 Bulls.
Well, Jordan went away.
Yeah, that's true.
Jordan was like, I'm not getting on no
Yeah,
one's
I'm not
poster.
gonna. Yeah, right. I'm not gonna be in anybody's poster.
Hey, Scotty, you and Horace go up there.
Yeah.
if you're just joining the conversation, guys, we're talking all things. Who is the NBA GOAT? The conversation's
so-
been had a bazillion
So
times.
let's go over. Let's
recap.
go over the
Recap.
recap.
Okay.
3 and 2.
So my number 3 was Jordan. My number 2 was Wilt. Jack.
My number. Okay. Hold on, wait.
You had
Yeah, my
Yeah,
number 3
Chamberlain.
was Chamberlain, and my number 2 was Kobe.
and mine was number 3 Duncan, number 2 Jordan.
And mine was number 3, Bill Russell from the Celtics, and number 2,
Timmy
Tim
D.
Duncan from the
All
San
right.
Antonio Spurs. Guys, so we're getting pretty close to our next 30-minute break, and I see there's a shit ton of comments
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
basketball.
20.
So I'm
38.
excited.
Oh, shit, almost
I'm
40.
excited.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
waiting
excited.
for it.
It's our birthday,
waiting.
so make our birthday good.
Happy birthday!
Birthday.
We're gonna cut the conversation here on our break. But if you want to see the unabridged, complete version, go to our YouTube. Subscribe, hit that subscribe button, the little bell. It helps us. We're trying to get to 100. We're not there. We're trying to get to 100, just like Chamberlain got to 100.
Yeah.
And right now,
we want to hold up that picture. Me and TM want to
That's
hold
right.
up like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And we'll do that if we get there. So we're trying to get there, guys. So help us out. But right now, we're going to take a quick break for just the audio listeners. You're going to just hear a blip, and then we'll be right back talking probably about what happened in the comments. So stick with us, stick around, and if you're ever available and you're free on a Friday night, join us live on Facebook
Yeah.
Live. where
Leave
we
your
go live
comments, man.
every night. We love your comments. We love to have you.
I'm
join
waiting for the
conversation.
comments.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I'm
We got
interested.
Almost 40 comments.
I'm
All right,
living
guys,
for
we're
the
going
night.
to be right back in about, well, for the listeners on audio, a second. Guys, if you're here with us on Facebook Live, you know that we didn't go anywhere. We're right here.
Hell
And we're ready
no.
to read these.
41 now.
41.
Man.
Oh, shit.
All right.
All right,
Oh
we
my
gotta,
God.
we gotta
Let's-
scroll
Guys,
up.
give me a
Let's
second. Oh,
do
man,
this.
some of you guys wrote fucking paragraphs.
Yeah.
People
Go
didn't
ahead.
like y'all's
Go ahead.
opinions. Some of y'all's
You're
opinions
like,
are
fuck you
pissing
guys.
Okay, right.
You all 4 of you guys
there.
are wrong.
Right there.
Yeah.
All right. Joe says.
No,
we got-
Steve.
Oh, okay, Steve. Wait. We missed Joe's
No,
some
no,
night
we
ending
did.
vacations.
Yeah. No.
Did that one we read that night ending vacation? That's a pretty funny
That was
Okay,
Mission
okay.
Baseball. is
I don't
talking
remember
about that.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do I know?
The free hot dogs.
Let me
Dollar
tell
hot
you-
dogs.
let me
dollar
do
again.
hot
the
dogs.
De Niro.
50-cent hot dogs. Somebody.
Joe was talking about dollar hot dogs, dollar
Yeah.
beer.
50 cents.
Nice De Niro.
Let me
Nice
do the
De
De Niro
Niro.
for you there. All right, Steve says, who do y'all think would be a great match for a big man for the Spurs? Oof. Gentlemen, take it away. Are there big men left?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's
there's
like
not.
Anthony Davis
I mean,
is locked
really?
up.
Yeah.
If I had to pick
Giannis
a
is
center
locked
that
up.
You know
was,
what? Not even that. I
Right.
haven't really been impressed with Davis with the Lakers.
No.
I mean,
I'm
I'm like,
Giannis, he's locked up. With
but is he a
Milwaukee.
center, Giannis?
I thought he was.
I gotta double check him
There's
now.
not really
I feel like
any
they're
more
maybe-
center.
Yeah,
I like
I
that.
don't
You know who's a true legit center right now? There's only one guy that's actually plays old school, and it's the one from Denver. That's a beast. What's his name?
Boban.
Man,
I want Boban back.
Yeah.
he's like the main guy from Denver.
Guys,
He's like,
anybody?
Somebody hit us on the
Let me
comments.
Google.
oh, Jack will get it.
It'll
He's
take
a-
us a second to get it.
Okay.
Is he
Joe
an
says,
actual-
I think Gino, best Spurs guard of all time. Gino.
Ooh, you like that?
Gino
Guard.
best
I
friend.
almost
guard.
wore that jersey.
I have to go with Iceman on
For
that.
point guard?
Okay.
No,
That guy?
shooting guard for
Oh,
Manu.
shooting guard. Yes,
I'd have to go Iceman.
Jovic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Jovic.
Jovic.
Jovic is the only
Nikola
guy
Jovic.
that's a true center right now that plays the old school center.
Yeah.
But that was for that one question. Best what was it, shooting guard?
Spurs guard.
Best
you said
Spurs
Gino's
guard?
his best Spurs guard, but I have to go with George. I have to go with Iceman on that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I mean,
That's-
well, I don't know, because think about it. I mean,
Uh-oh.
think
Okay.
about like the way Manu changed the game, even in his time, right?
Right.
He introduced the Euro step.
Yeah,
He
for sure.
introduced so
The
much
two-step.
shit that it's like, wow, we never saw it. They were contemplating that's a travel. No,
Yeah.
it wasn't, right?
Yeah.
So I think I am gonna go with Manu.
Okay.
For
Yeah,
me,
I
I
think I
gotta
will
go
do.
with the 4-time scoring champ, Gervin.
All right.
Iceman. I
I
mean,
think we're split because I'm going to go Ginobili too.
All right.
all right, there you go. There you go, Gino. 2 Gino
Yeah.
and 2
2 and 2 on this.
Iceman.
You know what?
Yep.
Both guys who would be on an all-time great Spurs
Oh,
team.
yeah.
Yeah, most
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
So Mario's next comment here: love him or hate him,
Ugh.
John Stockton and Karl Malone were
Oh.
tough.
Yes,
they
they were.
sure were, and I
Yes, they
hated
were.
them.
Fuck those guys, Mario.
Fuck Malone for fucking that cheap shot to David. Fuck
Oh
him.
man.
I will say with those two guys, I'm glad they never won a ring. So
Yeah, I agree with
and
that.
another thing, John Stockton shouldn't have been in the dream team. Isaiah Thomas should have been
Yeah,
in the
agree
dream
with
team.
that. Agree with that.
Man, we're-
Michael
So-
said otherwise.
we are unbottling some shit right
Joe
now.
says Pickwell right there.
Man, nice.
Straight
Yeah,
from my
Pickwell
house.
Park. That was our
Yep.
fucking old stomping grounds right here.
Yes, sir, Joe. We know
Oh,
that place.
But you might have been a wee lad, Joe, watching these guys. Joe's a Highlands guy too.
Man, nice.
These guys are-
Islands
Alright.
here.
Uh, Mario says, "You young."
Wait, let me say
whippersnappers."
that. Mario's like, "You damn young whippersnappers." That's how Mario's saying it.
Joe had a great response right here. Look at Joe. Mario, as a Spurs fans, I hated Malone.
Yes,
Yeah.
agree. We
Fuck
all
Malone.
did.
Yep.
Yep.
But again, maybe it felt good to hate him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you need a rival.
Yes,
you
You
need
know,
a
for
piece.
the old Spurs fans, definitely we all hated
Fuck
Phoenix
that
and
dude.
Barkley.
Can we
Yeah.
say can we say
dude.
we all rooted real hard for Jordan in that series?
Oh,
We're
yeah.
like, beat
Yeah.
this motherfucker.
Yes.
Fuck that
Exactly.
guy.
Yeah. Fuck that guy.
Every moment was
My
great
big
when
thing,
Jordan was
my
balling on
huge
his
thing
ass.
against him was the cheap shot against Robinson.
Yeah.
That was my biggest
Yeah.
thing. Why I
And they
hated
didn't
the
even
guy.
throw Malone out in that
Right,
game.
yeah, that was my biggest thing I hated him for was that.
And Malone was known for throwing elbows.
Before I
He was
hated
dirty.
Malone because he was a great player.
Yeah.
But I hated him because of that cheap shot to David. That's why I was like, man,
Yeah.
fuck this guy.
You know what? And his diamond cutter was shit.
Man, nice. Dang,
Man.
good one. That's a
There
good
you go,
throwback.
from the
Yeah.
WCW
Yeah.
days. So let's see here.
Jeremy.
Jeremy's in the house.
What's up, Jeremy?
What's up, Jer?
What up, Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Joe says, yeah, my boy.
Man, Timmy
yes,
number
boy,
three.
Number 3 Timmy.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Anthony says, happy birthday.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Anthony.
Anthony.
We appreciate that, man. We appreciate happy birthday wish.
Crystal says, Michael Finley.
Yeah, happy
Finley.
Hey.
Okay, Rich says, I love Rich's comments. He says, Double A, go ahead.
Duncan was consistent. He shot the ball great, but when he needed to, he went into the paint. Duncan put the team on his back when it came down to
That's true.
Yep.
That's all
Yep.
true.
I
Love
agree with
that
that.
comment.
I agree with that.
Love that comment. Joe says, boy, I love the
Those old vets that won here.
Yep.
Yep.
nice.
Yeah. For
Yeah.
sure.
Kevin Willis.
Kevin
Kevin
Willis,
Willis,
Speedy.
Speedy Claxton.
4-2.
There you go.
Yep,
There you
Claxton.
go.
Crystal says, Kobe said himself he would have more rings if it wasn't for the Spurs.
Yep,
Yep.
exactly. My point.
Yep.
My point. Yep.
It's good to acknowledge
You could tell like
things.
all of these
Yeah.
are just everybody just legit Spurs fans.
Acknowledgement
you know?
is key, Kobe. Joe says that 2003 run was the best.
I'd have to go 05 when we beat the Pistons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think 05.
Detroit was the
Yeah.
I
toughest one
don't
we
like
had.
it because it wasn't with Dave, but
I know. I
but
know.
but it was the best. I think.
And you know, to the point of Kobe having more rings if it wasn't for the Spurs, we'd have more rings if it wasn't for the fucking .04 and fucking Ginobili.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh well, we've always said we should have won maybe 8 titles.
Oh yeah, for
7
sure,
or 8,
easy.
easily.
How many times did they were like, oh, y'all aren't big market? We're not-
Yeah, exactly. That
y'all
was
are
the
gonna
whole
get-
point,
Y'all are gonna
right?
get no calls.
That's why, honestly, they called the Spurs a quasi. What do you call it?
Small market?
No, when you
the little big town.
no,
Country band?
no, quasi dynasty.
Oh, quad.
So a
Oh,
quasi
fuck
dynasty meaning you are, but you're not. I'm like, no, fuck that. We are a dynasty.
It's weird
Fuck you
because they
guys.
consider Birds Celtics a dynasty.
Right.
And he didn't win back to back.
Well, also too,
Yeah.
remember how we've always said when they always say that Spurs are a small market. Well, yeah, I know it's a different sport.
I'm
What
like-
about Green Bay Packers? They only have
Yes.
and what is it, thousands?
I'm like,
in their,
hold on, wait.
right.
We're small market, but we're the 7th largest city in America.
In America.
Fuck you.
And Green Bay
Yeah.
is like what? Not even on the map.
Green Bay doesn't even have a fucking. They probably have like 250,000 people in their city, maybe.
And Austin is
Anyways.
like ours too. Like us and Austin, we're like two nuts.
Yeah, that's pretty much like Dallas Fort Worth. in
and
my
everyone
opinion.
loves Austin.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
Richard
don't,
says, I agree about Kobe being compared to Kobe. Am I?
What?
Rich, I think you meant something else, Rich.
Kobe being
Uh,
compared to Jordan, maybe.
Anthony says,
Yeah,
the boys
probably.
are
Yeah.
on. Anthony, that's right. Right
All
here.
right,
Yeah.
Anthony.
Holty Bear says, what's up,
up,
fellas?
John?
What's up, John?
OT.
Jeremy says, the boys are back in town.
The boys
That's
are
right,
back in
that's right.
town.
Love it.
Steve says, is there anyone like a Tim out there for the Spurs?
No.
No,
Right now,
Right now, no.
definitely no.
Not right now, big time.
No.
Rich says, I would say mine would be number 3, Duncan, number 2, Kareem, and number 1, Jordan.
Good choice.
That's a
Alright.
great, solid,
Yeah.
tight ass list, Rich.
Great
Really
choice,
good.
Richard.
We haven't talked about Kareem yet.
Right,
We're
yeah.
not done.
Yep.
So we're not done.
Steve says, true,
True
boy.
boy, 8
8
in a row.
in a row.
Mm.
And
Yep.
he's referring to Russell.
So yep, that no
Rick-
one talks about.
Yep.
Rich says, but LeBron has to jump teams, and he gives up with
He
defense.
does. He does.
He looks for a foul. He looks
To
for a
bail
foul
him
to
out.
bail him out. Don't get me wrong; he's a good player, but not in the category of the GOAT status.
Ooh.
Look at Durant. Couldn't win with OKC. Then he jumps to the Warriors and gets that ring.
So, Richard, you read my fucking mind, man, because my thing was this. When I was looking at I actually made a top 15 teams, right? And I'm a spoiler alert. I'm gonna say
Go ahead.
I put LeBron as I still think he's top 10, but I put him as number 10
Okay.
for that point. I'm like, if you can't fucking stick with your team and win titles, you don't fucking deserve to be in that fucking conversation.
Everyone here says the same thing. We hate the NBA right now because that's all that's happening. In fact, I think it makes it very fucking boring. It makes it very boring because you're only watching 3 or 4
well, I think that's why a lot of us have probably stopped watching basketball. And if you think about it,
big time. It killed
even the All-Star games is like you're picking their friends.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
When I was watching those Bill Russell videos, one of the things they were saying, they were like, oh, well, some of the arguments are that there were only 7 teams in the league. Guess what, guys? There's really only 7 teams in the league right now.
Yeah, really, right now. We think about it, yeah.
We've reverted back to that only by you trying to create these fucking sorry-ass super
I hate to say it, but I think a lot of this generation is not going to certain players are not going to be remembered.
No,
like when you talk about Durant, no one talks about his championships because everyone knows he couldn't win at Oklahoma.
So he jumped over to
everyone is afraid to be that Charles Barkley.
Yes.
Right.
Because they make fun of Charles Barkley so much on inside the NBA that everyone does not want to be Charles Barkley.
That's shit.
Yeah.
It is.
Don't you think? Yeah, I think so too. It's
and
at least Charles didn't go. He did try to go.
He got desperate. He got desperate, just like Malone. Yeah. But that was at the end of their career. Yeah. But for the boat, they stayed loyal to their teams.
But you know what?
Don't forget about Latrell Sprewell.
Spree.
On my top 15, I actually have Barkley as 13.
Oh wow!
So
yeah.
But
what about Sean Kemp?
Ooh, the Rain Man.
Sean Kemp with Seattle.
That was our cousin Frank's guy.
That guy could dunk.
Sean Kemp was he was legit.
There you go.
For 7 years, Sean Kemp was great.
Yeah.
Jeremy, the young guy here in the crowd, says, talking about super teams, the Brooklyn Nets are a menace now. KD, Kyrie, and Harden. Back then, players were trying to take the team to the championship by themselves. Now it's players whining and crying, trying to get out of and talking to other superstars.
I love stuff like that because Jeremy wasn't even around, obviously, during the Barkley years.
Jeremy is 18 years old and he's saying that.
Yeah.
Fucking smart comment, man. Yeah. I love that shit right there.
But
that's it. Everybody wants to buy a fucking championship now, or try to buy a championship.
And that's why they're not remembered. Like Anthony Davis,
good adult men in your life, Jeremy.
That's a point. Anthony Davis is not going to be remembered right now because he had to.
No. In fact, they're fucking their own legacy.
Yes,
they are.
I thought he was great with the Pelicans, but now it's like he's an afterthought on the Lakers.
Honestly, no, I don't even think he was that great with the Pelicans because he didn't take them anywhere.
Well, when he was there, I wouldn't have minded him here.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But now it's like,
well, this is the new fat too, guys. Besides these guys buying championships, now the new fat that Anthony Davis started, that Harden did, was now if you're unhappy on your team, now you stop playing and you demand a trade.
Not
now
in the comics. Yeah. No, I hear you.
I hear you with that and the NBA needs to stop, and owners need to stop caving in on players when they give up on their team midway in the season. You got a contract to fulfill. You need to fulfill. Look at Harden. He followed exactly what Davis did. Mm-hmm. He pretty much refused to play for Houston, or if he played, he wasn't wearing
He said Houston's not going anywhere. Yeah. I was like, wow, really? You're number one guy?
That's the dangerous new fat that we got right now.
What happened back when they blocked that Chris Paul trade? Why aren't they doing that more, the NBA? You blocked that one trade when Chris Paul's trying to go join up with Kobe. But now everyone else can just fucking.
And not only that, but not only are you caving in to these players dumping on your team, but now you're rewarding them by actually sending them to the team that they want.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So, NBA, I think that's why a lot of us have stopped watching the NBA in reality because
I find it very boring now.
It's millionaires, demanding. They're more powerful than the coach and the team owners.
And I think that kind of happened with what's his name? That was the Spurs, and he went off. That was bitching.
Kawhi.
Yeah, Kawhi. I'm like, we should have fucking said, you know what, bitch? You're gonna go to fucking, I don't know, whatever.
Well, that's kind of what Pop did, and kind of backfired as he went to Toronto and he still won.
Pop should have really got his.
But then also to remember, there was a lot of players not available either.
Yeah, there really wasn't.
But draft picks is what I would have really went for.
Yeah, I mean the whole situation. So let's see. Rich says Bill Russell is a great player as well as he was known for his defense and the rebounds. He made his most points in the playoffs. I forgot about him.
You reminded him about
Bill Russell. Rich says, but during the Duncan era, our defense was unstoppable.
It was pretty damn good.
We were like a main defensive squad.
We were really.
Well, we definitely were the blueprint of what the NBA.
Oh yeah, the team basketball, right? Because of us.
Jeremy says, I mean, Jordan had to be begged to join the Dream Team, and even when he did, the guys on the team were trying to outshine each other. It took a while for them to finally play like a team.
They all wanted to be the number one guy.
Yeah, love
but
that.
Karl Malone says it's like we're all our main guys on our squad.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
That was an entire team made up of guys that were number one on their squad. Because that's what it meant to win. That's what it meant to win.
He wanted to, like Carl says, I wanted Charles Barkley. You know, Magic says I wanted to play against Michael Jordan.
If I'm Anthony Davis or any of these other guys, I don't want to be a role player. I want to be the
main
top
one on
guy.
my team.
You know what I mean? These guys will never make it in the WWE because what does Vince say? Don't come if you don't want to be the main guy. The top
and that's why I don't think so far these guys are going to be remembered.
I think a lot of these guys are like, you know what? It's hard to win a title. So if I have to be the second or third guy to win a ring, I don't give a shit.
Double A said they just want to have
they want to have the hardware. That's
well, remember, these guys are already getting past 30 now. Yeah. Now they're getting desperate. They got the money.
In basketball,
so they want that easy ring now.
I'm sure if you guys check eBay, you NBA players out there trying to get a ring, you can probably find one.
Yeah,
well, I'm sure you can afford it.
Who sold their Super Bowl ring? Was it Dave Megan?
No, there's not a lot.
Yeah, that sold Super Bowl rings. I'm like, wow.
Hey, look at Hope.
Yeah. Oh, Holt says Big Dave, 71 points.
Yeah, that's right.
There's one right
there. I remember I
because
that game didn't televise on TV. I listened to it while I was playing basketball
outside.
Yeah, I was watching basketball or listening it on the radio playing basketball outside that year.
Wait a minute. Joe has a great comment. He says, no, dude, you got to look at Tim pre-meniscus tear. He couldn't move as good as Dave. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. If you let Tim go, Tim was a beast.
So now we're even up. What, 2 comments so far? Now it's Tim 3, 3 David.
But look at what Richard says.
Dang, I think Duncan would still win only because Tim didn't have to go into the paint to score. Tim
played smart ball.
Well, you got to remember too, Rich. Remember, Robinson could shoot too. Good point, but Robinson was a shooter as well.
All right, so question, real quick question: who would you say was better at the free throw line?
Tim. David.
I would say Dave.
Oh, Dave.
I would say Dave.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
right.
Dave.
So,
Joe says, look at what Hakeem did to Dave. Tim was better than that. You know what?
Well, yes and no.
Now you maybe want to think about Tim versus Hakeem.
Yes and no.
No, because that was only that playoff.
Right, that playoff.
If you see Hakeem, Olajuwon never did that again.
Right.
You know, and
I think it's because Dave was just too antsy.
Well, not just that, but it's like everything we keep reading. It's like people choose to ignore this. Dave was guarded by 3 Houston Rockets.
That's right.
When Olajuwon was doing the offense, it was only Dave.
Right. Yep.
That was it. Can you imagine that seeing 3 Rockets on Dave?
Right.
But Olajuwon, it was just.
Do they even triple team LeBron? Who gets triple team, boy?
No.
Right. Now
because the Rockets,
beast.
The
Dave was a beast.
Yes.
The Rockets are smart enough to know that, hey, Dave's not going to beat us. Let's make them beat us.
Right.
So they triple team Dave.
Right. Dave could beat us. We don't.
And that's where, unfortunately, our guys around the playoffs.
The Rockets, though, we had to stay with all of them because they could shoot everywhere.
And that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, our players always
could not get help.
Our players were good in the regular season, but come playoffs, Elliott and all of them froze up.
Avery is not known as a defensive point guard. He's not really even known as a real
Chuck
point
Person?
guard. I don't even. Man,
the rifleman.
You know, Dennis Rodman wasn't going to help.
We were getting fucking killed by like Cassell, man.
Yeah, but they were
Cassell, alien.
But these guys were dangerous shooters. You couldn't leave Robert Horry open. You couldn't leave Sam Cassell.
Bad old memories.
You couldn't leave Mario Elie open.
I'm going to go kind of bold and even say I think Olajuwon was beating Tim Duncan too. I mean that's Olajuwon at his peak.
You know, now I'm getting offended. I'm getting offended on my show.
I mean, I hate saying stuff like that, but man, Olajuwon is one guy.
Beats Tim.
Wow. I don't know.
You know what? Cut him off, Jack. He's cut off.
How many of you had already, boy?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
John says he's an admiral.
He was an admiral, an actual admiral in the U.S. Navy.
The fact that he's a fucking vet, that's what Dave wins.
Matter of fact, he took that, but he had to complete that shit before he decided to go to the Spurs.
Joe says 03 Tim against Shaq. That's why he would win. Because, like you said,
he fucking clowned all over him.
You think Hakeem could beat Shaq?
He did. He beat him.
And he did.
Because we got to think about. Remember, you got to think about Shaq. Don't think about Shaq and the fucking Lakers.
Shaq.
What Shaq and the fucking?
We swept Shaq too.
Ewing. Well, look, Olajuwon beat Dave, Shaq, and Ewing. I think like 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And mind you,
maybe you are a contender for underrated.
Right. And mind you, Orlando Shaq was supposed to be his fastest, athletic, because he got lazy with the Lakers. or he was just staying under paint. Orlando Shaq
Yes,
was
right.
all over the place.
If Jordan hadn't took off those 2 years,
That's the
I know, that-
Elijah wouldn't
that's
have
the-
those
Well,
rings.
that's
There's
the
my
dream
man over there,
matchup.
right there. I see Dave right there.
Yep.
You should have put him on top of Elijah.
Yep.
Double A.
It,
Okay.
definitely Olajuwon's one of the most respected centers that has fans. Like even all of us Spurs fans. I mean, Olajuwon was legit.
I
Never talked
have
trash.
a little bit of broken heart. I need to read more comments to get this broken
Let's,
heart. All right, let's see. Joe said 2003 Shaq. That's why he went. Rich says Robinson was great, but
He was the iconic center. You get the center out of the paint. Duncan can score easily.
nice. Crystal says we were very lucky to have Tim
Oh yeah.
and experience
Oh,
all our
definitely.
championships.
We really
Totally.
shouldn't even have had to. We got super lucky that day.
Yeah, we
Totally,
did.
totally.
Because he could have been at Boston giving them more titles.
Yeah.
Love that comment, Crystal. Joe says, Tim, staying is why we all still have basketball here. Totally. Rich says, yes, they did a great comeback. Spurs defense picked up in the second quarter.
Yep.
Holt says, maybe Ewing got rid of that if he got rid of that. Spreewell, he says. I mentioned Spree earlier too, Holt. Great comment. Oh shit. I think I'm
Yeah. Steve, go back to
I'm sorry, I moved
right there.
There we go.
Latrell.
Steve says, Chuck, I met the Iceman at Channel 4 on the corner of
Nice.
Navarro and St. Mary's, making a delivery to Channel 4. He was very cool and signed my shirt.
Nice.
He's a badass.
Nice, Steve.
Steve, that's
Nice.
Hey, you got the ice.
You know,
Steve, I want to
Steve-
see that autograph, Steve.
Yeah, Steve, you know, there
Damn.
was always a true fact that Iceman, he will always carry the famous poster that we have back here. He would
Damn.
carry stacks of those posters
Really?
in his trunk, and all you had
Supposed,
to do was go up to him and he'd give you a poster and
his
signed it.
N0 car.
That fucking sign would be awesome.
I don't know if he still
fucking
does that,
frame
but
that
he used to
shit.
do that.
John says, "Happy birthday, motherfuckers!"
Happy
Yeah.
birthday, motherfucker. Thank you, man. We appreciate
I wonder
it.
how much beer John's drank.
I know. And if you haven't had that much, John, drink some fucking more. He's probably drinking liquor out of his own liquor.
Or he
cabinet.
might be at your house drinking.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Probably cheap. Might be my house.
Or he's
Are you at my
downstairs.
house, John?
He's downstairs at
He's-
Triple A, Double A's.
Yeah, he's waiting here to burst in a double A.
He's been down here
He's
the whole
going
time.
to my liquor cabinet right now.
Rich says, okay,
Ooh.
Jordan in his prime versus Kobe.
Ooh.
Who wins?
Jordan.
And Holty Bear to that says Jordan.
I agree with Hope.
Holt also says, who are those old guys in the back? Those old guys from the Muppets. He's talking about
Yeah.
Jack.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey, hey, don't talk about Russell and Chamberlain like that. Come
Rich,
on, y'all. Respect the
Rich.
dead.
Real quick, hold on, Tim. Rich, I'd have to go maybe still Michael on that one.
Yeah.
That dude was super explosive, and he was a much better shooter than Kobe.
What I always like to say sometimes, and I think this is a factor, and this came up when I mentioned Bill Russell as my number 3, and I didn't get to mention this, is that one of the things that I kind of heard and learned when I was doing my research is that they said Tim Duncan and Shaq had Bill Russell to learn from. Bill Russell had no one to learn from. Bill Russell was like the innovator.
Okay.
So that was very cool. When it comes to Jordan and Kobe, I feel that same way. That's why I picked Jordan. The question, Jack, is Jordan versus Kobe in their
In primes.
primes, who would win? I'm also going to say Michael Jordan.
Us three
because
said Jordan.
I say Jordan.
it's almost like that situation. That's for Jordan's Rich. It's almost like that situation where it's like I say, where the men don't have the heart to fight against their general. It's
But
like,
man, it'd be a damn good.
oh yeah,
one-on-one.
he would want to
Oh, yeah.
win. He'd want to win real bad, Kobe, but I don't think that he
Put it-
would. Jordan is
They're
on
about the
another
same
level.
size, but
Yeah,
I think
right.
Jordan's better on defense.
Yeah, agree.
Oh, also you missed Holt say that you and Boy were the old guys from the Muppets in the back.
Man,
I told
nice.
him to respect the dead.
Yeah, that's
you know?
right.
I forget
old
their
guys.
names all the time. They have like really like
Yeah, they do.
I mean, I'm gonna check it right now.
Somebody look up the Muppet guys.
I'm looking at them right now.
Okay.
Richard answered the question about the.
Oh, the Jovic.
Yeah. Then he says being compared to Jordan.
I guess John
Holt,
says
he
John
says John
Stockton.
Maybe that was
Probably
our
his name
maybe
is
that was our dream team. Isaiah
Yeah.
Thomas, John Stockton.
Oh,
maybe?
okay.
Crystal says
So real quick, Stalter and Waldorf. are the old men.
Stalter
Yeah.
and Waldorf. Yeah, very cool. Crystal says Game 7 against Detroit. Tim decided we weren't going to lose. He put us
Yep.
on his back that game.
But Crystal,
Yep.
Game 5 was all Robert Ory.
No, we should have lost. If we lost that game at
Yeah.
Detroit, we would have lost here in San Antonio.
Crystal says it's because Barkley is an ass. No one says I don't want to be a Steve.
Damn. I
Love
like that,
that.
Crystal.
Love that.
Rich says I would pick Charles Barkley over Durant anytime.
I'm with you, Rich.
Second that.
I'm with you.
I would.
Barkley was like David. He played in the in the paint,
Yeah.
and wasn't afraid to give that foul and play
Nope,
like hard
he sure
ball.
wasn't.
No.
Shit, Barkley would have been thrown out in so many games if he was in today's game.
One of the things I've always liked about Charles Barkley, one of our good friends, Ray, always says, unrightfully so. Anyway, Rich says, LeBron couldn't play through the cramps and had to be carried off. Jordan played with the high fever, lost the ball.
Yes.
And you know what I learned? The loss of his dad. Loss of dad, huge. Well, what we found out is that it wasn't the flu. He had fucking food poisoning.
No.
From the
He had COVID. They didn't want to say it back then, but he had COVID.
Oh my god.
breaking news. Anyway,
Breaking news.
have you guys
Right
ever,
here.
has anyone here had food poisoning?
Yeah,
Yes.
I've had it once.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It's like you're throwing up, but you're on the toilet because you're
Right.
shitting too. So
It's
both-
coming out both ends.
The fact that Jordan played through when I learned that it was that and not, he said it in the documentary that it was that.
What was
flu.
it that he ate pizza the night
Yeah,
before?
and he thought that the pizza
On the
fucking
last
poisoned. It was
dance,
the only
right?
thing open.
Oh,
They
and that's where the
poisoned.
conspiracy was. Was it one of the Utah
Yeah,
pizza was poisoning him?
Yeah.
don't fucking eat Utah pizza. Fucking who gets pizza at Utah? Fuck.
Richard
Jordan.
says players just want to ring. They don't love the game like the older players.
Exactly.
Gosh, great,
Right. Agreed.
great
Great
statement.
point. Great point.
Exactly.
Jeremy says, "Man,
The flu game was insane.
Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay,
there we go.
I watched highlights and Jordan was just unstoppable.
Yep.
Yep.
Just killing it.
Shit. Sorry. More comments are coming in. That's why.
Just killing it on offense and defense.
We saw those live, and we still
Yeah,
remember
oh,
it.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
To this day.
and Jeremy, don't forget
Yeah.
that. Like I just said right now, it was not flu. It was food poisoning. If you've ever had that shit,
It was
I've had it
COVID.
3 times, and it's the fucking worst. One time, I think it was Chipotle.
It was COVID. Wait, what year was it?
When I had Chipotle and gave me food
No, when
poisoning.
we had the flu slash.
It was
98.
either 97
All
or
right, so
98.
it was COVID 98. What the fuck it was?
John says he has 2 beers and he's drinking alone.
Oh shit! Sorry.
And then Crystal says, what about LeBron coming back from being down 3-1? The only team to come back. That was pretty damn
That was
impressive.
impressive.
Hey,
He beat
Crystal.
I think that was Golden
Crystal.
State.
Right, Crystal.
Wait, I know.
That's what I
Crystal,
say
I know
about
Crystal's
him.
not a LeBron.
Oh, I know, but
But
yeah.
I've sat around the
Yeah.
TV with her and heard her scream at
Now,
her.
that
Yeah,
one
but
we-
that-
that
is
one-
impressive. I'm not
That
gonna
one we've
lie.
all
Yeah.
agreed. I mean, that
Right.
was huge.
All right,
going
guys,
back
Because
to
think
the-
about it, the time the Warriors were what 73 win team
Yeah.
that year.
Yes, they were.
To come back,
Yeah.
it's like everybody just
and
pegged
that's
them
why
as
no one
winning.
remembers the 71 season
Yeah, for
because
sure.
of that.
All right.
All right,
We
guys.
answered all those comments.
Man,
All
great
those-
questions. Great
Great
questions and
questions.
comments
Great
for
question.
sure.
Gosh, love the
Now
conversation.
we are going to go down to our number
Number
one.
Number one.
All right.
Drum roll.
Number one.
going around the board
Number
here.
one.
Guys, if you've been joining us on Facebook Live, then you know that you missed a great piece of the conversation. All the great comments from all the great Friday Nighters, all the Friday Night Faithful. Guys, go listen to the YouTube and hit subscribe and don't miss a single second of what happened during the time that, we turned it off and we have to come back. So now we're back here with you guys, the audio listeners. And again, we're talking all things. Who is the NBA GOAT? Great comments again from the Friday Night Faithful. Thank y'all so much. Please continue to comment. Please continue to write in. We're loving everything you guys are saying. Some great conversations came out of there. Jack even went to the bathroom. That was pretty cool. If you missed it.
Had to go pee.
But
Loving every minute of it.
guys, we're into the nitty gritty. The number one.
This is it.
We've done our number 2s. Now I'm gonna take the reins.
I didn't take a number 2. I went number 1 over there.
Did-
Oh, we're talking about right.
You took a
rating.
You took a LeBron. You took a LeBron.
Yeah.
No, LeBron was 10 for me. So
I thought
yeah.
it was number 2.
no.
I just think it's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
just-
Well, good point. Good point. Yeah.
Anyway, guys, so I'm gonna go first because I
Okay.
don't like gonna go last because I don't like people lingering on my thoughts on this.
How about we just go around the table and
Yeah,
double A could be last.
We'll go
Okay.
around that way.
Yeah.
All right. So number 1, we did our number 3 and 2s. For me, number 3, Bill Russell, 11-time champion, great rival in Wilt Chamberlain. The man wore a black suit so he could bury his opponents. The Mortician.
Nice.
He was the Undertaker before there was an Undertaker. Shit's
He
pretty
was Paul
fucking
Bearer
badass.
before he was Paul Bearer.
Yeah, pretty fucking cool. A little bit of trash talk there. My number 2, the greatest Spur of all time, Tim Duncan.
Nice.
Probably my favorite player of all time because I got to watch his whole career from the town that I'm from my favorite team, and watch him win 5 titles with us, which these guys right here that I'm sitting with right now, amongst you other guys out there. And it was fucking amazing. I got to
Mhm.
live in a city of champions because of Tim Duncan. Thank you forever. TD21. I love you. I love that you love comics. And even though that you're not super polite, you know what I mean, that's fine. But my number one of all time.
Wait. You said from the town you're from, Tim Duncan. I'm like, you're from St. Croix?
Well,
wow, I didn't know that.
He's from the town that I'm, and the truth is, I'm not really from here per se, but I can.
That's right. That's right.
I'm like Sean Hickenbottom, Shawn Michaels. He was actually born in Michigan. Huh. See, I was born in Georgia, but I don't remember it because I was military.
Okay, right? Yeah,
so, yeah.
Man, nice. I didn't know that about you.
Yeah.
CM, well, awesome.
I'm an import.
Are you an importer exporter?
Oof. Offshore.
Okay, all right.
Guys,
sorry, go ahead.
If you didn't already know, I got the jersey on right here. My number one pick, the greatest of all time. It fucking ain't no news. It ain't like it ain't somebody else that didn't know basketball wasn't going to pick this person. So number one, the greatest of all time, his airness. Number 23. Where's it at? Just see my fat guy
right there.
There we go. The chair. There we go. Thank you. Michael Jordan. MJ. North Carolina.
Air Jordan.
I mean, guys, I don't really even know what to say.
The richest basketball player of all time.
He has his own shoe.
Yeah.
When I was 9 years old, I started playing basketball at courts in California with my dad on the military base. I was having a great time. But I was like, we're playing sports. That's fun. But what about like kind of watching sports? I never really watched sports up till I was 9. I would call these guys on the phone with my mom and they would be talking. Double A was a baby probably, but I'd be talking with you and your brother Will. We would talk and they would say this. And Will would ask me questions because these guys are obviously huge, lifelong Spurs fans. They'd say, are you watching basketball? Blah, blah, blah. I said, well, not really. So I wanted to watch it and see. So I started watching. And the man that pretty much inspired me, that made me love basketball, was Michael Jordan. I mean, fuck, even the Gatorade commercial, the Be Like Mike, the shit would be like, damn, man, I really do want to be like this dude. I always
probably the remember the commercial? I mean, I know it was later on, but and it was a great commercial with MJ where he played older MJ played like young MJ in the commercial, and then
love that.
Yeah, and then
that was years later.
North Carolina MJ came in.
Well,
that was a great fucking commercial. Yeah. I'm like, nobody's made a commercial that badass in the NBA.
Nobody can make a
commercial. They can't. Right, they can't.
Thank
right,
you, sir.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can anybody say Space Jam?
Space Jam. I always tell this story too. When I was a kid, in 1973, my dad got out of the military. We came back to San Antonio, where my parents are from. And one of the things he was like, I'm going to get you something, leaving California, come home, buy you a present. I said, I want Jordans. Could not have Jordans. We could not afford Jordans. That was not something I got. Yeah. My dad bought me a pair of, they were white Jordans.
Shit, I still remember those.
I loved them. I loved them so much that I never fucking wore them. And I outgrew them.
Nice.
And so I didn't get to wear them a lot. When I finally got old enough that they were doing all the re-releases, I rebought those same Michael Jordan shoes. I own them to this day. I love them. My girlfriend says they look stupid like space shoes. So I don't get to wear them out a lot because she.
So y'all are separated now, right?
What happened to those shoes?
You know what? I don't remember what happened to the old pair. I think they might have just got whatever.
Y'all are separated now, right? You meant to say your ex-girlfriend?
They're the current, sadly, you know what I mean? But she just says they look weird, like moon shoes or something. But I think they are the Space Jam shoes.
You're like, to the moon, Alice?
Yeah. They're white. They're fucking awesome. I love them. And watching Michael Jordan
those were a nice pair.
Yeah, they were.
I think my favorite ones of his, I never owned any, was probably the 1990 ones, the all black high tops.
Oh, those are badass.
Those are the ones that had the two on the tongue, had the two squares?
Yeah, or those red.
Right. Yeah.
Beads or black ones.
Yeah.
I love the first ones now. The 88, 89 ones. The first
ones for the rookie ones. Those were really
those
badass.
were fucking great.
84, 85.
So that's just those things about Michael.
And that's
Jordan.
just a little appetizer of Michael Jordan.
Right.
Yeah.
I never bought a sports DVD. I would watch these guys sports videos. We would be watching sports videos all together. But the first sports DVD that I ever bought was the Ultimate Michael Jordan one. The silver
Ultimate
package.
Oh yes, the box.
And man, I would watch the shit out of it. It had his top 10 dunks. I fucking loved it.
I
Love
mean,
Michael Jordan. His contributions to the game are 17.
Yeah, I mean, 30-point average for his whole career, 32,000 points, 6-time champion, a 5-time MVP, pretty much all in the 90s, 6-time finals MVP, 10-time scoring champion, a 3-time steals leader. I mean, the guy is insane.
Of course. I mean, we all talk about that debate. if Houston would, if he wouldn't have retired, would he have won those two as well?
And I'm gonna talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say too, that I want to say this might be a theme of what I'm talking about with Russell to Duncan to Jordan, is that I like to think that Jordan played both ways, offense and defense.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think he's one of the only guys to have the defensive player of the year.
Gary Payton, I know.
Right.
Or what was it for, like forwards or guards?
And this isn't an award that these other guys you love win. Your Kobe's and your LeBrons, they don't win that award. They don't get that. But Michael Jordan
during his reign of MVPs, he was averaging 29 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, a couple of steals, while shooting 48% from the field. So scoring 29 points and shooting 48%, that's pretty crazy.
And I believe, and boy, maybe you can help me here, but I believe that when he won that Defensive Player of the Year award, he was also the scoring title winner that year. I think he's the only one to ever do it. So that means not only is he scoring the most points here, but he's also the best defensive player. Yeah. You're truly playing both ends of the fucking court the whole fucking season. Mm-hmm. That's insane to think about.
And he got one of the big compliments when he scored 61 against Bird at Boston Gardens. Mm-hmm. Where they asked Bird afterwards, and Bird was like, "I think that was God disguised as Michael Jordan."
That's my favorite.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Larry Bird was never one to give compliments.
Nope.
Because Larry Bird's a fucking badass.
Yeah, he is.
So that is awesome to hear. Mm-hmm. Gold medalist. I mean,
gold medalist, finals MVP, All-Star MVP,
Rookie of the Year,
finals MVP, Rookie of the Year.
You name it, he won.
The biggest athlete in the world, probably in the 90s for sure.
I mean, he definitely even won a gold medal
time. I would say biggest
before
all
the Dream
time
Team.
In terms of everything, right? Like,
I mean,
he has his own shoes, right? Yeah. He has his own shoes.
His own
he has his own Airman,
which is still popular. Right,
still very popular to even people that don't really follow him. People wearing Jordans.
Yeah, I mean the LeBron shoe, the Kobe shoe. None of these other guys.
No, they don't take off like the Jordans. They don't have it.
People are buying Jordans and not even wearing them. People are buying Jordans.
It's a collectible,
and fucking showcasing.
To your point, a logo. Does LeBron have his own logo? Does Kobe have his own logo? No. Jordan has the iconic leg split open logo.
I think they have a logo, but it's not like Jordan.
I mean, I don't remember the logo.
When you think of Jordan, the Michael Jordan logo sits alongside McDonald's, Coca-Cola.
Yeah. You know it. I think
Disney,
it's even in the Monopoly game.
Yeah.
I think you can like own that logo.
Right. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to see LeBron Space Jam compared to Jordan's.
Again, another comparison.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that.
Already, we've seen how that's garbage.
Right.
But guys,
so that's your Jordan, number one.
I love him. For many, many years, I only owned 2 jerseys at all. One of them was this Michael Jordan jersey, and the other one was a Tim Duncan jersey. My favorite sport and my 2 favorite players of all time.
Yep.
And very proud and happy and honored to have.
And you definitely could go on and on with Michael Jordan.
Yeah, and again, but I want to give everyone here a chance. Boy,
hold on. Oh, actually, I want to go next because I know who are your 2 and 3 again.
Mine was Michael Jordan was number 3, and Wilt Chamberlain was number 2.
All right, so Jordan was your number 3. Jordan was your number 2. Am I right? Okay, so I want to let them 2 talk last because I'm curious who the hell their number 1 is.
Okay, great.
Because similar to you, my number 1 is Jordan.
Okay,
so awesome. Again, I look at all the things you spoke about. We don't have to, reiterate all that shit.
That way, I'm wondering if we.
I think we got the same guy.
We picked the same guy.
So my thing is this. The other thing besides all that is, again, I know you kind of spoke on this a little bit earlier, boy, was who does that, right? Who does 2 3-peats? Who else has ever done 2 3-peats?
Just Russell. I want to say he's the only one that has more than one.
Well, right. But I mean, he has 8 in a row. Yes. We said that 8 in a row, right?
We're talking about basketball.
But
only,
somebody,
Russell.
again, let's think about this. Somebody who did a 3-peat said, "Hey, I'm gonna take some time off," and then came back and did a 3-peat again.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Jack's making that argument, and Russell's like, "No, but I want 8 in a row." He's like,
yeah, but no,
yeah. 3-peat.
Yeah, no, I'm like Russell. Yeah,
I can't win.
I know. But my thing is this. I'm like Russell. Yeah, you did right. You had 8 in a row, but you kept playing, so you kept sharpening your skills. This man said, "Hey, I'm going to go play some baseball."
Yeah.
And then he came back and said, "I'm going to go back to basketball," and still won 3 in a row. So he didn't win. He didn't lose any of his greatness, right?
Sure.
Okay. So also think about the Bulls when he left. How many titles did they win when he was gone?
No, they didn't.
0. The man comes back 3 in a row.
Yeah.
The only reason Scotty has 6 is because of Jordan.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course.
And then so I go back to his flu / food poisoning, which I'm going to say is COVID. early COVID before we knew about
Oh
it,
my
right?
goodness.
Breaking news.
Again,
And it was caught by Yao Ming.
yeah,
Yao
Ming brought it
was,
in, yeah.
21.
So
Take it easy,
he
guys.
comes in, and he plays like nobody's fucking business doing that. Also, this man was so great, Jordan, that he can go up and just be like, I don't want to dunk. I'm going to do a fucking crazy ass layup.
Oh my god!
Right. So he was just at that point, he was just like, yeah, let me see what I can do that I don't normally do.
Right.
So who else
Right.
does that? Who else has been like, you know what? I don't want to do this. I'm going to do this on the fly. Nobody. LeBron can't say that. Kobe could not say that. None of these guys could say that. I got bored, so I'm going to go left-handed and do a layup.
Right.
Because we know that game. Jordan could easily dunk that shit.
Oh yeah.
And then there was that one game, and I want to say it was against the Blazers. We kept draining threes. Where
Yeah.
he was like,
Yeah, when somebody dared
Yeah.
him that
Right,
he wasn't
yeah.
a 3-point.
right, and he's like, fuck it, you know.
I think they call it the shrug game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the shrug game, right? Yeah,
I'm
and I
like,
remember watching that
And
game
that was
with
to
my
the late Clifford Robinson.
yeah. I remember
That's
watching
right.
that game
his
with my
games.
mom.
His games have names.
Yes, and we were just like in awe because we were like, holy shit, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why I put Jordan as number one for those reasons.
Okay.
Everything you said, plus again the things that I just brought up because I'm like nobody else is going to come close to that. I get that people have more rings than him, right? Bill Russell, they have more
Sure.
rings,
No,
but.
totally.
Again, when we look at his era, and again, I know we talked about eras earlier, but he played in one of the toughest eras. In the fact that
Absolutely,
you
on
can get
that.
away with murdering a guy. Look at Malone; he fucking Robinson, and didn't even get thrown out of the game.
Yeah.
So he played in a league where it was like, you know what, it was okay to just beat the shit up out of a guy, and it was okay.
Well, yeah, he was one of those guys.
Yeah.
He was. To be fair, he
The
was.
Jordan rule.
Right, he
from
was.
the
He
Pistons.
was.
rules? What Jordan rules?
Yeah.
Hey,
exactly.
they're not Jordan rules; those are the NBA rules.
What is that? Something you guys made up?
Yeah, you guys made that shit up on a fly.
Yeah.
So
and
that's why I put him as my number one of all time.
Okay.
Yeah.
great
Right.
reasons, Jack.
You know, for me and Double A, I want somebody to do a countdown to 3, 2, 1 and see if we actually have
So
the
who's
same
next?
one.
Who wants to go
You know
next?
what?
Oh no, I
You know
want
what?
to. I
I'm
want to
for it.
say it
I'm
at the
for it.
same time.
I'm gonna let-
I'm
okay.
curious
I'm
if
gonna
it's the
I'm gonna
same.
let Boy
Interesting.
talk.
Wait. Interesting. He said he wants both of them to say at the same
Like somebody
time.
give me a countdown.
I got you. I'm gonna do the countdown.
Okay. Go ahead.
When you are done, I'm gonna let you talk
Right,
first.
yeah,
but I want to
go
hear what
ahead,
you're gonna
yeah,
say.
yeah.
Okay, so same time, guys. You're gonna hear her. These guys are real.
Okay,
Wait.
These are
Double
real
A.
players.
If it's the
CM.
guy we're thinking of, last name only, not
Just
the
the
first
last name?
name, just the
All right.
last
So
name.
Sam, real quick, just side bet.
Mhm.
Do you think they're gonna say the same name or different? I'm gonna go different name.
I'm gonna go same.
Okay, same. All right.
Same.
Because I went different. You
I like this.
freaking jerk. All right, go.
We got to make this show exciting here.
Sure, sure.
We're trying
Right.
to sell a
Yeah,
narrative
I
here.
got you.
Okay.
Okay.
Test your
So-
money.
So
Yeah.
if you're
Cheers.
for those of you just joining in and catching up, okay, Double A and his oldest brother, Boy, are gonna name their number one.
Metal Boy.
Their number one NBA player goats. They're gonna name them at the same time. I'm gonna
Last
do a
name
3,
only.
2, 1 countdown. Last name only. None of us know what was on each other's list.
Mm-mm.
I think we only provided our 2s and 3s. I think
Right,
to
so
Double
far.
A so that he could get the pictures ready. So we don't know. Jack doesn't know, and I don't know. And Jack says he thinks that they're going to pick different names. I say that they're going to pick the same name.
All right.
This is the 1 year anniversary of the Just Another Friday Night.
And then
Podcast.
also, I'm curious. Okay, if they pick the same, I'm curious if their reasonings are the same. And this is just me being curious.
All right,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
I'm curious about your
My curiosity, yeah, okay,
exactly.
all right.
I'm curious what makes you so curious.
That's right.
All right, guys, right here on the Giant Size Annual NBA edition of the Just Another Friday Night
1
Podcast.
year.
1 year.
Woo!
All these guys we're talking about have multiple titles, except us. We just got the one right now. So we're working on
That's
it.
okay.
We're
You're working on
We're
it.
keeping it going. We're keeping it going.
Hey, you have
Guys.
more than Barkley and Malone and Stockton. So okay, sorry. Go ahead.
There you go. All right. Double A. Boy. After I say 1, at the same time, name the last name of your number 1 greatest NBA player of all time. In 3, 2, 1.
Jabbar.
Oh! They were
Right here,
the
Cat.
same.
Wow.
Cat right here.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. All right. All right.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, firstly known as Lou Alcindor.
Yep.
Yep.
Uh,
Before he.
You go ahead and I'll
Converted
just
to-
follow
Yes.
up on.
Yeah,
I'm more sure
it's
we're
a
going to say
muscle.
the same.
But before he fought Bruce Lee as well.
That's right. You're
What
absolutely
movie?
right about that.
What movie?
Game of Death.
There you go.
Wow. Nice.
Who's
Good.
going
I didn't
first?
remember
You're
that
letting
one.
Double A go first?
Yes,
All right.
because I'm more sure he's probably going to say the same stuff
Okay.
that I probably want to think.
So,
And then I have a reason to combat that. But go
one
ahead.
of the greatest centers, 6-time champion, the only 6-time MVP in league history,
Mhm.
Shit.
2-time finals MVP, 2-time scoring champion, rebounding champion, 4-time block leader champion, pretty much the single greatest player of the 70s. pretty much all his MVPs were from the 70s. Competed against Wilt Chamberlain, Willis Reed, Robert Parrish, Wes Unseld.
Those are names.
Yeah, Mark Eden.
Those are
I
fucking
think he even played David Robertson,
Olajuwon.
Ewing, Olajuwon. Was a centerpiece of the Lakers, Showtime Lakers, making Milwaukee Bucks an absolute dominant franchise when he first came in there. Is responsible for their only franchise title. Him and Big O playing together, unstoppable. They were the ones who stopped the Lakers' 33-game win streak. That's going up against Wilt Chamberlain himself. Skyhook, probably the most deadly shot in NBA history.
I can't count the times we all tried to imitate that.
And I'm not
backyard.
even going to repeat. I'm just going to add stuff of what he says because all people forget too. When he was drafted number 1, he was the biggest draft pick ever at that point. He was pretty much what LeBron was at number 1. That's what Jabbar was.
In 17 of the 20 seasons, he averaged 20 points or more.
Yeah.
In the last 3 seasons, he averaged 17 points, 14 points, 10 points.
Yeah.
So 20 seasons, 17 seasons, he averaged 20 points. Winning his first finals MVP in 1971 and winning his second one in 1985 at the age of 38.
Yeah.
Shit.
After they say he was old.
Yeah.
And he got pissed off
he
and
really should have won in 1980 before he got hurt. That's the one that they gave Magic
rookie
for that one game.
Year.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at his stats in that finals, the 1980s finals, he was averaging 31 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists with 12 rebounds against 57% field goal shots. Magic for that series was averaging 18 points, 3 steals, 9 assists, 10 rebounds on 51%.
And he was
it should have been Kareem that should have won.
Jabbar was still the go-to guy all the way to what, like 85?
80, probably
86?
Yeah.
That he was still the
they
main
don't
guy.
win. The Lakers don't beat Boston in 1985 without Kareem that year. They don't. They don't do that.
He's in right after Wilt.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But Wilt was still playing at a high level when they were playing against each other.
Because Wilt was in the Lakers, which was...
That's when Lakers were dominating.
Right.
Yeah.
Lakers had won like 69 games, which was a franchise.
I think they played about against each other, I think about 5.
But at least 5 played on that Laker team that was 69 and something, which was the record before Jordan's Bulls beat that record.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's the all-time leader of points, 38,000. Right? Yeah. No one has even come close. Not even Jordan came close to that one.
Yeah.
Retirement or not.
The only one that's close now, maybe active, is LeBron.
35,000 points. LeBron
Interesting.
has.
Oh,
now Karl Malone, if he played one more year, he might have been broken it.
But I mean, again, he made Milwaukee a dominant franchise. He made the Lakers. He is a centerpiece of that Laker team for maybe their first 3 championships.
And even though it's different, he played 4 years of college, won 3 championships out of 4 in
And that's
college.
the other thing, too. He came out like when he was 23 or 24 and still played 20 seasons of the NBA.
That's wild, man.
LeBron is in there. He's getting there, but he started at 18.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's had a lot more years.
Leverage.
Right.
You know, this guy started at 24 and played 20 seasons.
And in those early years, some badass fucking sideburns.
And again, the fro and the sideburns. But I mean, man, the centers he played from when he got in there to when he retired, he was playing against the top centers that we were just talking about.
It's just crazy. You look at him playing the top centers in the 70s, and
he outlived them pretty much.
Outlived them, and then he played.
And then he played
all the Hall of Famers
Ewing.
in the 80s.
Yeah, he played Olajuwon.
He missed Robinson
Parrish.
because he pretty much retired.
Curious. You're talking about he played the best centers of the 70s, right?
And 80s.
And 80s, right. What if you put him against the best centers of like the 90s? What do you think?
Yeah,
honestly?
because who's going to block his skyhook? Honestly.
True. The skyhook is hard to block.
Shaq is not going to block it.
It's going. You got probably about a foot or 2.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's hard.
But the thing about people forget too is that you mentioned Jabbar. A lot of people think of Jabbar with the Lakers. People are forgetting how dominant he was with the Bucks. Yeah. I mean, he attacked the rim.
Right. He won 5 of the MVPs in the 1970s.
Right, yes.
I mean,
just look at the footage of him with the Bucks. He wasn't like people think of the Lakers where you give him the ball and he does the sky hook. Of course, he slowed down a little bit in the Lakers. You look at the Bucks. Not only was he doing the side hooks, but he was also attacking the rim. He was
blocking,
dunking.
He's dunking
and blocking.
So let me ask
crazy.
this question. So why do you think he and Magic both said to them that Kobe is the greatest Laker?
Maybe because he stayed with them the longest.
The longest, right? Didn't switch teams
Because
they both had the same amount of titles, right? Kobe and well,
Magic.
I agree. No, I'm sorry. Kareem has one more because he was with Milwaukee. But with the Lakers, they have the same amount of titles, right? So why would you think that Kareem would say that Kobe is the greatest Laker?
It's a different game.
Yeah, I'm sure
Kobe
he wouldn't even
say.
Style. But I'm sure Kareem wouldn't even say he's the greatest center.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
I bet you anything.
Yeah.
And also, too, Kobe's a different player than all the top guys that – I mean, look at Kobe compared to Oscar Robertson. You know, Oscar Robertson is great. Kobe's a lot faster. He's a different kind of player than what, the top dogs were like that Kareem played with.
Right.
I mean, respect that Kobe is one of the best all time. I mean, no one.
He is one of the best, but
to
say that he's the greatest Laker,
no,
I don't know because
he's definitely top three.
He had losing seasons when he was the main guy.
You know why? Spurs, buddy.
Well, that and he got rid of Shaq.
Well, for some reason. True. They fought. Yeah, true.
And they're like, well, what are we gonna keep, the younger Kobe or the older Shaq?
Yeah, Kobe for sure.
I mean, Kobe definitely is a top 3, top 4 all-time Laker because obviously you're going to put manager. You
have to put Jerry West too.
You got to put Jerry West.
So and I know I'm kind of jumping around, but so your top 1 Laker is Kareem. Who's your number 2?
Oh, Laker. Okay,
yeah, Laker.
It's Kareem, and then I would say Magic would be number 2.
I wouldn't put Chamberlain there because he only played there for about 4 or 5 years. So to me, that's not long enough.
Number 2. So real quick, Sam just came back in. Mm-hmm. We were having the argument about at least I brought it up. They're saying that Kareem is their number 1, and I said, okay, why is it that Kareem and Magic said that Kobe is the best Laker, right? So they gave their arguments as to why Kareem would have said that.
So I'm not going to say he's the greatest.
Yeah, he's not right. Anybody else?
Can I ask? I'm sorry, Jack. I don't want to interrupt. Can I ask? Is post-mortem Kobe or
no? Just Kobe in general, right? He said.
But I know, but did they say this?
Yeah, he said before he passed. Right.
Okay.
Right. So then I said, okay, well, if Kareem is your number 1 guy in general, so obviously that means he's your number 1 Laker, right? So then, who in their mind is their number 2 Laker?
Then I would say Magic. Magic would be my
I would say
number 2.
Magic,
even above Kobe.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, who would you say is the second? If we're going by Kareem's number 1 Laker, who would you put as number 2?
I don't know why, but for me personally, I don't know why I would put Magic as the number 1 Laker.
Okay.
I think it's maybe because of the presence. Like I pay a lot of attention to that, kind of like
who you are on the floor.
Right. And like, the career afterwards and all that. So like he's who I like very much associate. Also, too, I know this is going to sound shitty, but he's probably one of the very, very, very few Lakers that I like. I like Magic. I like the passing and all that. So there's that too.
True. Okay, I can see that.
But if you were going to say Kareem was number 1, who would be number 2? I would say Magic as well.
Okay, right.
But if you were going to ask me who the best Lakers were, I would say Magic, and then I would say
Kobe.
Probably no Kareem. I think.
Kareem.
I would say probably Kareem.
I never put Chamberlain because again, I feel like he was.
He only played a little bit,
right? No,
for me, I see him as a Sixer or Philadelphia, whatever you want to call it.
Warrior, even though they had some of the most famous runs with Chamberlain,
right?
But again, he wasn't there that long. It's like
he does look cool in that Laker uniform,
and it's like Garnett. You can't call him you can't call Garnett because he didn't play that long. You know, it's like
we're not going to even mention Shaq. I mean, like
no,
not a great Laker.
So so to kind of jump on that,
even then I would say Jerry West. You have to put Jerry West there.
Sorry, but let me get.
You have to put Jerry West.
My thing, I told you guys, for me, Shaq is definitely one of the all-time great players, but I know a lot of the loyal listeners on here, and a lot of people might debate with me, but I feel like Shaq played in an era of no centers. His top centers was Dikembe Mutombo.
Like when he did play in the 90s.
And older already.
And but even
when he did play in the 90s, he had trouble with Ewing.
Alonzo Mourning.
Alonzo
Mourning would have been another top center that
he got.
So speaking of Shaq, on my top 10, I put Shaq as number 8, Bird is number 9, and then LeBron is 10. So I put that he's close to Bird because they both had let's see, Bird, how many titles, boy?
Three.
And Shaq?
Shaq has
4. But he only had 3 with the Lakers, and he had 1 with
The
the
Heat.
Heat. So I count them the same on that. But I think as far as like, and again, it's just different positions, right? So he was a very dominant center because he can go down and score at will on that center position.
Who's that?
Shaq.
If he
So
got
that's why I
close to
put
the
him.
rim, he was
I put
definitely
him as
scoring
yes.
too.
I put him as 7 and Bird is 8. But I had a hard time figuring out who's my 7 and 8 because I was like, Bird could score in different areas better than Shaq could.
He can score, he can rebound, and
he can shoot
assist.
fucking free throws.
Well, check this out.
Right. He
I
can
didn't
shoot free
even
throws.
have Shaq in my top 10.
Ooh, nice.
Wow.
So from what I put was Jabbar, Jordan, Duncan, Chamberlain, Bird, Kobe, Dr. J, LeBron, Magic, and then for number 10 I had Olajuwon. I put him because I felt like
okay.
Olajuwon was more dominant
yeah,
overall
I would say-
over Shaq.
I would
In
say
terms of
Olajuwon
centers.
of the new centers, Olajuwon would be my number 1 pick.
Like, I feel
outside
like
of
he
the
will-
old school
I think
guys.
I think Olajuwon Rockets. I don't think will have blew out Lakers Shaq,
Right.
but I think he was too fast. He had too many weapons, too much of an
Yeah.
arsenal. And I'm not talking about like the players. I'm talking about him because if you knew, obviously Olajuwon could shoot. He could do the fall away corner
Right,
shots. He
right.
could attack the rim. He was a better defensive
dream
player
shake.
than Shaq.
Yeah, he
Shaq was
was.
never known as a defensive
No.
player.
No, at all.
Olajuwon had the whole package. He could shoot free throws.
Yep.
He could shoot threes when he needed
You
to.
can do a hell of up fakes.
I
You know,
remember
so I'm
Yeah.
talking about, and we all agree the best Shaq was with the Lakers.
Yeah.
But to me, that's why I've always felt Olajuwon it tops Shaq. But
Okay.
Shaq is obviously one of the all-time great players. He got the stats. He was
Yep.
dominant. But again, it's not his fault, just like a lot of players in
Sure.
all sports. But I feel like he played in an era of no centers.
We talk about that with Klitschko with boxing. It's like it's
Right.
not his fault, and they said that about Russell too. It's like it's not his fault that I was watching those old videos in black and white, and it's like he's playing against,
Scrubs.
no offense, white guys with like horseshoe haircuts. I'm like,
Offended.
he's just balling on those.
But
Yeah.
one thing on my list before I stop on my list is that I think Dr. J gets underrated because
Agreed.
Oh,
at
big
one
time.
point he was the top star, and not only that, but a lot of Jordan's moves. Where do you think he got that
Yeah.
from?
Right.
It was Dr. J. Because if you look at Dr. J's reverse layups,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was doing all of that prior to Michael Jordan. The whole under the rim,
And
the
the
slam
free throw
dunks,
line.
Yeah.
the
has,
free
has
throw.
Jordan ever said that Dr. J is a big influence?
Oh,
I'm sure
yeah.
he has.
He
you know.
has. He's
But
he,
Dr. J has one, right? I think he's one.
Yeah.
He
I think
did.
one title.
he went
Yeah,
to
but
a
he
lot
went
of
to the
finals.
finals
though.
a lot.
Yeah.
Right. But again, nowhere Maris number 2.
Right. But here's the thing I like, and I didn't get to mention this when I was talking about Jordan earlier, but another thing is a factor, and we're just talking about greatness and watching the NBA and things like that, right, that you love, is how it makes you feel watching the guy play.
Yeah,
we can all kind of admit, only because we're Spurs fans, does watching Tim play maybe excite us. But otherwise, not the most exciting or whatever. You know what I mean? This is what I loved about Jordan so much. Truly made me feel that there was magic in basketball.
He made the
Like,
move.
Holy
I don't know.
shit.
I will say,
That's what Dr. J did too. That was my point.
but I
The
will
way Dr.
say,
J moved and handled the ball, and it was like something else. You know what I mean?
but to me, with the excitement you're talking about, watching Curry play, it's exciting because I'm like, who the fuck else is going to try and shoot a fucking 3-pointer at a fucking half court?
Right.
Right. So I get excited watching Curry because I'm like, yeah, do I like the guy? He seems like an okay guy, right? But
Yeah.
I don't like him because I'm like, man, fuck you. Like, you killed the Spurs a lot. But you know what? As watching a basketball player like Curry, I'm like, holy shit, like this guy's fucking insane.
Guys,
So go ahead.
good.
No, go ahead. You
Well,
go.
I want to stop you real quick,
Yeah,
only
yeah.
because we ran right into our break.
Yeah, go for it.
We're on break right now from the audio, and I don't
All right,
want
let's say feedback.
I don't want our audio listeners to miss any of that. So we're going to get right into feedback, good little bundle of comments.
That's my
in here.
favorite part.
I'm glad that Boy is enjoying the feedback.
Oh, I love
here.
it.
I quickly
I
saw
love
I'm
feedback.
right. So I'm like, hell
Let's
yeah.
see. Okay, John
Crystal, run at Crystal.
Crystal says,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not for LeBron.
Mhm.
Yeah, they beat the Bulls that year.
That's right.
Yeah.
They released a whole shoe from
Jeremy says they released a whole shoe from I'm pretty sure they named it the Flugian because the poisoning sounds like garbage.
Yeah,
Yes,
right. I agree. I
yeah.
agree with that.
I'm
yeah.
just letting you know, Jeremy, what Jordan himself said in the.
I still think COVID 98 would have bounced center better.
The Last Dance documentary, which is fantastic.
By the way, that was at CD Exchange, brand new for $40.
Wow.
And you know what? I regret not having Jordan's tequila here for us to drink.
That would have been awesome.
The Sincoro.
Right.
Oh, I also heard that was like hundreds of dollars too. That's why.
Well, you can get it. You can get a nice bottle of the Blanco for like $70.
Oh.
But if you want the darker one,
hey, we'll just ask Frank. Hey, we'll just ask Frankie if he has a bootleg.
Hey, let's just all go in 20 right now.
I'll buy it myself, a bottle of it.
Oh.
Okay, Jack.
So next time you have us on the show, I'll have it.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
Let's just drink some more.
We'll make it a point to have them on the show so we can have them on
the Jordan. Yeah.
Crystal also says, yes, all the games we've seen together, great memories in the
Yep.
pub. Totally.
Right, yes.
Rich says, okay, in the prime, Larry Bird versus Reggie Miller versus Ray Allen. Who wins?
Easy, Larry Bird.
Larry, easy.
Whoa,
Easy.
quick, Rich,
Easy.
right there. These guys got right too. Larry Bird.
And that order is the perfect order. It'd be Bird, Miller, and then Ray
No,
Allen.
I'd say Ray Allen number 2, then Reggie.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because man,
Ray Allen was a better
great
player.
stuff.
Ray Allen was a better player.
Well, for 3-pointers though.
No, I think even
Yeah.
2-pointer, I think he's better than
Oh,
Reggie
okay.
Miller.
All right.
But for sure,
I
we know
agree
number
with
one
Boyd
is
on this
Bird.
one. I like the order, and I think that order
Okay.
for me.
For me, it's Ray Allen number 2.
I go with that order he's got it in.
Steve says, check the Georgia Peach. That's correct,
Ah,
sir.
nice.
I can't remember it for the life of me. I'd love to visit someday. Holty Bear says, Larry Bird.
Larry Bird.
Rich says, put your team together. Older players and newer players. Who do y'all pick, and who would y'all pick as the coach?
Nice.
Kareem would be my
Woo.
center.
Well, let's break it down
All
right
right,
now.
yeah.
Break
Yeah.
it down. Break
Kareem,
it
Let's
down.
stick to that one.
Kareem would be my center. Tim would be my power. Forward would be Larry. Shooting, I gotta go Iceman. And point guard, I go Magic.
Iceman over Dr.
Jordan and Dr. J. Yeah, I go
Wow,
Iceman.
okay.
And Magic as my point guard.
Nice.
That's tough.
Yeah, I'm
That's
going.
tough.
I'm going
and,
Jordan.
And he said, Coach, I would pick Red Auerbach.
Oh,
Nice.
nice. Like red. Like red.
I don't know. I'm picking. My coach is going to be Popovich.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
Yeah, Jordan.
I don't.
Man, hey, you be quiet. Double A.
Okay.
Who was your center?
Mine was Kareem.
My center. Oof. I'm gonna
Don't
go.
pick Sean Bradley.
No,
Ooh, I like that. I like
I'm gonna go just
controversial.
because.
Jack.
Just because of toughness, I'm going Shaq as my center.
All right.
Right.
Only one center though.
I like
center.
it. I like
Yeah.
it because you get to.
I need
Put
somebody
him
who's
against.
gonna. Yeah, I need somebody who's gonna be able to
Guaranteed
pound
too.
down low. Right. And then my point guard, I'm gonna go with Magic.
That's it? The Solster?
No, I said so. I got Tim, Jordan, Magic, Shaq. Who am I missing? What position?
Point guard.
So-
You got Magic.
I got
Not
Magic.
Magic.
Point
He's
guard.
got Jordan. He's got Tim and he's got
Oh,
Shaq.
Tim. Yeah, Tim was my last one. Yeah, those 5. That's my top 5.
All right. Let me see.
This is a really great
Yeah,
question.
great question, for sure.
Rich brings the great questions week after week now. Probably our 4th, 5th week in a row. Rich, really appreciate
Hey, Rich,
you
thanks for
doing
making me think, man. Like I
Yeah,
didn't want to, but
I-
thanks.
You know, I'll be a little different. I'll
Okay.
go with Olajuwon center.
Ooh, nice.
I'll go with
Okay.
Isaiah Thomas point guard. Definitely pick Jordan. Pick Duncan. And you know what? I'll put Dr. J in there.
I like that.
Okay, all right.
At shooting guard? No.
Either of those players could definitely play either of those spots
Yeah, for sure.
easily.
Right.
Shit, I'm on the spot, so I'm thinking at center.
Oh, Coach, boy.
Oh,
Oh,
coach.
coach.
Yeah, coach.
I'll go with Chuck Daly. I like
Okay.
his mean
Okay.
attitude.
Dream team coach.
Dream team coach. Yeah, that's very
Hey,
good. That's very
I
good.
want nasty. That's why I picked Pop.
All right,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna take
Daly's nastier.
I'm gonna take
Okay.
Jordan at
Shooting.
Shooting
Shooting.
guard.
Shooting guard.
I'm gonna take Tim at power forward.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna take I want Dave at center
Okay.
to prove
nice.
the
Good stuff.
naysayers
Good
wrong.
stuff.
Right. Okay.
I need a
You need a small forward
A small
and you need
forward.
a shooting guard.
and a shooting guard,
No, point guard. I'm sorry.
point guard. Small forward. I think I take LeBron.
Okay,
That
LeBron.
was good.
And then
And
shooting
point.
guard.
Oh, wait
Wait,
a minute. You can't pick LeBron, right? Because he said old players
Oh,
compared to
No,
new
no, no,
players.
no.
I think it was
No.
a mix. He was saying mix your team.
Oh.
Mix your team.
Oh,
Did you know that?
Well, no, because
Louis
I went
Blood?
straight for like one team of old, and then I was going to pick
Oh,
a team of
shit.
young.
Are you
No.
picking Uwe Blood?
Okay. Okay.
So you need a point
I
guard
like
to run your team.
Point guard. Who's your point guard?
To run your team.
I'm gonna go out the box and put Nash.
Hey, that's a good one.
Okay, that's a good
Nash.
one.
He was dangerous.
Yeah. And my coach, I'm gonna go Phil Jackson.
Man,
Ooh,
I
okay.
thought one of you guys would have said Pat Riley.
Scotty.
I
I
came
really
close
thought
of that
one of
one,
you guys
actually.
would've
I
said-
came close.
Triangle.
Because Pat Riley was a badass coach.
Again, Jack. What the
I guess so.
He opened the faucet. didn't he?
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Speaking
Okay.
of Space Jam Part 2 being most controversial movie out there.
Definitely, Rich. I agree. The Lola Bunny stuff has been huge news. Cancel culture. Cancel culture has its own news.
Do you think Jordan can play in this time with how? Yeah, I think it'd be a lot easier for Jordan.
Yeah.
Right? He would destroy these guys. I think.
Yeah.
Especially with the foul calling. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No. Yeah. Jordan.
I think his Bulls could beat this Super House Brooklyn team. He could have beaten what was the other one? Golden State. I think Jordan's Bulls could have beaten Golden State's Curry's Golden State, and right now the Harden Nets.
So let me ask the Ayala brothers while I have you guys alone for a second here. A question that I would definitely wish to ask also of the third Ayala brother who's missing, Will. What do you guys think of a player, when we talk about this conversation, the ability to raise the stock of your teammates? This is a factor about Jordan that I didn't get to mention when I was talking about why he was my number one, but this is what I truly felt he did do. And in watching that documentary, The Last Dance, I really did see this. Now, while some may have viewed it as him being a dick or asshole or whatever, I don't agree with that.
We said that. We didn't think so.
He raised the stock of every guy around him. Me and you, boy, played plenty of backyard ball, and I'm a scrub. I just love to play.
Hey, you got hot at the 3-point.
I would say I got heart, if anything. But you were the guy that I felt like I wanted to play better for you. And I think guys wanted to play better for Jordan.
Yeah.
Do you feel as though there is something about a man being a leader and about raising the other guys up?
We talked about this on the Last Dance episode. People have gotten softer.
Great
All
episode.
Jordan was trying to do was just trying to motivate the guys. And how do you motivate them? You know, you're playing on the same team as
It's breaking
Jordan.
balls. It's breaking
Exactly.
balls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't take it personally.
Right.
You just find that motivation. Now everyone's all like, "Oh, he said this about me. He's a bad asshole." Yeah.
I hate to say it,
like,
guys,
no.
but a lot
Well,
of
that's what a leader is.
You're playing with Michael Jordan. You're playing. He's trying to make you feel like you're on this Bull team that's won championships.
Didn't Tony
Do your
say,
part.
Yeah, didn't Tony say Tim didn't talk to him like the whole first year? 'Cause
Yeah.
He thought European players were shit. And it's like, that's not Tim being an asshole. That's just saying, hey, you need to earn it. You got to earn it. Earn my respect. Show me that you deserve to be a part of this team. Show me that you deserve my respect.
Hold on real quick, guys. Spurs final, we won 104
Yes!
to 77.
For the
Nice.
Just
we
Another
whooped
Friday
ass.
Podcast birthday.
Big kicked ass.
Rudy, high
taking
score,
home
19
the
points.
dub.
Nice. Julian?
There we go.
Okay. Rudy Gay. Okay, I got you.
So, Jackie boy, I just want to bring you into a question real quick
Sure.
that I was kind of asking in the midst of reading one of Rich's comments. Rich was saying, speaking of Space Jam being controversial, and he said, do we think Jordan could still play in this time with how basketball has become? We all agreed that Jordan, yes, definitely could and still dominate. And one of
Agree.
the question I asked of the Ayala brothers is that I said, what do you guys think? And I didn't get to mention this when we talked about how Jordan was our
Sure.
number one. But what do you think about what it says about a guy who can raise the stock of the other players? He elevates a guy that would otherwise maybe be mediocre. Not saying Pippen, because I think Pippen still would have been a great
Right.
player. Maybe not the player that he is. Maybe not a
Agree.
six-time champion. But he
Agree.
would have been good. But he probably would have lost to teams like Jordan's.
Yeah.
But because he was with Jordan, he
Right.
raised him up. And that also raised up where we knew Bill Cartwright. We knew John
Yes.
Paxson. We knew, BJ
Steve
Armstrong.
Kerr.
Yeah, Kerr. We knew
Right.
these guys because Jordan. And when you watch that documentary, a lot of people were like, "Oh, he was an asshole. He's a dick." Blah blah. But I'm like, no. This is before cancel culture. This is before the babies were crying.
Yes.
This is Jordan saying, "You want my respect? You fucking earn it.
Right.
You earn this respect.
Right.
You know what I mean? You got to earn it."
Exactly.
So do you think that there is something to be said about a guy that does that? That's what you do for the team. You make average players
great or better.
or good or better
Right.
or great. Yeah.
Yeah.
And good players great.
Right.
Exactly. Because he made Scottie Pippen a good player.
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you what. And I agree with you 100%. But if Jordan doesn't play with Pippen, nobody knows who the hell Pippen is.
Right.
Nobody knows.
Right.
Let's think about this. In the time when shoes were becoming like a hot commodity, the Jordans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pippen also jumped on that, and he made his own shoes. There were some Pippins that I love. My brother had these Pippins that I thought were fucking amazing.
Yeah. Nice.
And so I'm like, okay, but that wouldn't happen if he didn't have Jordan. So Jordan not only, helped them in that, but also off the court. He helped them to say, hey, Pippen, you got a pair of shoes. You got more shoes that people collected. So I'm like, no, I agree 100% with that.
Yeah.
And to go to Space Jam, to me, I'm like,
guys.
Space Jam 2, I'm interested in seeing that, but I'm not going to lie. Space Jam, like Lola Bunny, I'm sorry. Like, I like Space Jam 1 Lola Bunny versus Space Jam 2 Lola Bunny. That's me.
That's a big story there.
Right. So, anyways, that's get up on that.
On that.
Yeah. I'm like, to make it more, I guess, like today friendly, but I'm like, no, Lola Bunny, like everybody loved Lola Bunny, Space Jam 1.
We've kind of talked about this, me and Double A, with Mary Jane and the Spider-Man thing. So I'm like, there's certain aspects of the character that make
of Mary Jane.
But let's keep it going here in the comments. Great comments so far, guys. Steve says Jordan #1. True. Steve also says Jack is right. Jordan owned the game when he played. Steve says, Joe says favorite Spur non-star player of all time. Favorite Spur non-star player of all time.
Okay. So let's classify
Spurs
who
player.
would you consider like, okay, star.
Well,
Would
I'd
you
have to
consider-
go, for me, I'd be like Malik Rose. I always like Malik Rose.
Okay, so are you going to consider? So we're saying star. So yeah, because all star is different from star, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
Superstar. Star compare superstar.
Parker was an
Like
all-star.
these guys wouldn't
Ginobili
know
was an all-star.
if for a casual viewer of TNT.
Yeah, like
Right,
Spurs fans.
right.
You know,
Yeah.
outside of Spurs fans, you're not going to know who the fuck Bruce Bowen is. Probably, maybe. I mean, his reputation.
You know what?
but
Yeah.
I like that. That's
Yeah.
my pick. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go with
Bruce.
Bruce.
Agree.
Bruce.
I'm with you on that one, Bruce.
I'm going to go Malik. I always like Malik.
Yeah.
I like
I
his
had
subs.
I
I
had
had a
his
lot of
cheesesteaks.
him when his
Yeah.
cheesesteaks were great.
Pretty good.
Matter of fact, when I used to work in restaurants, I used to trade out with his restaurant all the
You
time.
know what? I'll go old school. Terry Cummings.
Nice.
TC.
TC.
Joe, who was your answer? Who's your favorite non-star Spur player of all time?
I go with Blackjack.
You know what? I'm
Collins.
going to go. Crystal, if you're still watching Crystal, who's yours too? I want to know
Yeah,
your
for
answer.
sure, Chris.
And
Definitely
Rich as
Crystal.
well. Rich
Yeah.
as well.
Right.
You know what? All you guys out there, give me your answer. Favorite. I like that question so much. Guys, everyone out there right now still watching, still listening. Favorite Spur non-star player of all time. I love that. Non-star, kind of a harsh term, but we know what I
The
mean.
Monstars.
Let's just say a Spur that wasn't an all-star. Is that a good way to put it?
Which one?
A Spur. Is it instead of saying non-star?
Yeah, so no
Spur,
Sean Elliott, no
Spur that wasn't an all-star.
But would you consider Elliott to be an all-star?
Yeah,
He's a
because he
two-time
was
All-Star.
two-time.
You know what?
Well-
I fucking love Elliott because he's a fucking real homer.
Well, you could
Yeah,
say
he
Part
is,
of the
man.
America.
I would rather watch him call
Cabana.
most games.
you could say
Oh, it's not
Robert Horry, Mario Elie. You want to go deep
Mario
for
was
all
good.
the older Spurs fans like me? Frank Burkowski.
Man,
I like
Louis Blanc?
Burkowski. I
Louis
still
Blanc?
say when you
I
were
said Chuck Person earlier.
Yeah, the rifleman.
guys,
Yep.
check this out. I still believe when you mentioned earlier about Malone knocking out Darren Robinson. If Frank Burkowski was there, I guarantee you Frank Burkowski would have
Yeah, I agree.
punched the shit out
Because
of
he was
Malone's
a tough
mouth.
motherfucker.
He didn't care.
Yep, agree.
Hey, for my all-time list, I wanted to fucking put Lambeer on my fucking.
Ooh,
Bill,
I like
wow,
Lambeer.
nice.
Ooh.
That's
I
a
like
fucking
Lambeer.
badass motherfucker
Nice.
right there.
Lambeer was
Nice.
bad. Oh, by the way,
Fuck
I have
that
his
guy.
jersey card. By the way,
I told
I love
Cheers to that.
Cheers
I
to
told
Lambeer.
Brian William, if I saw that dude, I probably would hate that motherfucker if I saw
Come
him.
on, he
Fuck
looked like
that dude.
he looked like Christopher Reeve. Come on.
No guy has said one
look
good
like
thing
Superman.
about him unless you play with him on a
Yeah.
Shit. Okay, let's see. Rich says, nice choice. I said he was my second best. I might have missed the previous to that, Rich. Now, Rich says, now, Kareem is the center you want on your team. He had the hook shot down.
Yep.
He was a great
Agree.
player in
College.
UCLA. During that era, he had the best
Yeah,
college
they
record.
did.
Am I correct?
You
They
are-
only
Yeah,
won like
agreed.
one, lost
Well,
one.
They lost that one to Houston. Elvin Hayes.
Yeah.
They upset them when they were on
Okay.
the 77 win streak. And here it was the biggest audience at the time at the Astrodome.
And Rich says, I think they meant that because Kobe guard, shoot, and go into the paint. He can guard, he can shoot, go into the paint. And when you needed that last shot, Kobe was the one that you would go to.
Agree.
Yep.
In a sense of Jordan, right? Same thing. Same thing that he put there. That's why I said earlier in my response is that Kobe molded after Jordan.
Yeah, it's funny because Boy said that earlier about Jordan kind of molding himself after Dr. J.
Yes.
Julius Erving. It's the same thing. Kobe, was so apparent that they've done videos side by side where it's pretty much like Jordan shooting a shot and the way Kobe shot the shot. It's like the same thing.
Same thing. I mean?
But I will say this: there is something to be said about when you're miming the greatest, that your miming is pretty damn good.
Yeah, and probably better because like Kobe, I know that he practiced on doing this. So instead of going straight up, he would come around and then go up so as to avoid that block or that steal when he would shoot a shot.
Kind of creating that extra space there for the shot.
Right.
Let's see. Did I miss something?
Yeah, Rich said he would go Kareem, Magic, and then Kobe.
That's the best they go.
Oh,
Okay,
there you go.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
I like that.
I think a lot of us said that was that.
Richard said that's all Curry can do, though. He has no defense. He can shoot, but take that away, and Curry couldn't be as dominating, which is showing.
Chances right now.
So to your point,
season,
right
now.
Yes. So let's say that, right? Let's think about what they did to David. You put 3 guys on Curry. What else are they going to win that game? No, because Curry's doing all the freaking scoring for them.
Minus Thompson, and even though Green is there, look, they can't even.
No. You do what
Curry
they
is
did to
pretty
Dave.
contained.
Yeah, you do what they did to Dave, and they're not winning those games.
This Warriors team I see now is I can't believe that they're the ones that won.
Well, they're almost like rebuild,
but they're hurt. They're hurt.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Richard says, okay, what about players like Rodman, Vince Carter, Sean Kemp, Gary Payton? Why don't they get the credit they deserve?
So
Rodman does get. Let's break it down first.
I had Rodman on my list.
Get credit.
Now he does.
Well,
I had
at
him
that
on my
time,
list of
at that
top
time,
15,
he was
Rodman.
known like Detroit.
You know what? Hang on,
and Chicago.
Hang on, real quick. We're not recording this part. I feel like even though we're still in the comments reading part, I feel like this is a great conversation. I'm going to bring us back into the recording.
Okay.
Continue because we've already all said our number one.
Yeah, sure.
So
we're just having overtime.
Yeah, let's bring this into posterity because I think that it's a great conversation.
There's great questions being towards us.
I love the Friday Night Faithful and all the Friday Nights for their great comments so much. Guys, if you missed a little bit on the audio, I rarely do this, but I welcome you to please go check out the YouTube because you missed some great stuff. And I, in fact, interrupted the conversation we were having during the comments because they're so damn good in this conversation that I want to bring in everyone to be able to listen to this. So I'm going to continue. I'm going to read the last comment that was creating conversation so that you guys can keep going here. Double A, what was that one?
So Rich asked, okay, what about players like Dennis Rodman, Vince Carter, Sean Kemp, Gary Payton? Why don't they get the credit they deserve?
It's a great question.
And we were talking about that. Sean Kemp, Gary Payton for Seattle, that was a really dominating team. That was a really good duel.
But someone right away would say this. They never won.
No, of course they would never won.
Actually, I would say for Vince Carter and Sean Kemp, you could say that they never won.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Rodman, from my recollection, he was respected at Detroit and Chicago.
Yes,
five rings.
He was a big part of the Detroit Pistons team, and he was a huge part of that.
And also
second
think about
defensively as well.
But also think about his height. I think Rodman was
6'10",
like 6'7". I think he was
6'10".
Yeah, he was about 6'10".
Let me check that because I'm going to say I'm guessing it was 6'7".
But on those players, Rodman does get credit. Vince Carter can't because they didn't win a championship. Gary Payton does because he went to the Hall of Fame. He ended up winning a title with Miami. So it's really just Vince Carter and Sean Kemp.
So according to this, he was 6'7".
6'7". Okay.
So all right, let's think about that. Somebody 6'7", getting as many rebounds as he constantly would.
Rebounds.
Yes, right. Yeah. So that's why I had Rodman on my list of top 20.
Not only that,
because all his rebounds and plus.
He's in your top 20.
Yeah, he's in my top 20. He's my top 20 because I just think about the beast that he was. Well,
not only that, but
I didn't go that far either.
You went to 10. How about consistency, where Rodman did it from the Pistons years, even with us, and then to the Bulls?
Kind of with us.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Out of that whole list, Richard put the least one would be Kemp because Kemp doesn't have stats, and he didn't win.
For 7 years, though, he was a really great player. And he was chosen on Dream Team 2. Man, he was known as the Rain Man. He did take Seattle as far as they probably could.
I think Rich's question though is why not?
Yeah.
So what happened?
Because
I think
you're only judging Sean Kemp by those 7 years.
right.
After that,
Yeah,
you don't
he-
remember
he
the
got
fourth.
fat,
You don't remember the Cleveland years, and you don't remember
Right.
the
And then
Portland
also
years.
too, looking at that again, Rodman, Carter, Kemp, Peyton. Let's think about that, right? Who if they don't have the teams they're with that won them titles with, those that won titles, they never win titles. They weren't the kind of guy that was the decision maker on winning a title. They weren't. I'm sorry, they were
But
not.
some of them were like really integral. Like,
No, they
Dennis
were.
Rodman really
Yes,
was an important
I agree.
piece.
Yeah.
As far that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Regarding rebounds.
Well,
But I think about and again, we talked about this before we came on live. When we say Vince Carter, all we think about is what?
Dunks.
Dunks. Yeah. Dunks aren't going to win you championships to his
But-
reason
Because
why
he
didn't win
wasn't that
championships.
guy. He
But-
wasn't that
Wasn't,
guy
right.
that we're talking about.
but you
So
guys
you have to be that guy in order to win titles. So the reason why, in my opinion, nobody thinks about them is because they don't have the titles because they weren't that guy that would actually be that piece to say, okay, I got to have this guy in order to win the title.
And you know what? It's funny, right? Because earlier in our conversation, I said something when I said, regardless of what their individual stats are, me and you debated this. I said it's a team sports, though. And it's so funny because in football, it's so much more separate because you need everyone to do something. You can say someone didn't have help, but in basketball, one guy can elevate the team.
Yes, enough.
He can bring. LeBron has done it. That's what he's done. He's brought scrubs. You
Right.
can't name other
Duncan,
people on those
we
fucking
said that.
LeBron
Duncan
finals
brought
teams.
scrubs
Yeah,
and won.
that's true.
But from
Without any of those guys that he mentioned, those teams they were on would, if again those that won would still win titles. If they were pulled out, those teams that they were on would still have won a title without them.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said before we were on recording, I mentioned a video that I watched and it mentioned underrated players. And one of the guys whose name became was Mark Price. And the one thing they said, they were like, what killed him was that he was against Jordan all the time on the fucking Cavaliers.
The price
Because
was wrong,
it was like,
dude.
because
you just
Cleveland,
weren't-
they had a good team. Elo was good. Brad Dyer was good. Larry Nance was good. But Jordan got in the way.
Yep.
But from that list from Richard, two of them are Hall of Famers. And
Yeah, I mean, Gary
if
Payton
Mc-
would have been
Right.
a great
The glove.
pick. He would have been a great pick for any team.
and if McGrady
Hey,
went
I would
to
have taken him on the Spurs.
yeah.
and if McGrady went to the Hall of Fame, Vince Carter's going to go there. Now,
Oh, for
unfortunately,
sure.
Sean Kemp
Yeah.
is not going to be there.
No, but he is
Right.
a Seattle legend that's very beloved in Seattle.
Well, it should actually be retired in Oklahoma.
yeah, but every time like he does go to games in Seattle, he's very active in Seattle. He always gets
And
a
in
huge
fact,
ovation.
every
in
now and
Seattle.
again, just so anybody knows, but on eBay, I've gone on there, and surprisingly, his autograph cards and his jersey cards are pretty damn expensive.
I mean, it's
so
awesome.
the interest for collectors is there for Sean
I mean,
Kemp.
Sean Kemp was the man.
Well,
Yeah.
earlier I
Remember?
talked about it. I talked about earlier.
Skybox card.
with the legs,
Yeah, when it's
Yeah.
split.
Earlier, I talked about how it's sometimes how a guy makes you feel when you watch him play. This was a guy
Yeah,
whose name
the
burned in
Rain
my
Man.
brain,
Yeah.
number 40, because he was explosive.
Yeah,
and
rarely dunked on.
he could fucking
part of the
dunk, and it looked fucking badass.
And you know
And
what? He actually had some decent years at Cleveland. He had like 2 or 3 years where
Yeah, he
still
was like
scoring
one of
actually
the
kinda
first
high.
guys that signed like that really
It was
big
like
contract.
120
Yeah,
million.
he was like one of the first guys to do that.
But
so.
Richard, that's a good list.
great comment, Rich.
Yeah.
Great comment. Okay, let's get to the next one here. Rich says, "Oh shit." Rich says, "By the way, Spurs won 104." Thank you, Rich. We got
Thank you,
that
Rich.
boy here.
So
But
real
yes,
quick,
thank you.
I'm sorry, but I
No,
was
go ahead.
thinking about this right now. People that you're saying how they played made you feel a certain way, right?
Yeah, totally.
So the one thing none of us have ever talked about, and maybe it's because of the dunk contest thing about this person, but Spud Webb. Like when you talk about the way they made you feel, like this guy, 5'6", 5'7",
5'7".
yeah, dunking the way he fucking did, going against the human highlight reel, however you're gonna call it, right? Winning, it's like holy shit, right? Like that fucking guy. But it was mainly for dunks like Carter, the dunks. But I just think like
Which I
Spud
think
Webb, I'm like
Carter's,
holy
I think
shit.
is still one of the, if not the best.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with
that.
that. I agree.
It's
Yeah, but for a
definitely top
5'7" guy, I'm like that
No,
fucking
yeah,
guy would be
totally.
my number one shortest dunker.
Shorter
Definitely
than
thanks, Rich.
could
for
Muggsy
that.
Bogues dunk? He was shorter.
No.
than-
No, he
shorter,
couldn't. Right.
I
I mean, if he did, he never did in
the
the
shortest
game.
ones, I think, was Spud Webb, and then you got what's his
Muggsy
name?
Muggsy
was
Bogues, that's
5'5".
right.
No, I'm talking about dunkers. It
Oh,
was
I think
Webb,
it was
and then
him.
it was the other guy latest that went against
Oh, Nate
Nate
Robinson.
Anderson.
Robinson, yeah,
Robinson.
Robinson, yeah. And I don't know
But
how
he got
tall he
knocked
was.
out though. By
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah, but still, I mean, yeah, he did. He really got knocked the fuck out. So, anyways, okay.
Jeremy says, I don't know if you guys have heard, but we're probably going to let go of Aldridge.
Yeah.
I don't like it, but I guess Pop has to. Jeremy, we did address that earlier.
Yeah.
We all agree with it. We are fine
I think
with
we
it.
were all kind of okay with it, right?
Yeah.
It's time to move
Yeah.
on.
He's not the guy that we thought he was.
never
you know what
was.
I mean? So I felt like Scooby Doo, and I pulled the mask off, and I was
He's
like,
not who he said he was.
Yeah.
You know, I'll respond to that next one. Richard, you're talking about the Spur about
Yeah,
Rod
like you're
Strickland.
saying, like non-all-star.
Two things well, Strickland was good. Unfortunately, in Spurs history, he'll always be remembered for that turnover, the no-look pass
Agree.
at Portland
Agree.
versus Portland that we
Portland
lost.
was a
So,
hard team, though.
Yeah,
I
it was.
passed like that before.
but Rod Strickland was
Many a
good.
times. I remember that. You tried passing me once and you fucked up.
You know, if anything, there's
Not
still
that
a lot
many
of people that think that Rod Strickland was the best point guard we had over Johnny Moore at the time before Avery Johnson came
Johnny
in.
Moore's in the Raptors.
Yeah, he is.
Here.
Is Strickland?
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
The
Exactly,
one,
exactly.
Jeremy
DeJuan
Blair.
Blair. Yeah.
Jeremy
Yeah.
says,
Yeah.
Jeremy
He was.
says DeJuan Blair.
And Jack, you have his
fun
steak
watch.
sub, and you said it was good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good call, Jeremy, on DeJuan Blair. And DeJuan Blair was from San Antonio,
Yeah,
right? So that was his
exactly.
kind of claim. He
Yep.
wanted to play for the Spurs, and he did, and then
Yep.
we got rid of him. Joe says, good b-ball chat. Joe, glad you enjoyed it.
Glad you enjoyed it, Joe.
Rich says, yeah, this is a great one, man. I love sport debates.
Hell yeah.
Hell
Sports
yeah.
debates
Rich,
are fucking great.
I love that you love sport debates. That's what I love.
Yep.
I love
It
that
means
next
we gotta have
question.
more. We got the guys in here. These guys are the fucking heavy hitters. We
I love
had-
Richard's next question.
Brother Will here would be the next one.
Yeah.
Do you think Rodman's controversial
Side
kept him from being one of the?
You know what? It might have
Love
been.
it, Rich.
It
Yeah,
might
that's a
have
great
been
question.
because in the Last Dance, they talk about him a lot.
Yeah.
About him fucking up a lot.
Yeah.
Remember?
But it always seems like Phil was right there to say. But when it came time,
I
he
know.
was there.
But
Maybe
then-
that is the reason why.
But all that shit though is a distraction.
Well, I'm
though.
surprised
Exactly.
though.
Hold
You
on.
know, after watching The Last Dance, I can't believe how much leverage they gave him when they allowed him to go to Las Vegas for a weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't
the
think
hell?
Jordan or Phil Jackson
Yeah.
was like that.
Boy, but
They
you're,
gave him
you're,
so
you're
much
not you're not the
leverage.
Zen master. Like
Also,
Phil.
also, and I know this is way after the fact, right? But who else in the NBA can say, I am best friends, good friends, and not best friends with one of the top dictators of the world? Who else besides Rodman can fucking say that? Who else besides Rodman can say, I've been to North Korea?
Did that help his game, Jack?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's after the fact,
was
but still,
retired,
no, we were talking about like his controversial side. That's pretty fucking controversial, right?
Where's the liquor at?
Okay, so Jack
I just want to throw that in.
and Sam picked Jordan as the number one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Myself and Boyd picked Kareem.
That's interesting that we split.
Right, I know,
That's
right? 1 and
fucking
1 or
weird.
2 and 2.
You know,
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be 4 different ones.
Yeah, I agree. I thought
Now,
the same.
Last shot on the line. Who are you guys taking to take that last shot for you?
Oh,
I'm going
man.
Jordan. I'm sorry, I'm going
Okay.
Jordan.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
What
Michael
about you
Jordan.
guys? Last shot. Any player from any era.
Game on the line.
Game on the line. Who is your clutch guy?
Yep.
And it could be anyone. It could be a Robert Ory. It could
Anybody.
be a
Don't have to
You know,
be a superstar.
yeah.
It
doesn't
could
have to
be
a
anybody you
superstar.
think.
It could be Miller. It could be Allen, Jordan, Kobe, Bird. CM, who are you taking? You need more time?
No, the last shot on the line. The game's we're going to win. I've got to inbound the ball to somebody. If he's out there, I'm going to give it to Michael Jordan.
Okay.
The same. Jordan.
I'm going Larry Bird.
I like that.
Nice. Okay.
Man, that guy probably has the coldest blood. If
I was going to say, think
any
about
footage
Gosh,
I've seen.
I love that you said that because I was thinking to myself, think about guys that just have ice
In their
fucking
veins. Yep.
That's not afraid to take the shot, that wants it, that wants the ball.
You know who's in that
Larry
conversation?
has it.
Manu Ginobili is in that conversation. Because
The
I
only-
think I think that he
He
was.
missed a lot, Turner.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he did,
I
but he
don't-
wasn't afraid to take the shot.
No,
He wasn't afraid to take it, but
he's
to
not
your
the one
point,
guy I
right?
want to take.
Right,
You
right.
want to make
I
it.
want,
Yeah,
I want
get it.
him to
win the
take
game
the
for
shot.
us.
Hey,
I want
In
him
that
to take it.
case, I'll take Rod Strickland.
hey, nobody knows better than Boy.
Oh,
I'm not afraid to take the shot.
we got one right there. Joe says Jordan.
Yeah.
Reason
I
why
say
Richard
Jordan.
says the reason
Jordan,
why
too.
I didn't say Bird was because one thing that Jordan had over Bird was that obviously Jordan could shoot, but unlike Bird, if he needed to, he'd attack the rim.
Yeah, exactly.
And either he was going to do a reverse layup, or he was going to do some circus shot, or he was going to make a shot and one.
But
Even though Burt could drive in,
Hey.
but Burt, let's be honest, what footage game winner shots did Burt take?
I know.
Of a drive-in.
But to your point where you said circus shots, who the fuck takes a fucking ball going out of bounds and then fucking throws it up and makes it in?
A circus shot, I just meant like a.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
Like
that's why I picked.
And
Jordan.
that wasn't even a circus shot by Jordan, because those were actually regular shots.
Jordan, like I said, Jordan was bored. He's like,
but that's why I picked Jordan over Bird.
Yeah, no, I agree.
If it's just shooting,
100%. Right.
If it's just shooting, I would have picked Bird. If you're saying no driving in,
yeah,
by
if
Jordan,
you're saying, hey,
if
you got to take a perimeter shot, I'm gonna pick Bird over
two
Jordan
or
for
three.
sure. Right, I'm picking Bird
easily.
But any shot, Jordan. To your point,
I love this kid, Jeremy's answer right here. He says, maybe a surprise, but Damian Lillard has been known to hit shots like that.
I like that. That's different.
Jeremy,
different and modern and new.
Answer, man. Great answer.
All right.
Joe says last shot, Jordan. Joe says, or Tim for the 3 against Phoenix in that moment. Yeah.
Yeah, in that
and
moment,
says,
right?
Okay, ball handling skills. Who do you got? Less steals or turnovers?
Isaiah for me.
For ball handling,
skills.
Isaiah.
Oh, for me, I got 2. Isaiah, or I'll even go deep on this one. Pistol Pete Maravich.
Oh, yeah. I like that Pistol Pete answer.
Same.
But Pistol Pete or Isaiah, because Isaiah, when you see off his ball dribble,
Isaiah more with the ball at the end.
Then Pistol Pete?
Scoring definitely on Isaiah of the whole package.
Isaiah was your point guard that you wanted.
Yeah.
He will get you your 18 points, your 10 assists. And he can control the game.
Yeah. Maybe it's just me, and I mentioned him earlier, but I just feel like there was a time when we were getting beat up by Steve Nash, and it was like
so Orr came along and said, "Bitch,
yeah."
But, I mean, in Dallas and in Phoenix, for sure.
I felt like I don't know a lot about fucking Steve Nash, but I just know what I experienced as a Spurs fan. And I know that I was like, man, I would like that guy. Wouldn't mind if that guy was on our team. And I also thought this. I was like, he wasn't a guy that I really loved or hated. He didn't seem to be in the controversy a lot and all that. But I just felt like he was a good, solid player. And when I was watching some Pistol Pete videos, they mentioned how much it seemed like Nash was kind of the second coming, quote unquote, of Pistol Pete. So for me, I would say Steve Nash. That'd be my answer.
Well, this is the thing why Spurs fans are going to hate this is that. And that's why I never considered Tony Parker dangerous or even Allen Iverson. And you know why? Because Kidd and Nash, they were dangerous because either they were going to score or they were going to find somebody open. See, Parker never had that. Allen Iverson never had that. Those guys, Iverson just wanted to score. And he had no choice because he had a starting team.
Yeah.
But Tony Parker as well. Parker was too inconsistent. Parker picked and choose what game.
Did Iverson take him to the finals? Did they go to the finals?
No, he did once.
Yeah, once.
Who's that?
I mean, that's
Philadelphia.
Isn't that a lot for a single point guard to
but
do?
We've said that all along, right?
But that don't make him dangerous.
No,
I mean,
Parker
that's why
along,
Kidd and Nash were dangerous because either they scored or if everyone jumped on him, they found somebody open easily.
So what you were saying, Parker. We said this for years. It was like, I don't want that guy taking the last fucking shot because that guy was horrible.
No, not
but
that.
I will say this, and maybe disagree with me if you want, but Parker did really patent that teardrop.
Oh, yeah.
He patented that to where it was because that was the one.
That was his tight.
No, I don't know. He did that because it was to get over those fucking centers. I mean, that ball was like a short range rainbow shot. But early on in his career, I mean, we talked about this a lot. It was like, get the ball out of that motherfucker's hands. Same with Ginobili. We're like, get the ball out of his hands. It wasn't until they got seasoned in their position to where we're like, okay, I'm comfortable with that. But Parker was one where we were just like, stop fucking shooting the ball, Parker. We had that argument a lot.
But to credit where credit's due, Parker did deserve that MVP against Cleveland.
Yes, agreed. But again, how far was that in his career?
It
took a while for him to get to that era.
Like we always said, he should have actually dominated every point guard. He should have dominated Derek Fisher.
He was sure.
Yes. Because he was a lot faster, he was a lot younger, talented. He should have.
He always had youth on his side.
But he
and speed.
Guys, great comment from Jeremy here. Right away, quick, right after Rich's question about who he would choose to the bottom, he says Kyrie, hands down, Kyrie.
Kyrie was.
I think we're not. The man has
Well,
Great
and
handles.
And
Yeah.
Jeremy says maybe it's because I'm young, but from watching
No,
Kyrie,
no,
he was
you're
a
not
beast.
wrong.
And I mean,
With
he
the
saved that
handles.
Cleveland team.
Yeah,
he really
for
did.
sure.
I was going to say against
Yeah.
Golden State,
Yes.
it was because of him that
Mhm.
shot
Yeah.
at the end. It was because of Kyrie.
No,
LeBron would have won that.
well, the question was
What I
about
just
ball
don't-
handling.
What I just don't like about Kyrie is that he just acts too much like a bitch.
Well, now
Yeah,
he does even
right.
more so
That's the
now.
only thing.
But I think that's because of today's game.
Yeah.
Right.
If he played
Too
in
much power.
yesteryear's
Yeah.
game,
Player,
he wouldn't have thought that way. He
Yeah.
would have been more. I think he would have been more basketball
those
savvy.
players
You know what I
have too
think
much
about-
power now.
Right? Yeah.
You know what I
That's what
think
it is.
about? You know what I think about how we played. We didn't play with refs. We didn't play with free
Right.
throws. We played with like, come on, you're calling your own foul.
Right. Basically, unless it was
If
a
you're
hard ass
relying-
fucking foul, you weren't getting a foul call.
You're relying on your skills. If you're playing with guys that are calling, oh man, travel, oh man, blah blah,
Right.
foul. I'm like, okay, number one, you're a bitch. So that's out.
They
right out
forget
the
their roots. They start
Right.
depending
So-
on the
So
referee.
it's when
Right.
a guy has handles and when a guy's breaking ankles. I do think Kyrie does have those skills,
Yeah.
but he's got
No,
to
he does.
remember. You got to remember when he plays in the NBA. Yeah,
Right.
you're going to use you're going to manipulate the rules to your advantage. But
Right.
if he was playing on the street, he would still have those skills. He would still be good.
Yeah, agree.
Angles, and he would still have them fucking handles. That
Right.
shit is legit. That's a I think that's
Great
a
stuff,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
it's great.
I want to
So-
tell you guys.
I like that because he's bringing like the modern players.
I
Yeah.
love it too, Jeremy. Great answer.
Real quick.
No, go.
I just
Go
want to question everybody that's watching right now. Where do you guys put LeBron James? Let's say in your top 10. I'm just curious because I have some stuff I want to say, but top 10 LeBron James. Where do
Definitely,
you put that
definitely
guy?
you, Joe, and Richard. What
Yeah,
do y'all
anybody
think? Where do y'all
watching-
rank LeBron?
Where
Is
do
he-
you
is
rank
he in
him?
every-
Top 10.
Is he in everyone's top 10 right here?
He's
For me,
my
he
number
is.
10.
Yeah,
For me,
Where'd you
I
put
had
him?
him at number.
I'd probably put him at number 8. maybe.
Okay, 8. Where do you put him?
I had
I
him
don't-
at 8.
I
I
don't
had
have-
Kobe
8.
at 6.
Okay, 8. Okay, I,
I
have
don't
him
have
at
a
10.
full list fleshed out.
If you had to guess.
I feel like if I had to guess, he's not in my top 10
Wow,
Who's that?
okay. Interesting.
yeah.
I
But
like that.
LeBron would
for
be.
me personally.
Then
Right,
I had,
okay.
For me, I would pick him
Beautiful
over Kobe.
handwriting here, boy.
You
Well,
put him over Kobe?
Yeah.
look
Wow.
yeah,
Did you
guys.
listen to that? He puts
Look who I
he
even
puts
had picked.
LeBron.
I like that. Alex English
I've seen
is
this.
in there.
Wow. He
Sure.
puts LeBron over Kobe. Interesting because
Yeah.
I don't.
Because
But
Kobe,
okay.
because LeBron has never missed playoffs. He's taken sorry ass teams
Yeah,
to the
he
playoffs. Kobe
He
cannot
missed out.
do that.
No
But
help,
okay,
no
but
help.
again,
Kobe
okay, wait,
cannot
wait.
do that on those teams
Wait,
before
wait,
they
wait.
got Paul Gasol.
Yes, but think about that.
That's
And I want to
excellent
argue that point
That's
because
excellent
wait,
point,
I want to argue that point real quick because think about it, right? LeBron James playing on the East, Kobe playing on the West.
it doesn't matter.
No, it does to me because I'm like
He-
the fucking East was the fucking
Okay,
cakewalk.
but LeBron's now in the West, and he's
Well, now
kicking
he
ass.
is. Right now he is. But think about who he's with now.
Yeah, but he's been in the best
But
West
in the
team,
East-
what many consider
No, I
the
know.
greatest West
Yes,
team of
but-
all time,
but-
the Golden State Warriors.
But
He beat
the
them.
team, the players he had with him.
I know. I
That's
don't
my
think they
point.
are.
The East,
But
it was a
so many
fucking
people were
cakewalk.
sucking their dicks.
Yeah,
the
but-
Golden State Warriors.
I wanna tell you guys
Fucking
something.
dick. That's
I'm gonna.
I
He's
don't have
coming.
that.
What you guys
I
say
don't
that
wanna suck dick.
LeBron
No.
had?
I live
What
with
y'all
fucking
say
Golden
that-
State.
oh,
that-
okay, yeah.
What y'all say that LeBron has more of a better all around game than
Yes.
Kobe?
Yes,
See, that's
Yes.
why I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
He's a better
yes,
rebounder.
yes,
Yes.
because
and he's a better
because-
assist guy.
I'm gonna tell you
Yes.
why I
And
think
that's
that.
what I
Yes,
think. So
I
too.
agree,
Yes.
Double A, because
It's hard to say all around game, but I would say he's definitely maybe a more dominant.
But
player.
no,
Kobe
yes,
is a
but
better
listen,
shooter.
this is why. This
Okay.
is why
But-
I believe all around game better, in my opinion, because think about it. LeBron, even at their peak, right? LeBron is taller and he's a lot stronger than
Okay.
Kobe
Yeah.
is.
So there was
So
a
he
guy,
can have a
I-
better all
it
around
might
game
have been-
because of that.
There was a quote that I heard. It might have been Bob Cousy. It might have been someone else. But they said these conversations are impossible to have because you can't compare position to other position. You can't say like, oh well, Wilt versus fucking
Alex
Parker
English.
or whatever. It's like,
Right.
how can you compare?
Yeah, you can't.
They're not. It's not.
Right.
But but I get what you're saying. So number one, there's some great comments in here, and I want you.
Yeah.
I want
Let's
you to
do it.
weigh in.
Let's do it.
But before I get to that, I want to mention something. One of the videos I watched on the underrated players, it mentioned a name, and I was like, well, okay, interesting. It mentioned Chris Webber as one of the greatest
No.
underrated players.
No.
They said all he did, everything with Sacramento, despite the fact that it didn't go anywhere.
Chris Webber was just a good role player.
Sacramento
Yeah,
was a
agree.
good team.
And,
they had
no,
Tejas
and-
Stojakovic.
And notice how I said that. Good role player, not
and Bibby,
great.
didn't they have Bibby?
Bibby
And
they
I
had
know
Turkoglu. I mean,
And they
had
never gave it
Divac.
to. And think about it.
That was
They
just a
never
good
gave the
team.
ball to Chris Webber for
No,
game shots.
definitely
like
not.
the buzzer.
Okay,
So
beater.
call timeout.
Man,
So-
I saw that.
I know,
line.
yeah.
I saw that
Time out.
line.
We We have
That
timeouts.
team was just a really good team.
A little
Right.
college.
All
So
around.
I
That
know,
was an all-around
Sam,
team.
you were getting into that. Are we at that point yet where we were going to say who do we believe could possibly be top 10? Or are we not there yet?
You want to read some more comments?
Let me read some more
Okay,
comments.
yeah.
yeah,
I'm just,
Okay.
I didn't know where we were.
There's some good stuff in here.
Right.
I really want you guys to weigh in on this because it's good. Shit.
No.
Am I too far down? Yeah.
Yeah, because we
Wait, let
went.
me see.
Well, no, I want to read. Jeremy had a good one in here.
Right
Let's
here.
see. No.
Yeah, then that the one after that
oh,
one, Cat. Yeah.
It's Rich.
Can you say Kemba Walker? That one.
Yeah. So Rich says, can you say Kemba Walker could be compared to Isaiah Thomas? Kemba Walker, I think, is a great player and resembles the game of Thomas.
Oof.
Kemba, I would compare Kemba with Isaiah for scoring because Kemba is a good scorer in this day of age, but he's not a dangerous assist player or a ball dribbler like Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah Thomas still tops him because Isaiah Thomas dominated like a general. Kemba is not a general, but
At all.
he has the scoring prowess of Isaiah.
Yes.
Right.
Does it also have to deal with the era that you play in?
On this one, no. Kemba's a good scorer. He's
Right.
proven his value because he's gotten the big
A leader
contracts.
is a leader. In any
Yeah,
era.
no matter what area you're in, right?
Yeah.
But Kemba is not a dangerous scoring, yes, because the guy could score, but that's it.
Yeah.
So Isaiah still tops him overall.
Love it. Love it.
I want to read the next question.
Rich, I hope that answered. Jack, please read the next question from
Says-
Rich also.
Okay, why don't you see these great players want to be coaches? Look at Kerr, Nash, or Kidd, how they became coaches.
I think because
okay, go ahead.
Okay, I think it's because these great players, they have such a high bar that they don't know how to coach these people, how to be like great
Them.
players.
Right.
Yeah, them.
Right.
Steve Kerr is not a great player,
No.
so he can have a better mindset.
Yes.
Pat Riley,
Agree.
you know, those guys.
And
So let's
they're-
look at.
Well, it's funny you
but
said that because
that's
since,
every great coach though. Because look at
well,
we
actually,
talked about-
no. The thing is,
no,
that
great players.
players to
CM.
coaches.
Oh,
that
I get you.
became
and you know
coaches.
what's funny is that you guys before y'all
So you
say,
got to be mediocre.
well,
You
yes,
have to be,
actually,
yes,
yeah,
you do.
well, actually, the mediocre players are the ones that end up being great coaches, like
The
John
only
Nelson,
one-
Nelson,
Phil
yeah.
Jackson.
Steve Kerr.
The
Uh,
only one
Pat
I ever
Riley.
Pat
seen,
Riley, right.
the only great player I ever seen that really made it was Larry Bird.
Yeah, agreed.
He's really the only
He's
one.
the
I've
only
seen.
one. In fact, he's the only player that won besides all the player
Michael
awards.
Jordan has
But he
too much
won
of a high
Coach of the Year
standard.
and Executive
You
of the Year.
Yeah. Michael Jordan has too much of a high standard that he's going to give up on you. You know,
Yes.
if you're not up onto his level.
Right.
So I think
Yeah.
about
Hey, Jack, but point to that man over there
Yeah.
above him.
Oh yeah, right.
Because he was a player
Player
coach.
coach.
player coach,
Yeah.
winning one, and he still won a
Yeah.
championship.
Oh,
you know what? I'm
yes.
gonna do
Oh,
both.
Yeah.
And the first black coach.
That's
Black
the
coach,
first
right.
Black coach.
So I
yeah.
think about like when you
Pretty
go to
dope,
that question,
pretty dope.
right? Tim Duncan, right? He was just kind of an assistant,
Yeah.
but he was like, I don't want to do this shit
No.
now because, and I will say this about Tim, he was fucking lazy. Let's be honest. Tim was like, hey, fuck that. I already got my rings. I got my money.
I think he
I don't want to
did
be a
that
fucking
just,
coach.
I think
Fuck
he
that.
just
Hey.
helped Pop.
Hey,
that
Becky
one
was
year,
doing all
but
the
that's
hard
not
work.
what he
Yeah,
wanted.
Tim's like, I'll
Shout out
be
to
here to
Becky.
like be like, hey, look at me, I'm Tim Duncan. But he was like, man, fuck, I don't want Pop to come over the next fucking
Hey,
coach of
guys,
the Spurs.
look
Fuck
at
them out.
It's hard to put your mentality into people that aren't on that level. You know what I mean?
for sure. No, it
Tim
is.
was so
right.
used to dominating and having other people rise up to his mentality.
And I think about this in terms of like a job, right? Like a regular
Yes.
job.
Mhm.
So
yeah.
I think about like where I work at, right?
Mhm.
Let's say you have a supervisor that went up in the ranks, right? He started off as a regular,
Mhm.
just a regular employee. He works up to a supervisor. When he gets to supervisor level and they bring in a new employee, he's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And then when the employee's not performing correctly, he's like, oh, you should know that. I'm like, motherfucker, you didn't know that shit when you started out. So you
But
have to
let's
work
say
with these
there-
guys to get up to that
Let's say
level.
there's that thing though where it's like you can do 3 like different tasks
Yes.
and you're expecting someone else to do that.
Right.
same
And but the
They
thing is,
just
you
can't.
cannot expect
They
that
can't.
right away.
No, but-
You have to.
But you can't
learn.
get that out of your head.
I know because
You know
you,
what I
in
mean?
your mind, you're like,
you
it's
can't get that out of your
easy.
head. Yeah, exactly.
You're like, it's
It-
easy. You should know this. I'm
Yeah.
like, no,
But it's
you
like-
didn't know this right
Yeah.
away when you started.
It's like Moneyball, right? Like that's what I love about that movie. It's like,
Mm.
hey, you need a guy to turn the wheel. Hey, guy, can you turn the wheel? What I gotta do? Turn the wheel like this. Turn the wheel. Okay, that's all you gotta do.
Right.
Okay,
That's
that guy comes in every day and he wants to do nothing but what you
Turn
tell
the
him.
fucking
He turns
wheel,
the fucking
right?
wheel.
And he's great at
He
it.
can do that. He can turn the fucking. But when you're like, hey, I need you to think, analytically about what to do next when the wheel doesn't turn.
Yeah, the guy's like,
He's not going to do that.
No.
This is why I think about this with wrestling. I heard they're doing a new show or something like that called Promo School. And CM Punk is going to be a coach or whatever. I'm getting wrestling here. I'm going a little bit off. But tell you what, exactly what you said. Jordan can't put, he's like, I don't get why you don't want to win.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
CM Punk can't put fire in it. I haven't seen it yet, or if it's out yet. You can't put a promo in a guy. That has to come out of you being
From
like,
within.
I want to be the best.
Yes.
I'm
agreed.
gonna fucking shoot. I'm gonna say, I'm like, no, you know what? Shut your fucking mouth. The way The Rock used to do it, and even The Rock lost that. When I saw The Rock struggling against it, I couldn't believe that it had kind of gone away.
Yeah.
Because I thought that was just inside of you.
Yeah.
I agree.
But this is what these guys don't get. These really, really great players, you can't put that in a guy that's mediocre.
No,
you can't coach in a sense mediocrity.
Well, plus you got a lot of today's generation that don't practice as hard or take the game serious as the old players.
But you know what?
This right here.
And to go, and now we're kind of jumping ahead, but to go to that point where you were saying now, let's think about the 04 Olympic team. Right?
Ooh.
What did they get?
Yeah.
What did they get? Bronze, right? Who got gold?
Argentina.
Ginobili. Which is he's on my top 15 team. He's on my top 15 of guys because I'm like, what other fucking squad has beat the men's team that was all NBA players besides those guys?
That's a great fucking point.
That's why Ginobili's my top 15 because I'm like, no, people wouldn't pick that. But I'm like, no, Ginobili is top 15.
Well, when you talk about basketball,
basketball, right? Yeah, basketball.
Right. Here's what I think about when I think about Ginobili. When I'm watching Ginobili play all the time with the Spurs, when I heard him come from Argentina, being the Argentina and Jordan, is that number one, he played with like this reckless abandon. He was like Ginobili played with so much heart. Like Ginobili played like he never wanted to stop playing.
No.
Right.
Like that is like. You don't get that. That's like Rudy. That's like Rudy in fucking the movie. Like, it's like I just want to fucking keep playing.
Right.
Like that's you, boy. That's you. Like it's like the heart is all still there. Like you make other guys want to play. Like that's what it was fucking like.
Right.
Guys, we're coming up on a next quick.
We gotta
30-minute
read
break.
some more of those.
There's some more comments here. We're gonna read those.
You know what?
Quick.
We should just keep finishing those comments. All of them.
Oh, we are.
Finish those out. We're gonna take a really quick blip of a break, and we'll be right back. The comments might be there. I don't know.
All right, guys. Let's read some of your comments.
All right, shit, guys. Looks like you guys are getting in there.
Let's go up.
Man, I hate to steal from the audio listeners because they want to miss out on this.
Okay,
here we go. Double A's got it.
Jeremy, right on Jeremy.
Oh shit! Let me move up a little bit here. Number 10, a lot more players. Let me see.
Which one?
Either one.
Sorry, Jeremy.
If I show Zegan, give me those.
Jeremy, fill me in on what you mean by number 10, a lot more players. Joe says
LBJ number 7. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's why I had LeBron at number 8.
Jeremy
but
says
pretty much the
LeBron
same.
at 10 for him.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
okay. I love it. Good pick.
Richard says in top 10, he is not there. He is not in there either. Yes, he's good, but so many players better than him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Richard doesn't think he's top 10.
Who's that, LeBron?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremy says Chris Webber is always going to be remembered for his mess up
I
on
know.
Michigan.
He is.
I agree.
Look, he was on a really good Sacramento team. That Sacramento team was hard, and it's funny that we never played Sacramento.
Yeah.
That's kind of the team I would have liked to have seen us play against.
Hey, Jeremy, by the way, I saw that game live.
I feel bad that I can't remember more of the great points that the guy made on the video, Jeremy, about Chris Webber, but anybody that wants to check it out, it had some pretty solid points. I never thought about him as
Larry
underrated.
Bird, I think, says a lot of great stuff about him on that Dream Team documentary.
Yeah.
Chris Webber. You remember that part with the college players when they beat the pros?
You know, the whole thing with Sacramento was that there was no superstar on that team because they were each a team effort. But look, even regardless, Chris Webber was never a go-to guy. You won't bet money on him giving you the winning shot.
I feel like a really great statement that you brought up, Double A, tonight was like, would you build a team around somebody? And that's been in my head. It's been in the back of my brain like a worm. And I'm like, fuck, you know what I mean? And right now, Rich's next question is, underrated players. What about Penny Hardaway?
Penny Hardaway was great before injuries knocked him out. Because Penny Hardaway, if injuries didn't knock him out, he should have been a Hall of Famer.
It's
because he was talented.
It's like the Derrick Rose conversation, right? Where we're like,
big
that
time.
guy was fucking.
Oh, you could even throw in Grant Hill, although Grant Hill did go to a Hall of Fame. But I mean, but Penny Hardaway was on his way.
Did Grant Hill
no. But Penny Hardaway was on his way for a Hall of Fame.
I gotta tell you this, guys. Friday Nighter Tandre actually had a Grant Hill jersey he wore to school all the time.
All right.
He was
Detroit.
Oh, you know,
Sam, Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit.
You know, in one of the All-Star games.
The newer one, when they had that awkward jersey, that's the jersey Tandre had. And I was like, what the fuck?
Well, here's a little Grant Hill
little
trivia. I think in the 96 All-Star game that was here in San Antonio, Grant Hill was actually the number one top voter, and then it was Jordan.
Yeah, well,
I mean, people forget that Grant Hill at one point was the shit.
Yeah,
he was the most popular.
Yeah.
That's horse shit. I'm never voting for Grant Hill over Michael.
All right, what do we got next?
Joe says, remember in the 90s, you had the hoops cards where every team's best player had a special card. Be hard to do now.
Hoops. I definitely remember 1990 Hoops. That was the Robinson Rookie of the Year. It was the silver border. All-Stars had the gold border.
We had a lot of those Hoops cards laying around.
The checklist were the popular cards that were the drawings.
Joe, you're talking about an era of some of the worst card trading that ever went
unfortunately,
the most crooked.
Yeah.
I think the only one that was worth money was Derrick Robinson and the Jordan drawing checklist.
Yeah, right.
Or Jordan's playground card.
Yeah.
From
Joe,
1990, but Hoops sucked.
Hey, quick question, just because I'm just thinking about it now. You said Jordan. Harold Miner. What was his nickname?
Baby
Jordan.
Baby Jordan, yeah.
He went to USC?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. So, anyways, I just thought about that for some fucking
And played for the
reason.
Heat.
Well,
Hey, Heat fans. Thank you, Double A.
What question were we on?
Joe says Phil Jackson, not a great player, but great coach.
Yeah,
I agree.
You know what? The Last Dance made me respect him more.
Yeah.
I didn't think anything
agree.
of him as a coach until I saw The Last Dance.
Well, because we all
I saw
thought
how
Jordan was running that shit.
And it shows that, man, you really have to have a lot of brains to run that fucking team, because
Triangle. Whoa.
Just give the ball to Michael.
Give it Michael.
That's all it seemed like.
Kobe.
It seemed like that's all we were seeing until he's the one that actually told Jordan to pass the ball.
Right,
he's the one that was like, trust your damn teammates.
Yes, agreed.
I mean,
Joseph,
for me, it gave him a couple notches, but definitely still not top 3 or maybe even 5 all-time coaches.
Wow, really?
I still think Red Auerbach, Pat Riley, Popovich, Chuck Daly are better than Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson, yeah.
Because again, Phil Jackson never. The reason why, because I feel like Jackson never drafted.
Yeah.
He got acquired teams.
Yep.
He finally went to New York Knicks, where he was the one to draft and do all of that, and he got nowhere, and he ended up quitting when it was up to him to create a team.
I'll take him over D'Antoni, Van Gundy,
D'Antoni,
and anybody. Fucking who else? Tark the Shark.
Yeah, agree.
Hey, D'Antoni is legendary overseas, by the way.
Wow. Yeah.
You can
he has championships.
Moneyball, great movie.
That is, Joe.
It is. I love it.
Richard says, do you think it's
that's
where
a great
you play
question.
that makes you a noticeable player as well?
Yes.
Big cities, just a thought, especially San Antonio not getting the respect they deserve.
Agree.
Yeah, because
I
if you
agree
play
big time.
with the Lakers,
100%.
if you play with the Knicks, you seem to get more notice than anywhere else for some reason. Like Carmelo was like a focus point of New York.
Right.
Even though we all know Carmelo's like he's an above average player.
He's a star.
He wasn't even my top 20.
He
wasn't my top 20.
No, and he won't be.
No.
But he will be in the Hall of Fame because of stats.
Yeah, he has a stats.
The main thing I remember Carmelo from, more than anything else, I remember him from a fucking episode of Punk'd where they punked him. That's what I remember Carmelo for most. Which is pretty sad.
You know what's funny? What I remember about him is that it was like him and LeBron's names that were.
Yeah,
like,
they were
out
always like
there,
saying who was
and then
like
it
better.
Was like one just blew.
Yeah, the other one like
actually at the time too.
Agree.
Carmelo was hired because Carmelo had won a championship at college. LeBron
Right.
didn't go to college.
he went to just
So going back to
yeah.
Richard, what he was saying, it does
It
matter.
is,
Unfortunately, what
yeah.
city?
No,
you're
it does
playing.
definitely.
Yeah, totally.
Next one,
that's why
different
these guys-
sport, but Andy Reid was not a very good football player, but he's probably one of the best coaches of the decades. Yeah, I agree.
Well,
Great
Jeremy,
comment, Jeremy.
everybody though, that's what we said. It's funny. All the great coaches were mediocre players or not really good players.
Yeah,
Those are the ones that end up being best coaches.
yeah.
The ones that were superstars as players, they end up sucking as a coach. What do we got?
Richard says, do you think
Richard's-
players
okay,
need to play in college to develop their skills?
Yes,
Yes.
Absolutely.
most definitely.
Yes.
Unless,
Because
unless
here's
you're super
why.
He's a rare
talented.
freak.
right,
Yeah.
but
like
again,
Ronald's a
think,
rare
but
freak.
think about this.
No, even
Think
Kobe
about-
took
yeah.
a few years.
I was
But-
gonna say
but
we
think
we
about
saw
this.
it in our time though, because Kobe didn't play and neither
But
did
it took him
LeBron.
a few
but
years
think about
to
this.
get better.
Though, right?
LeBron was great.
He's
right
a rare
away.
Yes.
talent.
But think about this, right? How much better could LeBron have been had he went to college?
No,
Because
but
you
that's what I'm
remember-
saying.
I know,
It's
I know.
rare.
Yeah, it is.
He's a rare
But no,
freak.
I know. But think
Yep,
about this,
I
right? You
agree.
come out of high school. Remember when we all came out of high school? We were fucking immature, even though we thought we were mature. Think about it now as adults, we were immature. So if LeBron had went to college for 4 years and then came out, dude, how much fucking greater would he have been?
Well, you might be right, Jack, but would he still be playing now? Probably not.
I think so. No,
Really?
I think so.
You think he'd have his same career now?
I think so.
You
I
know
think
what? They're
better.
lasting longer than they are
Yeah, they are.
previous eras.
Because remember,
if he would have gone to college, he might not have that loss against us.
yeah, so therefore he would have been better.
But
Right? Because
definitely-
think about it. And then
On
also
paper-
to Double A's point, they're lasting better now because think about like everything they've gone through in terms of physical working out, all that kind of shit has gone a lot further than it did in yesteryear.
Okay, you guys maybe think about a question. This applies to any sport. What do you guys think about this? Do you guys think that you learn from losing
of course.
Oh yeah, you have to.
as a
Yeah.
champion?
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
As a champion.
Yeah.
So I mean, he learned. He took an ass whipping from us.
4-0.
Sweat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he learned from
That's
that.
where he got the nickname
You have
LeBron.
to. You have to learn from.
LeBron.
That's what I'm saying. And this is kind of like when I think about football, like I'm like those losses that Brady took, he kind of learned from those. He
Oh,
got
yeah.
to like learn from those. You know what I mean?
But
Like,
yeah,
LeBron took
going-
so to your point, LeBron took and he learned because think about it. When we were at his home field or his home court, they were fucking ruling out the trophies for the Spurs, and then LeBron's like, "Nah, fuck you guys." To your point of them saying like, "Oh, those balloons, fuck that, they're gonna stay up there."
Yeah.
Right? That's what LeBron probably tells him. Man, fuck that shit. I've lost these motherfuckers before. That's not happening.
I love that because
There's
that's like a wrestling tribute.
there's only two guys from high school that really made it big right away. That was Moses Malone
Mm.
and
Good
LeBron
point.
James.
Yeah, good point.
Everyone else struggled like the first 2 or 3
That's
years.
another one that people forget, Moses. But
Yeah.
that was a good question. So bottom line, yes, you do.
Next one
College
is,
Joe
says
says,
you
the
need to go there.
04 Olympics was rough.
Yeah, it was very rough.
Joe says, Ginobili, best six man ever?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I take that.
Oh wait.
Over
Because you
Havlicek?
have.
Ever.
Well, yeah, I was going to
Yeah,
say
but-
Hondo.
Havlicek? Yeah.
You know
Hondo?
what? No. Ginobili, no. Who answered that one?
Joe.
Joe. The answer to that
No,
one
why?
is no, because Havlicek ended up being a
Being
big
the-
factor as a
He's
bench
still-
guy, but he
Celtics,
ended up
which I
being
Yes.
the
He's
main
the
guy.
all-time leading scorer
Mm,
for Celtics.
okay.
Right.
Right.
And that's another thing, Joe, is that he went from the valuable bench player to the superstar, the main star, the main guy on the Celtics. And obviously he's the Celtics all-time scorer, even up to right now.
Right. Yeah.
So no. So it's Hondo, which is John Havlicek.
I love that. Guys, I'm going to bring us back into the recorded
Bring us-
conversation because,
Yeah.
man, I love this.
Let's keep going through those. Let's keep going through those topics.
Guys,
Yeah.
everybody
That's
out
good
there
stuff. There's some
tonight
good
is
stuff coming
killing
at
the
us.
game.
Yeah.
Guys, I rarely say this, and I know I've rarely said this already, like 3 episodes in a row. But please go check out the Facebook Live because, man, you're missing
I feel
great
swollen.
conversation
swollen.
about right
Yeah,
now
boom,
basketball.
buzz,
And I want to get we're reading comments right now, but I brought us back in live because I want into the recorded portion because I want the live portion to be a part of this because it's so.
And it's the
God
giant
damn
size
good.
annual 1 year
And it's a giant-
anniversary.
1 year.
And
1 year
And
anniversary.
It's
Happy
my other
birthday.
birthday. It's my other birthday. So
These guys right here,
Yep.
1 year anniversary.
They've done awesome.
JFN,
They've
just
done
another
awesome.
Friday night.
could have done it with better guests, man. Truly appreciate it. So, man, great question we just had from Joe about the best six-man ever. He says Ginobili. I agree. Boy says no with great reason, naming Havlicek from the Boston Celtics as the.
But Ginobili would be number 2.
Yeah, and that in itself is amazing.
All right, let's keep going with the comments.
Jeremy says, yes, the only player I could think of is LeBron, who just went straight to the
from
NBA.
yeah.
But Kobe also did.
But Moses
Malone.
Malone, right?
Jeremy, check out Moses Malone on
He's the
Wikipedia.
reason
Check him
why
out.
Philadelphia has that 1983 championship.
And okay,
Luke,
wait, real quick.
Lou, hello.
Real quick. When they started talking about 6-man, after who?
It was Hondo in
Yeah,
Boston.
Hondo.
Right,
So Red
exactly. That's my
Auerbach
point.
is the
Right,
one
yes.
that-
Right, that they started naming
That's
6-man.
60.
Right,
That's
that's
standard.
where it
That's
came
a
from. So to
standard.
me, that's a standard right
When
there.
you're the innovator, I get
Right,
it.
right.
But how many people could say you went from a bench
to
to the
the
actual
main
super?
guy.
Yeah, the
Correct.
superstar.
Correct.
And he won, I think, 2 more titles
Yeah.
Yeah.
without Bill Russell because
Right.
he was the main guy. Him
Yep.
and Dave Cowens.
Richard
But anyway,
says, different sport, but speaking Hall of Fame, do you think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, before that, loved white chocolate on
the
that
Sacramento
Sacramento
Kings,
team.
Blues
Yeah.
white chocolate.
Is that Bibby?
white chocolate.
Billy
Yeah,
was
it's
white
baby.
chocolate. Yeah.
Bibby,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
yeah. You know what? That was another guy that I thought kind of fit the Spurs mold. That would have been a great point
Baby
guard.
would have been
Point guard,
awesome
right?
with the Spurs.
Bibby was really badass and never got anything, right? Boy, he
No.
never won nothing. So I mean, but
Richard, quick answer
Well, I like
to
Richard's question. The
that.
next
Quick
one.
answer to that one, Richard, is
After
that
that
Pete
one.
Rose should be in there because he was clean as a player. He got busted gambling as a manager. So
Yeah.
as a player, he
I
should
don't know
be
about
there.
baseball,
And up to
so-
right now, he's still the all-time hits leader.
Right.
So he didn't gamble as a player. So yeah, he should be there.
Well,
I
think-
love
think he
Richard's
was
next
the-
question.
He was the gobbledygook or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and yeah,
He's
that
in the
Kate
wrestling
kept
Hall of
fucking up.
Fame.
But
He's
even,
in the
Kate
wrestling
kept
Hall of
fucking
Fame.
tombstoning.
even then, Pete Rose's whole shit was gambling, right?
As
Yeah,
a
it wasn't
manager.
It's
cheating.
Not, it's
As a
not
manager.
even these guys being on juice. It's
Right,
like,
right. He
come
was
on.
gambling.
Yeah.
But I love Richard's next question.
What do we
Read
got?
it out for us, Jackie.
If Jordan didn't play with Chicago and had the coach and the team he did, is he still a champion?
If Jordan didn't play,
If he didn't play with Chicago and have Phil Jackson, is he still a
So
champion?
he would have
the way
gone
he
to
is?
Portland.
Wherever
That's
the
where
fuck,
he would-
right?
No, that's where he was originally. Was to go to Portland. He wouldn't have had Phil Jackson. Would
Right? Is he
be
still a champion? Yeah. It's a great fucking question. That's hard.
On the West, he might have had a better chance in the West.
if he was with the Lakers, he would
But
have
is
won.
he a champion?
No,
Of what?
Yes.
It-
I say
okay,
yes.
look.
no, because
if-
he
so
didn't beat
again,
Larry Bird.
if he
never beat Larry
Didn't
Bird.
have if he didn't go to Chicago and didn't have the coach, meaning Phil Jackson. So if he wasn't at Chicago and didn't have Phil Jackson,
Well,
is
the
he
thing
still
is
a
that he
champion?
didn't even have Phil Jackson when he started.
Well, yeah, he had.
He didn't have
Oh.
Phil Jackson or the
He
success.
had,
Right, but when
all
did he
the
start
time.
winning his championships?
Doug Collins.
90.
Still come.
Right, with
Phil Jackson.
Yes.
right with Phil Jackson. My
Yes.
point. If he didn't have Jackson or play for the Bulls, is he still a champion?
Depending on who he played with.
The
Depending on what
And
team he
that's the
played
the
with.
question.
Portland Trailblazers initially packed. They picked what's his name instead of Jordan.
Well, check this out. Let's just say he got drafted out
Foley.
of Boston.
They picked
He
both.
could have.
That's
He,
like
he
Sam
could
But
have
they
won.
had Clyde Drexler.
I think depending where he went. If he went to Boston, he would have won.
But let's think about that question.
If he went to a
your-
Spurs, he wouldn't have
or your
won.
statement. Okay, let's think about your statement. Right.
You're not putting enough stock in the man.
Yeah,
Yes,
you got to put
Jordan-
that in the man
Jordan
himself.
would have still have been a champion. He might not have been a six.
Well, I'm just
Right,
thinking.
right.
Well,
Agree,
well, I'm
would have
thinking.
been a
Well,
champion.
what I'm thinking
That's my
is the
yes, agree.
the teams at the time that he got drafted.
Because I think
That's what I'm thinking about. That's why I said if he would have win with the Spurs,
Right.
no.
no, but I
If he
like
went to
I
Boston,
like
yes.
CM's,
About
I like
that shit.
CM's answer to that. He would have been a champion, but maybe not as many championships. Because again, you got to look at him as a player whole, and they're like, man, this guy is fucking something. Let's build around this guy, right? So no matter what team he would have went to, they would have said we got to build around him to win. Maybe not 6 championships, but he would have won at least a
Yeah.
few
Apparently,
championships.
So let-
Chicago didn't know that for 5 years.
Well, right. Well, let's say he goes to Portland, right? Let's say
Yeah,
he
well,
goes to
until they got
Portland.
to Jackson,
Eventually,
'cause
he's
Jackson was
teamed up.
smart coach,
Eventually,
yeah.
it's him and
But
Drexler.
they had players already. At that time.
So
True.
That's why I'm saying that it all depends who he win on. See, I mean, when Phil Jackson came, that's when they started being smart and they drafted Pip and they had
Well, they
Horace
passed the
Grant.
ball too.
Right. They started changing things up. But I mean, if we're just talking about him getting drafted, no, depending who he got drafted on, If he went to New York Knicks and they already had Ewing there,
Ooh, man.
yes, they
Yeah.
probably would have won a championship.
That's exciting.
You would have got a
If-
fucking. You would have finally got a title.
If he went to Houston,
If
he went to Houston
New
with Olajuwon, he could have won with Olajuwon.
Yeah, he could, and Samson too.
Well, that's what I'm
Ralph
saying.
Sampson.
Depending where he went, that's what I'm saying. Like if he came to a
Wow.
Spurs, he would have lost because I'm thinking of the teams of 1984.
Yeah, true.
You know, that's why I'm saying it depended what city he would have played in. He would have been
true.
a champion.
True.
Man.
So to me, that's my answer to that question. Will he be a champion?
He
Yeah.
probably
If he
would've
went on
been
the
a champion
Lakers,
then
if he went
sooner
Boston, if he went to
Yeah.
Houston, if he went to New York, yes, he
So-
would have been a champion.
So
Right.
Boy says yes. Jack, you say
I say yes.
I say yes. Double A.
Yeah.
Jordan would have still been a champion, Rich. We think.
If he went to a sorry team in 1984, no, he wouldn't, because those sorry teams in the 80s really did suck.
Yeah.
They didn't know about drafting at that time. They didn't know about signing 2-3 big free agents at the time. So no, if you went on a sorry team, your career pretty much died out pretty
So
quick.
read Joe's comments. Next like 4. He says Manu would be my guy on my team.
All right.
KG straight out of high school.
He was still kind of rough when he first.
Yes,
came
because think about that too
Took
with
a
KG.
while. Took a little
How
while.
long
Yeah.
did it take for KG to win his only title?
Well, that was like
Well, he
shit,
had to
08.
leave. He had to
Talking
leave
about-
Minnesota. so-
You're talking
Yeah,
almost like
exactly.
10
That's
years
what I'm
later.
saying.
yeah.
So that's why
He
KG. I'm
came
like,
in like what 2 years sooner before Tim.
right. He came straight out of
And-
high school, but he wasn't
And I think
dominant
they
like
actually,
the way like
and
other
from what I
power
remember,
forwards were.
they actually did draft some decent players during the Garnett early years.
Did-
He actually
did y'all
had like
say-
Isaiah Ryder.
They had
He was a
Marbury.
high
Yeah,
draft
right,
pick.
right.
Marbury.
Yep.
Did
They-
y'all say Boston was the first? Y'all said that was like the first kind of the super team.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
agree. Yeah.
What
So
team?
that
Right.
was
Well, Minneapolis Lakers.
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then he
Interesting.
says, not baby white chocolate was Jason something.
Jason Williams.
Yeah.
Just
So,
So
just-
he had
white
a lot of
kid number
good pass.
55.
He had a lot of good passes. But
Jason
the guy
Williams was
a-
badass. Yeah.
He was a terrible
So
shooter, though.
not Bibby. We were
Yeah,
talking
well,
he
the
was
about
a
thing
that.
about
terrible
him was
shooter.
that, yeah, passer, great, scorer, no.
Right.
So it
He was
didn't make
terrible.
him
He
dangerous
was-
at all.
He would do a fast break, shoot a 3, and break.
And that's, I think, what killed Sacramento is that they never had that superstar. Because it was a team effort, but they didn't have one guy that you gave the ball to.
I think Richard's next comment.
Rich says, "Do you like how the playoffs are?"
Played best out of 7 games to move on to the next round. Would you change that? I like the 7, but I
Yes.
wish they would have left the first round as 5.
5.
Yes,
yeah.
agree,
Yeah,
agree.
agree.
5-7-7 is the
Yes.
best
Agree.
way to go.
Agree.
I
5-7-7.
That's unanimous.
Yeah.
But
I like
very
the
good.
7 because it's more games, but agree. First round should be 5.
Good stuff, Richard.
Great
but
Yeah.
question.
And
Great.
Richard says, but is KG considered to be in the same category as Tim?
No.
No, sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. No.
Tim Duncan,
that
bro.
If
was-
I'm just looking at just championships alone,
What is
Just
Garnett has
championships alone.
2?
Garnett
Yes.
has
One.
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 Oh, really?
So
One
Tim's
was Boston.
5.
But
I
Tim
think he
had
went
just-
to, but Garnett went to what,
Tim-
2
Yeah,
finals,
but
right?
Tim outplayed
Right.
him
Yes.
so much.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
I hate to say it, but I'm a big proponent of hardware, only because it is.
but it's
it
not
is
even the hardware.
you know-
Tim
I mean, he
just-
completely blew
Yeah,
Garnett
when he,
away.
Yeah,
when he saw
no, yeah,
when he saw the
everything.
matchups, Tim just outplayed Garnett.
Yeah, big
bad.
time. Big
Real
time.
bad.
All right,
And-
now Richard jumps on and says, "What about Dirk?" Again,
Dirk
same
is-
thing.
Same thing with Garnett.
Same thing with
It's right
Garnett.
there.
1-1. I think so let's ask this question, Richard. Tim 1-on-1 against both of those guys. Who wins? I give Tim all day,
Tim,
beating
yeah.
both of them. Yeah,
Tim.
easy.
Which he
To
did.
game of 10, I'm gonna say Tim's got 10. They have like
would you
maybe
guys,
3 or 4.
Would you guys even say? And I don't want to speak blasphemy here because I love my Spurs, but would you guys even say that Dirk sometimes had better teams?
No.
No.
Really?
No, yeah.
Not
Okay.
with fucking. Well, I know
You're
right
good.
now.
You're good.
I still got a Spurs hat on.
Yeah, I
because
know.
our team's always whipped their asses.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
But Dirk had Terry.
The only
Finley,
time,
what's his
again-
name? Barrera.
But those guys were
Hey.
like maybe 1 year that
I
they
know,
gave
right.
us a hard time. It
So
was like
to your point,
it wasn't consistent.
But
You're-
damn, I remember going against him and being like, "Fuck."
No,
well,
of
that's
course,
because
yeah.
that's because again, like think about NFL, right? You're playing at your own conference, like man, fuck, it's the roughest teams. Because in your own conference, like the Spurs and the Mavericks, it's like fuck, we gotta play those guys. They play tougher against their own fucking
But
rivals
That's what I mean.
versus everybody
Okay,
else.
You guys know, like I love the Patriots. I don't want to switch to football, but it's a thing. I can't imagine teams going against fucking Brady and like Edelman or even fucking like when they didn't have anybody. Like, oh damn, it's them. It's like who? Brady. It's Brady, yeah, which is like the GOAT.
Right,
But
but-
it's like and Edelman and like what running back? There's nobody there.
Yeah,
Like,
but
there's
again,
nobody.
because we're talking about the same like division, or in our case, the same state. It's like, no, I'm gonna be better than those fucking guys. So I'm gonna play harder against them versus like the Washington fucking like whatever.
It's just, you know, when Dallas was on their streak too, it's like Spurs would have 58 wins, they'd have like 53.
Yes,
You
and
know,
again,
so I mean, their Dallas Mavericks were a dangerous.
Guys, you know what?
team.
I like to
I'm
say
gonna tell you
the
what.
one thing with Dallas and San Antonio, all we have to do, long story short, we got 5 towels, they got one.
That's
That
right.
tells you enough.
And
So, right
Fuck
there.
you, Dallas.
And to your point, boy, about their one title, the only reason those motherfuckers win one title is because Ginobili fucked up.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why. If Ginobili doesn't fuck up, they don't have a fucking title to their fucking name.
Yeah.
That was an error by Manu Ginobili. That was it.
So Dirk and Garnett,
So fuck
Richard,
you, Dirk.
those guys, no comparison
And-
to
and-
Spurs or Duncan.
Now I will say, Dirk. I didn't hate Dirk.
I did.
I did
I
it.
did.
Well, but why though?
I
I'm
did
with
because
you.
he
Because
flopped.
he flopped and
Yes. Okay. Right. I agree. He
played
flopped.
coward ball.
But that LeBron flops. Everybody fucking
No.
flops.
Dirk was
No, he
bad.
was. I agree.
Dirk
But
was
also,
Before
but
the
also-
innovator.
who
LeBron
was
was-
our innovator of flopping?
Ginobili.
Yes,
But he
long hair
didn't go-
Ginobili.
he
But-
didn't
Long
go
hair Ginobili.
25 times like Dirk did
Yes.
in our playoff.
But
No,
you've heard me many
I
times.
just like Dirk. I didn't hate Dirk.
But you've
I
heard me
hated
many
Dirk. Fuck
times
Dirk.
that I've always hated all flopping.
Fuck Dirk.
Yes,
I hate it
agree.
when Ginobili did
Right,
it.
right.
I
You
hate
said
all
that.
of
Yes,
that.
I agree with that.
I
You
hate
said that.
anybody that
Yes,
flops,
you
and
have
that
said
goes
that.
for Ginobili.
Yes.
Good answer, boy. And Rich knew where we were going. Rich says Tim Duncan all day.
Right.
Yeah.
He,
Yep. Agree.
he wanted to raise interesting conversation, and he did. Great job, Rich. Again, Jeremy says, "All right, guys, I'm heading off, but definitely going to be looking at some of the players y'all mentioned.
Awesome.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate it.
Make yourself the wisest basketball knowledge
Yep.
guy out there, and believe me, these are the experts that you're listening
Wow,
to
okay,
right now."
Richard.
Richard is going at it. He got
Best
another good
team
one.
rivals in NBA back then and
Well,
current.
for
Ooh.
us, for the Spurs, man, it was always fun seeing us against the Dallas
Houston?
Mavericks, Phoenix,
Lakers.
and Lakers.
Lakers.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to say the best rival for the Spurs, who do you put? I put Lakers.
Lakers.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah,
2000.
only
but-
because that feels like David
But
versus
now,
Goliath.
but now
Yeah,
we're saying
for
back
sure.
then and current. So back then it'd be like
Lakers
Lakers
and
and Boston.
Yeah, right, for sure. Right.
Detroit, Chicago, man,
Mhm.
Isaiah Michael.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or even Detroit
That's a
and
great one.
Lakers.
It's a great one. Would you say Chicago and New York?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always,
that's a good
yeah.
one.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
You have
Always,
to. You have
always.
to.
That was
yeah.
That's
heated.
the one right,
Right.
there. Yeah. That's definitely a
Lakers,
good one.
Sacramento, that was always fun too.
Yeah.
But definitely
Yeah, that's a
that
good
New
one.
All right,
York,
so
New York
I
and
have a
Chicago,
question.
definitely.
I have a
Great
question,
question.
right? Because Spurs, right? The very best Spurs player, or I'm sorry, very best Spurs team versus the very best any other team of any era, who wins?
Oof, man.
Very best Spurs
So you're
team.
gonna number one, establish who our best
Right,
team is.
best
So
Spurs
I
team.
would say the 2014 team
Who
was
do you
our
got?
best.
I'm thinking 2014.
All right.
Ooh, that's
I'm
interesting.
saying 14.
I would have said maybe 05.
Well, the
This one
Detroit
had
one is a
Kawhi,
tough
Tim,
one.
Ginobili,
Yeah.
Parker.
But the 2014, we really blew out
Yeah.
that
So
Miami.
that's
Miami.
our
A
best,
lot of
right?
people.
Let's say 14 is our best against the best of any other team. Who would you say?
Any other team?
Any other team of
You're
all
talking like-
time.
you're talking like the Bulls.
I don't
and
give a
like,
shit. Any other team of fucking
Well,
all time.
I have confidence that we would beat Golden State.
Yeah,
That's
I agree.
73.
Agree.
The Chicago team would be kind of hard. Just
We were
because of
actually
Mike.
beating
but
Golden State
best-
when Kawhi
best
got hurt.
all
We were
time,
beating them.
best all time team.
I
Who would
don't
you
know
be? Who
the
would be your
best
second
team
or best
is.
all time
Yeah, I don't
compared to
know.
Spurs?
I guess it'd
Forget
be
the Spurs.
Chicago, the
Like
72,
90,
Agree.
Chicago would
that's
be the
70 What
record
is that?
one.
96.
96. Yeah.
All right, so 14 Spurs, 96 Chicago. Who wins that game?
Bulls.
I don't know. I'd
It's
have
tough
to
'cause
say
Kawhi was there
yeah,
too.
because
Yeah.
Kawhi can take on
I think
Michael.
Yeah.
I think Kawhi really honestly could take on Michael in defensive battle.
I have no doubt the Bulls win. Kawhi doesn't have that kind of.
All right, let's go player for player real quick. All right, we say who's blocking Jordan? That's
It had to
Kawhi.
be Kawhi.
Right, who's blocking Duncan?
And
Well,
Well,
that's
ain't
the
doing shit
thing.
for him.
The thing
Nothing.
about those
Right.
is that Chicago never had good centers
Yeah,
in all their
right,
six.
And
right.
we would kill them
Bill
on
Carr,
Right.
right?
No.
Yeah.
Hey,
That
Mister,
what you're
Mister,
thinking
this
about
look,
is,
Charles,
Luke
listen to this.
Longley.
Look,
Yeah.
Say about
look,
Luke Longley
yeah.
in 1996.
Now,
CM,
now,
Mr. This shooting free throws. Cartwright.
Mm-hmm.
Scotty would be
Right.
on Ginobili though,
Yeah, he would be.
and Scotty's
Right, and
a
that-
really good
Right,
defender.
right.
That would have
But
been
who's-
that would
You know
have
what?
been each
That's a
matchup.
that's a tasty matchup.
So
I like
okay,
that.
all right.
Yeah.
So
That's even.
we say Kawhi could probably stick Jordan pretty well because we know
As well as he could,
right, because we know he's
Yeah.
stuck.
He'd give
We
Jordan
know
a hard time.
because we know he's stuck.
because he shut down
LeBron
LeBron
pretty well.
pretty good.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Kobe,
Yeah, he
right?
did.
So
Yeah.
Jordan is above those two in my opinion. So
Yes.
he may have a hard time. But
You
who
got-
is sticking him? Is Jordan good enough to stick him
Yes, he is.
defensively?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So they
Yeah.
cancel that out. Who's good enough to stick Tim? If we say we're
No
taking
one-
out our guy,
no one-
I
because
like
Tim
where
is
your
the-
head's at.
Yeah.
You're in the sense that you've got two good defenders. Like you
Right.
could essentially double team Jordan with Ginobili and Kawhi,
Look,
and I don't even think you need to do
Look,
that. I
but,
think
he's
Kawhi
going to
is
kick the
enough.
ball out a lot.
The best
And that's
player-
fine.
Well, look,
That's why I think you stick Kawhi only on Jordan.
look,
Let him
you
kick
Play
the
him
ball out,
1-on-1.
and then let him
Duncan
go with
was
somebody
going to
else.
kill you. We're
That
talking about,
IQ's not there.
you're
Jordan's
talking
going to
about
beat
the
it.
best
It's like
Chicago
chess.
team, right?
But you have Tim defending
Yes,
the whole.
and again, remember, you got to think about them. These are the guys with the
That's a
mentality.
very solid
Wait,
question.
mentality of the 14 team versus the mentality of that.
What team
Jordan
did y'all
team.
say was
It's
Chicago's
almost. I think
best
that's
team?
equivalent. That.
the 96 one, the
Okay.
72 and
Well,
10.
check this out.
Because Tim,
Jordan-
you know what?
we haven't talked about Rodman. Rodman's there
Rodman would
too.
probably be on Tim.
Yep.
Yeah, Rodman.
Yeah.
But again, Rodman
And he's
lacks
a
in
harder
the height.
rebound. Yeah, but
He's a harder rebounder, right? But
But he's more.
can he
physical,
block that
too.
fundamental shit
Uh,
that Tim's doing? He can.
Yeah, Tim's going to score those points, but
Right.
he's going to beat him up a little bit.
I think Tim would get
Yeah, I gotta
Rodman
beat-
into foul trouble.
Yes, agree. I agree with that 100%. Tim gets him into foul trouble.
Duncan will beat Rodman.
Right.
Well,
I'll
one.
be right back.
Yeah.
And then the Spurs.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
So to me,
Who was
Jordan
our
and
center in
Kawhi.
2014?
14. Oh shit.
Who
Let
was
me
their
see.
center?
I'm fucking too drunk to answer. Let
Was
me check.
it Ginobili's teammate? It wasn't him,
I
right?
don't think Fabricio was there. I think he was gone. Right?
Mauricio.
All right. So 2014 roster, we had. I think actually Tim was our fucking.
Center?
But we would move him to forward easily because Rodman. Well, no.
All right.
You know
So
what?
we had.
Because
So
Rod-
according to this, we had Matt Bonner, Kyle Anderson, Danny Green, Shannon Brown, Josh Davis, Robert Vanden. Again, I'm just going by what's
But
telling me
who's
here.
our center though? Who is the starter?
It's showing all fucking power forwards.
Oh damn.
So I got.
You know, if we don't really have a legit center at that time, Rodman is not a threat scorer. So
No.
you know what? I could see us moving Duncan to center because Duncan would have dominated.
And that,
Luke
honestly, that's
Longley.
probably what happened because Duncan probably would have been our center.
He would have been
/
our center.
power forward. Yeah,
because he would have dominated Luke Longley easily.
Right.
And Rodman. He would have scored on Rodman. He would have given Rodman a hard time.
yeah.
Rodman would have been tough, definitely.
Honestly, I think and it's not me being a Spurs fan. This is me just thinking about it like basketball wise. Honestly, if we shut down Jordan, we can
And that's a
we
big
can
if.
cancel out the rest. Yeah,
But that's
if
a big
again, if I know, but Kawhi
But
defensively
Kawhi would
was
have done a
great.
good job.
Right, he would have. He may have needed help to help that out. Right, like Kawhi could have probably held him, not contained him, as they say. Right, I can only contain him. I can't. Right, so he may have held them a little bit, but he would need help. But who else on that Bulls team could have actually won it for
Well,
them?
you got Scotty, you got Kukoc, who was a really good scorer.
But I think,
mean-
I think Kukoc doesn't matter. Scotty, we my only one that's something.
He would have
that guy
been
may
their
be
second,
scary.
obviously.
Scotty was
Right,
a-
Scotty
yeah,
was my second
Like,
one that's not scary.
let's not really blow off Scotty too much.
No, not at all. I agree. I
Scotty
think
had-
Scotty was
Scotty on the second three-peat was a lot better than the Scotty on the first.
Yes,
three-peat.
agreed.
Scotty
because
on the
he learned a
second
lot.
was a 20-point scorer.
Right.
And he still put, 18? The average
Yes.
about 18.
No, he
a
was
game.
more of a 20-point scorer in that
Yeah.
second run.
Agree.
He was a much better scorer, much better defender and rebounder.
I really
than
think
that
that the
first
series
three-peat.
would have been even.
Yeah.
Scotty
I
would have
think
been
I want either
hard.
one.
Let's not doubt
No.
Scotty too much. Scotty would have
Yeah,
been
no,
a
I
hard
agree with
fucking
that.
dude to guard.
Skrilla?
And he's 6'7".
Yeah.
You know, so
I got you. Scrolling up.
Right there. Like CM says, you're only as good as your enemy. So who is Jordan's enemy? Who made him better in
Detroit?
the game?
Yeah.
Detroit Pistons.
That's the only team I can
When,
think of.
when they beat him,
That's the only one I can think of.
You
Yeah,
agree?
because
that's early in his career, and he's like,
he kept pointing out that Detroit was the one that would eliminate him.
yeah. I felt like in the Last Dance, he was almost like he had to state that he was on his way to get that.
Well, hell, you
revenge.
still see him being pissed off, hating Detroit up to this day,
Yep.
and Detroit hating him.
Don't you miss that, boy? Don't
I
you
love
miss
it. Oh,
that
yeah.
about
And
a
we don't
guy
have that because they all want to play together.
that a guy that fucking says, I want my fucking payback. And I mean, I want to get like it bothers me that you beat me. Guys don't feel like that no more.
So
Right.
definitely, Richard, Detroit,
Yeah,
the whole team of
great
Detroit
question.
Yeah.
Rich. Great
Agree.
question.
made him better.
Jackie, can you read the next one or?
Which one were we at? Point me.
Best live
first
NBA
live
moment.
Mm.
If it's Spurs history, the Memorial
Yeah,
Day.
I saw that. We saw that together. That
Yeah,
was
Memorial Day Miracle. That was
Because it was
great.
the start of us winning
and-
championships.
yes, it was. Agree. And think about that shot, right?
Oh, it's a ridiculous.
Like,
shot.
how close was that to being blocked?
If
We're
it
talking
still
about
went
like
down,
a half an
well,
inch.
first of all, if the hill
less.
went down, it would have been out of bounds.
Oh yeah.
So, He jumped back on
jumps
tiptoes
on his tiptoes, goes above,
over Wallace.
right, by
Which
like
was-
a tenth of a quarter of an inch,
Yeah, it was.
most.
I mean, that
Wallace
shot was
is
just-
like at his fucking max height.
Yeah.
Fucking
And he was
Sean
strong.
lets that shit go, and it's like,
not even that.
douche.
And it was all net too.
Yes, all nothing but net.
Had Shonda missed it, how bad we have crucified that motherfucker.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that goes with
Because
any game.
that was the exact kind of shot that this guy would always be like,
Yes.
"What the fuck are
Right.
you doing?"
But that's any game. We crucify
I
anybody
was
that
yelling
takes
at
that
the
shot.
TV. We
Like,
need
don't
the
give it to
three.
that motherfucker. Yeah,
I took those shots. I would take those shots all the time.
right. You would, but you're not Sean Elliott.
That's right.
That
Not even
day
close.
when he made it, that's when I felt like our curse was finally.
Yes,
we could
lifted.
actually win something.
Right. No, to your
We
point,
could actually
that
go
is
far on that
when
one.
Joe,
that is when the Spurs started to win fucking
Yep.
titles.
That
Joe,
was our
I
start.
will never forget our first title win in 1999.
Memorial Day
The
Miracle.
year I graduated.
Yep.
I was sitting over at our friend Friday Nighter Adam's house. Me, these guys. I don't think these two were there.
No,
it was
no,
it
we
was
were here
just
at
with their
home.
middle brother,
Yeah.
middle brother Friday Nighter Will, great Will. And when we won, when the clock hit, it was like almost like we didn't realize it. He was the first one out of his chair, and he was like, "Yes." Like yes, and we were all like,
Yes.
like we the rest of us in the room. I think it was me, Holty Bear. We kind of paused. We were like in a frozen moment, and then I jumped up first, and then I started hugging him, and we were just like, oh shit, like
No,
It was an
me,
insane
boy, and
fucking
dad
moment.
were just.
We had
blown
the 99
away.
banner in
Yeah.
the corner.
We were
had
blown
it
away.
backwards.
It was an early game too.
Yeah.
It wasn't a
Yeah.
late game. It was an early game.
Yes,
because
it was.
Memorial Day.
I remember I
So-
couldn't believe that.
Yeah,
Wow,
it-
we're actually champions.
Spurs didn't get those kind of shots. It was
But
like,
I would like to
wow.
say I really would like to have seen us play against Patrick Ewing.
oh yeah, that
I
would
would
have
love
awesome.
to have seen if he
That
wasn't
would've
hurt
been
that
awesome.
series.
Yeah,
I would love to have seen Ron.
So-
I think
Patrick Ewing.
there's a lot of matchups that Dave deserved, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Richard
yeah, because that's the
says.
thing with Olajuwon. Olajuwon got to play those guys.
Richard says. I say.
hold on.
Oh yeah, Joe. I saw Memorial Day Miracle.
Yeah, definitely.
Spurs best win all day,
I love
right?
that,
Agree.
Joe.
And then Richard says, I say 2014 because Spurs defense will be able to control the shooters in Chicago, and Duncan could dominate the paint and shoot.
Yep.
Yeah,
We
agree.
all thought the same.
Agree.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
That was Richard.
And then also he says,
Yeah.
and
No
then
point
Joe
guard.
comes back and says, no
Yeah,
point
no
guard,
point
to,
guard.
to Tony.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing, though. I would like to believe that. I really would. But we saw a lot of guys handle Tony. That was the
Yes,
problem.
but again, that was in Tony's era. We go back to that era
Yeah,
and they
but it's
played.
like,
But
man,
he
they're
didn't
But
play-
again, Tony was
But remember,
was the
Chicago-
innovator of that fucking little
But
teardrop.
Chicago
No.
Bulls.
Nobody ever saw that
But
teardrop
check this
before
out.
Tony.
The point guards of Chicago Bulls, their whole the six peat they had, they were pretty much the same kind of
All
caliber
right,
of
so
Derek Fisher.
so okay, pick that point guard, Chicago. Who was it?
The best one probably would have to have been what's his name, BJ
BJ
Armstrong.
Armstrong.
Yeah,
from the
and you think
Parker.
BJ is
Oh, no,
going to
but
beat
overall-
Parker?
Well, that's the
No.
thing is that Parker was too inconsistent that
But
he should
but in
dominate
that year,
BG Armstrong.
no, in that year,
BG Armstrong.
14,
I think
in
boy
14.
is saying
I'm just
What
not
Parker
too
are
sure
we
on
getting?
Parker. Exactly.
Yeah, no,
and that's why
but Parker
I
with that
can't pick.
teardrop, he fucking
Yeah,
blows.
I know, but
BJ's like,
you know what, Jack? I'm with you. I'm with you like that. 'Cause I think I bought the Parker figure before these guys.
Look,
They
Right.
were like, no, we're not. So
realistically,
right.
Parker should have dominated everybody.
I agree
Right.
with that. I
But-
agree with that.
Remember, again, we all saw his whole career. He picked and choose. So
You-
that's
you
what
know
I'm
what?
saying.
You know what? I'm gonna say
I don't
something.
know.
I'll say something controversial. The truth is, I think maybe Parker would have been a better player without Duncan. You know why? Because he would have had to work harder. But
Nah.
because he always had Tim,
Nah,
I don't know.
I disagree.
I disagree
He always-
too.
he
always
needed
had
a great
Tim.
player.
Yeah,
maybe.
because
Maybe.
think about that. Like on his own, does he keep advancing without somebody who's going to make him greater?
No, maybe not. But maybe he has better individual stats
I
because
think
you're forced to score and you're forced.
Yes,
to
but
do
does he
those
win
things.
the titles he won without Timmy?
I think
Probably not. But
probably-
again, I'm talking about individual
Right.
numbers, not
And,
titles.
and I still don't believe. I still don't think that because
I think Pop and Tim Parker
right,
goes
he
nowhere.
needed that. Yeah, he needed that man. Because
Man, just a
again,
scrub?
yes, because think
Or
about
a
it.
good backup
Honestly, look,
coming off the bench.
Honestly, when Parker joined
That's
us,
rough.
he was a scrub.
Yeah.
Right, he was. It took how many years before Parker finally developed his
Took a few
game?
years.
Right, because all of us were like, stop shooting the fucking ball, Parker. We don't need you to fucking shoot.
When he
Yeah.
won the
Because of
MVP
that.
in the finals, how many times did we all say maybe this is the start where he's just going to dominate
Right,
now
right.
Right.
from
Yes,
now on, and he
agree.
never did.
Right.
Agree.
Joe says that Jordan beat Magic, beat Ewing, beat
Beat
Barkley,
Barkley,
beat
beat Malone.
Malone, beat Payton, beat Drexler.
Agree.
That's
That's
a
right.
very great
Yeah.
statement.
It is. And all
But-
those guys could possibly
But
be like
remember,
top 20.
Joe, remember one thing, Joe, the old ways. It was Detroit beat Jordan, Boston beat Detroit, and then Lakers beat Boston.
Wow.
That was usually the streak back then.
True.
That's like the old Game of Thrones.
But that's still
shit
like
right
something,
there.
though, right?
Yeah, it
He
is.
beat-
No, for sure.
He beat Magic, he beat Ewing, he beat Barkley, beat
Right.
Malone.
And then Richard says,
Payton,
All Hall
Drexler.
of Famers. They're
It
all
says
Hall of
going
Famers.
on with the All Star this year. Do you agree with who they picked? Were there any players that should have been there? For me, I think DeRozan should have been an All Star this year.
Richard,
No.
every year there should be a lot of players that should be there instead of the superstars that shouldn't be there. Durant could be hurt all year, and yet he's number 2 or number 1 draft pick.
Because of the fan voting? Is that
Right,
what you're
right.
saying?
That's it.
All right.
That's it. Because I think fans vote their favorite player
So,
versus
y'all-
those that they
y'all
believe
think-
were actually
think-
deserving.
Remember Yao Ming was always the top vote?
Yeah. But again,
So-
that's because fans thought favorite versus deserving.
So who would
Exactly.
y'all go with? Y'all think the Associated Press should vote instead?
More experts, I guess.
Experts, right? Expert on
I
the
think
field of
reporters-
basketball.
The reporters of
Keep-
that cover
People that
NBA
actually
should.
pay attention
I don't even
to
know.
it.
I think-
Do you
I
know
think-
who, who I think should vote on the All-Star game? The fans of the Just Another Friday
See,
Night podcast.
well, okay, I'll agree with that. But to Double A's point, those that understand the game of basketball and understand those players, not fans, because fans are going to vote for who they
Yeah.
believe. To Boy's point, reporters, they're going to say, this guy. No, if you actually know what the fuck these players are doing, then those people should be the ones voting for them to get in the All-Star game.
Yeah, no, great opinions. My great old friend Albert in the house, Albert Ayala says,
Albert.
"Great show, guys.
Okay.
To be back, the back wall pictures are great.
Thanks.
Are dope.
Thanks, Albert.
This is different Albert.
badass.
Different Albert. Rich goes on to say, going back to that shot, if you were the coach, would you have picked
Yeah.
Elliott to shoot the ball?
Yeah.
Oh,
for
yeah,
third
yeah.
corner,
At that
He was
point,
our
at
best-
that
he was
time,
our
yes.
best shooter.
Yeah.
Right, agree.
And he was hot.
Agree.
If you guys
Yeah,
remember,
agree.
he was hot.
He was fucking
That-
hot. Yes.
That's a great.
He was our best
Yeah.
shooter and best 3-point shooter.
But he was hot at
at
that
that
moment,
time.
too.
Rich,
Yep.
I have sat in so many rooms so many times with these guys who have questioned Pop's decisions. But yeah, we all agree that when a guy is hot, give him the ball.
And Sean
Yeah.
Give
was.
him the ball. Yeah, he was.
Yep, he was. That day he was fucking hot as
And I feel like that with Patty. When Patty's hot, I'm like, just keep giving him the ball. Like, I don't know. Joe says, bro, leaving the Alamo that day, still cheering Ghost.
Yeah,
Cherry
for
goes.
sure.
Spurs
Yep.
go.
Great.
Yep.
Rich says, best era in basketball. Which really drew you into
For
the
me,
game?
it was the 2000s. For me. For
Okay.
me.
Yeah.
Me, the 90s.
Because
Yeah, me the 90s.
every damn team from seat number 1 to seat number 8 was fucking ridiculously hard. Even the 8 team had like 50 wins, and that was like unheard of during the early 2000s. I mean, man, the Spurs had a tough time with just about every playoff team in the 2000s, from number 8 all the way up to number 1. It was like, golly.
Yeah.
So,
Boy, I mean, it's a great question for you, really, I think, because my whole life I've known you. You've been a huge basketball fan. Like,
for me, it was
you're like a historian, man. Like,
for me, it was the 80s because I that's how I became Wilkins and Bird fans. I mean, of course, I liked the Spurs back then, but that was the only time that I was actually a Showtime fan. But yeah, 1980s for me.
Yeah. Okay.
You said 90s, right?
Yeah, for me,
90s.
okay.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I ran right into the break again. Which
damn it.
I tend to fuck that up sometimes here. We're having such a good conversation, but it's okay. We'll pick it right back up. But for me, Rich, another great question. It would be the 90s. It would be like the Jordan, the rising of
just
the Jordan era.
2000s, though, man. It was so hard in the West.
Yeah.
It was so fucking hard. You had Sacramento. You had Dallas, you had the Spurs, you had the Lakers.
I think had I have
Portland,
been here,
Phoenix,
Portland,
Utah.
had I have been here in San Antonio with my 2 cousins and their other brother, my third cousin Will, their middle brother, it would have been different. But I was in California and I was kind of learning about it on my own, literally learning it from like playing on courts with my dad, and like I was like, oh, I like this game and I want to see like what the professionals do when they do it. And it was really seeing Jordan. So it was that era that kind of really brought me in. But it was still good because when I got here, we were kind of already like more or less on the same page. Yeah. I mean, you guys definitely had vastly more knowledge and you still showed me a lot of shit, but just the eagerness to play and be a part of it, the love of basketball. Because you know what, too, I say all the time is that we live in San Antonio and we only have the one professional sports team. So we give them everything. And I say this, agree with me, guys, or disagree with me, but I say this without any fucking qualms, the greatest sports franchise of any sport of all time, the San Antonio Spurs.
Well, it's hard to beat that 20-year run we did. I mean, man, it's really hard to duplicate, to even try to put into motion.
And despite my love for my football team, the Patriots, without all the controversy, I mean, the Spurs have just done it. They did it.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, here's another example too. I've been a couple of times to Dallas and Houston, and those cities do not feel close to the Rockets and Dallas like the way San Antonio is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, they have football teams too,
and baseball.
But you would think that you'd be passionate with every sports team you got, and those, you know, when it comes to basketball, at least. Those teams, they like their teams, but they're not passionate like us. Like when San Antonio's on, everybody's watching the games. When it's playoff times, everybody's barbecuing. You know, it's a big deal here. So I would say of all the 3 major Texas cities, definitely San Antonio is more passionate about NBA.
Dude, I loved it when you met your wife and you married your wife. You know, they were like new to the group at the time when you got married. But damn, they were like die hard. Like I was like, I love watching games with these girls because they're fucking like so hype, you know. And your wife too, though. Like, they're just like in there. I'm like, fuck yeah, that's what I think too.
Even Nadia,
so that's awesome.
Nadia that wasn't married yet, she got the experience of that.
Yeah, very, very cool. So all that love is there. It's awesome to live in a city where there's a sports team, and I mean, like our team being the Spurs, it's great. It's hands down. It's no choice. I love when there's like shitty people from other towns that live here, but their teams are elsewhere, and I'm like,
you know, when it's Spurs playoffs, HEB is crowded on the weekends because everybody's buying beer and barbecue.
Fuck yeah! Like we love a reason to party, number one, and that reason is a great fucking reason to party.
And you see Spurs banners everywhere.
100%. 100%. Guys, this is really uncouth, but I'm going to bring the conversation right back, and I'm going to keep it going, keep the recording going, because I love all this conversation, and it's our birthday. So on our birthday, I will do what we want. Am I right?
I think we've had
giant size episode.
I think we've had one hell of a show.
Super giant.
I think everyone has enjoyed this giant annual size NBA sports talk.
Totally. Having Boy in the house, Double A in the house. Guys, these are the guys I grew up with. A, playing basketball. B, watching basketball videotapes. If you don't know what that is, go and look it up. But, I mean, I could not be – it feels just like being fucking 11 years old again and having these same conversations we had years ago. Only that we're bringing in all of the old and the new. You know what I mean? So, Double A, pick me up. Where are we at on the comments here?
Go up.
what?
Joe says like he needed Tim and Manu. He started at 19. He needed time to grow up. Tony.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree
Jordan
with that.
has the Batman equivalent of a rogues gallery. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
That's a great point.
Richard says, does making the All-Star team make you a great player?
No.
Because
No.
because there's been a lot of players that had good years that were All-Star,
Right.
but then sucked ass later. So no.
All-Star is just an accomplishment for that players. You know,
Yeah, I
having a
kind
good-
of sometimes hate that stat where it's like, 15 All-Star appearances. I'm like, well, you know.
Yeah, no,
how does that
All-Star
go?
doesn't.
You know?
Richard says, you're the coach. Do you let the players play the way they do now? Try to get the fouls. Shoot the three-pointer from half court.
Nope.
Get these crazy tech fouls. Are those tough coaches gone?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yes, they are.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
I really want to hear. That's a great fucking
Yes.
question.
Red
That's number one.
Allback, Pat Riley,
They were all about-
Popovich,
yeah.
they would
Right.
not allow half-court shots.
Okay.
Fuck no.
let's think
Far
about that.
three-pointer shots.
Let's think about that one. Well, I look at that one part where he says, "Try to get the fouls." Right? Okay.
That, no.
No, listen. Think about this. Right? Spurs. That only fucking year the fucking bitch won from us. Right? Easily, we win that fucking game if we just got the fouls and shoot free throws. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Right. So, do you allow them to get the fouls?
This guy always
Get
is
the
shouting
fucking
at us
fouls.
for
Like,
losing at the line.
yes.
He hates that.
But my
we all
point
hate
is,
that.
at that point, we had some great shooters for the free throws. You get the fucking fouls. You win the game. I don't give a shit how the stats show a W. They don't show us W by free throws, a W by 2, a W by 70.
Yeah.
A W is all you fucking need. So in that case, Pop, in that case, should have said, look, we're going to fucking foul and let them beat us at the free
Okay,
throw line.
but shooting stupid shots, doing fast break, and then
Yes,
stopping on the
agree.
3-point line, no.
No,
You
no.
go for the 2.
Yes.
You go into the layup.
Especially when you don't
Drive
need the
the lane,
3. When
get
you don't
it
need
in.
the 3.
Yeah, when you don't need the fucking 3,
Right.
you get your easy 2.
Do you know what I hate? I hate an awesome drive into the paint, right to the basket to kick the ball out. What are you doing?
Well, the classic thing for the success was always you go down the court, you feed your big man the ball.
Right.
Big man shuffles left,
Which
right,
It
and
sucks
either
that that's
he's
not
going to
there
shoot
anymore.
or
Right.
he's
That
going to
was
find
that was in
somebody.
the 90s. Right.
Right, but he shuffles left, right,
Right.
and either the double, triple team jumps on him and he finds somebody open, and that's the way basketball
But
was.
if I was a
ball
coach,
movement.
no, I would say please do not shoot the 3, especially when there's no
Yes.
one there to rebound.
Well, look at
You know?
look what Curry started, because now you have
Yeah.
what's his name, that
But it
Lillard
works
from
for
Portland,
him.
where
Yeah.
they just run down and just decide to shoot a far 3 or a half court shot. You don't do that. You're not even moving the ball around.
Agree.
You're not passing the ball. You're letting certain guys just bring the ball down and just shoot a half court shot. Even LeBron's been doing that. Yes, he's been making some of them, but that's not basketball. That's pretty much telling your superstar, you go ahead and shoot wherever you want. I
Right.
mean, that's stupid basketball. That's not smart ball.
Crystal says all Spurs have set so many records, blueprints for international players.
Yep.
One of the greatest coach-player duos. So one of the best franchise from the office to the court. Yeah.
And
We
Crystal,
set the
honestly,
motto.
Crystal
yeah,
knows.
honestly, Crystal, not only blueprints for the international players, but honestly, when you look at the Golden State Warriors, they took our blueprints to become what they are today. So
Yeah.
we're not only for international, but for NBA, the Spurs have set that blueprint for that on how to win championships.
Like Kerr played for Pop, he just like ripped
Yes,
it off.
he
It was
ripped
like a
Pop-
straight
exactly.
up rip off.
Exactly. Right.
But great comment,
Yes.
Crystal. Love that.
Richard
Rich
says, good.
will Spurs be back in the championship
No.
soon?
Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no.
Especially with us getting rid of Aldridge.
Yes,
it's
unfortunately,
like a
no.
big time rebuild.
Again, like I said earlier in the broadcast, we're in a rebuilding phase right now. Unfortunately, we're in a rebuilding phase, and us that are longtime Spurs fans that are old enough to remember before Duncan, we were building up to this point when we got Duncan. So now we're in that pre-Duncan era where we got to rebuild to get to that level. We're not there yet, nor
You
will
know,
we be soon.
it kind of sucks, Rich, to have lived through these 4 guys right. we lived through an entire man's Spurs winning career, Tim Duncan. We all lived through those 19 years watching us win, and it was fucking rad. But what's sad is that, you know, the career began and ended in our lifetime, and we continue on as Spurs fans, and now we've got to go through the other part, the growing
One thing I
pains.
will say about that, Rich, is that unfortunately, the only way we're going to come back to championship form is what we've always done, which is just the draft. Because unfortunately, even when we were winning championships, no superstar ever wanted to come to San Antonio.
Yes, and not only draft.
So we're going to have to just again draft and build players
not only
again.
draft, but looking internationally. Because think about our success from
we were
going
the pioneer of
international.
that.
Yeah, we were. We're the first to start international play, and everybody fucking went
Yeah,
international.
big time.
But pretty much it's going to take us some time until we
Drafting
find
and
the
international,
draft
right.
picks.
I think Tony's actually the first Euro final.
I think he might be. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was the first.
I want to read Joe's next question.
Okay.
Joe says, okay, check this out. Had a kid in 04, we won in 05. Had a kid in 07, we won that year. Had a kid in 13, we won in 14. Was that was good luck? Go out. Joe,
have another kid,
Joe, have a fucking kid, Joe.
Do it, Joe.
You gotta win a championship, Joe. Come on.
You know what, Joe? The Spurs are shooting their shot. We need you to shoot
You're shooting your shot, Joe.
Come on.
That's right.
We just want rings. Don't ask us. We're greedy. We're ready to
we
win
want
again.
fucking 6 rings now, Joe.
You know what? I felt like no one saw us winning in that 2014 one, man.
Fuck
That was
no.
You know what?
That's so dope.
Wait,
right.
That's so dope.
When Tim said in 2013 that we were going to come back and we were going to win.
Yeah.
That was the only time that he traded.
Right.
Well, here's 2 things. One, that was the only time that Duncan talked trash. But the NBA tried so hard to delete our 07 sweep of Cleveland because remember that was the whole witness campaign.
Yeah.
Not only did no one talk about it, none of those games were ever on NBA TV until just last year or 2 years ago that they finally started showing the 07 games.
Boy, the best one.
So they tried hard to block us from that
the
one.
San Antonio Express News ran that best one when it was the same poster from the witness and it was said winless.
Yeah, I remember
that was fucking fire.
But NBA tried to not show that 07.
And boy is right. But you know what? People forget. I don't care who you are, the NBA, a non-NBA fan, or just a non-sports fan, whatever sports. That was such a fantastic fucking narrative. As a wrestling fan, that was a great story.
Agree.
Beaten and then revenge.
Yes.
The revenge by the old guys.
And you know when Duncan talked trash and said, "No, we're going to win it." He didn't say, "No, we're going to go and we're going to win." No, he said, "Oh, well, yeah, we're going to go there and we're winning it."
And we did it against what people considered was the best player in the
ever.
world.
Yes. Even that, the best team.
Yeah. I
and
mean,
those games we blew them out.
Yeah,
that
blew
easily.
That narrative to me, the storytelling there is like the story tells it fucking self. Like it's so perfect. Like that's
Another
like that
reason,
miracle movie.
And we destroyed the Cleveland dynasty with LeBron, and we destroyed the Miami dynasty with LeBron.
Another reason why.
Miami.
Real quick. Another reason why I don't put LeBron. I put him as in my top 10, but as number 10. Because like you gotta sit down and do a fucking hour-long special as to why you're gonna switch teams. Like who does that shit? Fuck you, LeBron. Keep calm and adios, LeBron. You fucking pussy bitch.
Yep. Chris will put. We need
Richard first.
Oh, okay. This era. Look at the Bucks' #1 team last year, and they choke in the playoffs. The main player choked. Can you still consider him one of the best players today?
Good players choke.
Giannis, I think he's talking about when Drake got into his fucking head.
And Drake did get into his head because I saw that playoffs and it actually worked.
Wait, Drake the rapper?
Yeah.
Remember at Toronto? Yes. Remember when Milwaukee was at Toronto?
Like on the front, and supposedly he got into Giannis.
Yeah, he kept standing up and like following him and stuff.
It may have worked. I would say he.
You know what? That's see. This is the difference between these guys and a guy like Jordan. That would never shake Jordan.
Definitely.
That would never shake Tim.
No, or you know who else I wouldn't shake?
No,
because he would be out trash talking them.
And see, that's the thing.
There's a lot of guys out here that did that. Wouldn't
Right. That wouldn't say any of these motherfuckers on the
85,
board.
they said this guy was old.
Yeah.
He came back, kicked their ass, and won.
He would have fucking been like, oh, I'll score 105 on you.
Number one, if I can dunk a basketball,
Yeah.
you don't mean shit to me if I
No.
can do that.
I'm going to dunk on your fucking ass.
But
I'm going to dunk on your mama.
Can he
yeah,
still
and your
consider-
grandmother
can
who's
he-
in the grave.
The question though is, can you still consider him one of the best players?
If he choked like for
Yeah, because I mean, he
But
like,
we're talking
he
about
let-
choking how
he
long?
let
1 year?
Drake get into his head.
One year, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Bucks were
Right.
the
1
Bucks were
year.
favored. They
One
were
fucking
favored to
year.
win
if,
1
it,
year.
if it's
title.
one time, yes, a
Look,
player could definitely come back, learn from it,
Again,
and be
The
dominant.
Spurs
So,
choked that 1 year. In my opinion, they choked when fucking Manu tried to fucking go for the block when he didn't need to. That was a choke, in my opinion. They came back and they won since. So, no, I don't think that 1 year fucking defines that
No.
person.
Okay.
all right.
Crystal says we need RC Buford to do his magic.
Hell yeah. that's
Boy
true.
said in
Agree with
2013,
that.
the night. Crystal says, Boy said in 2013, the night we lost, he guaranteed me a championship in 2014.
I
And you
remember.
got it.
Oh, check this little bit out. So that
I'll
night
take that.
we lost,
Yep.
right? Ray was we were worried about Ray
Yeah, he
committing
was gonna kill
suicide.
himself.
Yeah.
Well, get this. So prior to that night, right?
Again.
Well,
Yeah.
check this out. Prior to us losing that night, I had ordered a Spurs banner, and it came in the mail the next day
Mhm.
that we lost after that finals. So what did I do? I told Crystal that night we're going to win. The next day I get the banner in. I get on the ladder and I go all the way up to the pub, which is all ripped now.
Yeah.
And,
Yes!
I hung it up, and I was out there proudly. I wasn't sad about it because I felt like we were going to come back next year. And but yeah, that was a quick story. I still hung up a banner the next day after we lost.
I fucking love that story. And that is testament to how you do not give up on
Nope.
your fucking team.
Nope. And I remember I telling Crystal, we're going to win next year.
I know I watched some of those games with y'all when the fucking Heat beat us, and I was like, man, fuck this, man.
I was in Converse
like,
seeing that.
fucking,
It was something.
fuck that.
Rich said, who would you say is the best player in this era and the best player coming up?
Well, definitely LeBron is the best player right now in this era. I mean,
Yeah.
he got the stats,
Yeah.
he got the points. I mean, look, he's not even done or showing slowness. This guy could possibly top
I
Kareem's
think he
all-time
might
scoring.
top Kareem. Yeah.
And I think he's actually
Well,
going
I
for it
think
too.
if
I
he
think he's
does-
actually going for that.
I think that'll take him at least 4 more years.
Well,
my opinion.
Let me see. He
Four-
just hit 35,000, I think,
Yeah.
and it's
let's say 4 to 5
38,000.
years. 4 to 5
And-
I
years.
just don't like
I
the
think
guy
that- I think that's the
playing
only
for
thing-
Stats. Like,
But you know what? He
it's
got the
gross.
rings and everything. He's still
Boy,
playing
Tatum,
basically
I know,
good.
but
So why not go for the all-time score? I mean, hell, you're right there. You're still playing good. You got the rings.
You know what? That's
You
like,
know that's what he's motivated for right
That's
now.
like me telling you guys, like, oh, I'm doing this so that I can be.
Yeah, but remember, this guy doesn't want to be in this guy's shadow. He wants to completely top him and everybody else.
Yeah.
He got the rings.
That's a pathetic goal when you play a
But
team
it don't matter.
sport.
Remember,
I hate
he got
that. I
the
hate
King
that.
LeBron, the name.
King.
He got the rings. He's been there.
There's only
8
one
times.
king, and his name is Michael Jordan.
Yeah, but when he wins this, the all-time score.
So LeBron
one
has
could
what?
tell him
4
nothing.
rings, right? 4.
oh,
yeah.
LeBron.
LeBron.
4.
How many does Jordan have?
6.
He's still 2 shy from Jordan to okay, again, to get to that level, but also again, and this is my big thing since I put my teams 1 to 15 or my players 1 to 15, I said the guys that deserve to be those top tier stuck with that team through thick and thin.
I like that.
This motherfucker has been through how many fucking teams right
Three.
now?
Well,
3
yeah.
fucking teams to try and win fucking titles.
It's like
And he was in a team that bought their way to a fucking title.
What?
it's like boy
That
said.
upsets me that much that I dropped the fucking beer
But-
bottle.
It's
but
like
he's
boy. It's
still
like boy said,
physically
Jack.
fit, though.
It's like
He
boy said.
is.
Yes, he is.
Yes,
It's like-
he is.
It's like boy said. It's not even if he's chasing titles anymore. Now
He's
it's like
not.
he's chasing records. He wants to be the greatest player.
But again,
on
okay,
paper.
yes. But think about it. Let's
Championships
wait.
is
Hold
a
on. Wait.
bonus.
Think about this. With this motherfucker, LeBron, I'm gonna call him LeBron because we fucking whooped his ass. Would still have those titles had he initially stuck with the fucking
No,
the fucking Cavaliers.
I mean he might have
No,
won maybe
no,
like 2.
but
if
would
he
he be
stuck
would
the
he
whole
be
time
where
with
he
Cleveland.
right? But he were like point or stats wise, would he be where he is now He stuck with
Yeah,
those
stat
athletes.
wise, he's still
I don't
with
think
it.
so.
Stat wise, he
I don't
got
think so.
his stats.
I don't think so because
Championships, I would
I'm gonna
think
tell you
maybe
why I
two.
don't think so. I don't think he would have because they would have known like, okay, the fucking Cleveland team. If I stop LeBron, I stop the whole fucking team. So they would have fucking stopped his ass from making all these fucking records.
But a gifted scorer would find ways to
Nah,
score.
bullshit. Robinson, 3 fucking guys on him. You put 3 guys on LeBron, is he gonna find a way to fucking
but
score?
regular season though.
But is he gonna find a way to score? If he gets 3 triple team LeBron, is he gonna find a way to score? 3 fucking guys on him. No. So that stops his bullshit if he stays
But
with
you know
the
what?
fucking
He don't
Cavaliers.
care about championships anymore.
I know, but I'm talking about
the-
records.
Now he's
I know,
close
I
to
know.
the score. So
Right.
once
But
he gets
records.
that,
If I stick 3 guys on you, are you gonna make the fucking records that you would make
well,
without
that's the
3
thing.
guys
That's
sticking
that
on
his
you?
whole career, no one's triple team LeBron.
Well, that's what I got to ask you.
I know.
Now, is your goal as a team stop him from?
Yeah, well, okay.
Or is it to win the game? You know what I mean?
Wait,
But-
depending on your team. If I'm on a team of fucking Cleveland with only LeBron, who's my fucking biggest one, yes, I stop him. I stop the whole fucking team. Lakers, do I stop him? I stop the whole team? No, I got other guys, right?
Yeah.
On fucking Miami, I have other guys.
I agree.
So that's my
I agree.
point. Like you stop him on his fucking team, he should have stayed with. This motherfucker is not in, the LeBron, or I'm sorry, the Kobe or Shaq or Jordan category. He's not at all.
All right, guys. A few more comments here. Let's see. That was great. All that conversation came from Rich's comment. Crystal says, "LOL. Our superstitions are
And seating arrangements, those
those
there.
years."
Yeah.
Yes. Wonderful.
Also, remember, so
Like cardboard?
to that, Crystal, when I went to the Spurs game and I brought home those little fucking floppers, like,
That was so great.
I still have them.
I still
Those
have
were our
them too.
superstitions. Yeah.
Yeah.
We fucking hit those
But,
bastards like every
our
fucking
seating, we
year.
all had like the same
Yeah.
seats.
Right. Always. It had to be.
It was like AT&T in the pub.
Yeah.
It helps you win. Then you keep it going.
Pub
Oh, it's
TNT.
Richard. Yep, pub TNT.
Richard says, "Do you think the point guard position is slowly fading away? You have players like LeBron, Giannis, these big players running the
Nah,
ball.
because you still need a point guard.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think the point we made
Point guards
earlier
are still the
is,
main
Well,
guys.
I hear what he's saying though, because you're like, well, who's doing it now?
but
yeah, but
I
Giannis
think-
can't be running the play. Like
Right.
LeBron
Yeah.
can't be doing that.
Eh,
And
no, but the counter to that's no, you're totally
A lot
right.
of the big stars are still point guards.
no, I
though,
think
too.
the counter to that really is the center position has gone away. Because that center plays more like a fucking point
Well, that's
guard
what
than
I
a
mean. That's
traditional
what I mean.
center.
Positions are like merging. Like
Yeah.
you're getting
So
more like,
I don't think the point
Yeah.
guard position has
Point
gone away
forward,
necessarily.
that was like the whole big
Yeah,
thing.
I think
point
they kind of
forward.
like intertwine. Point forward, center
That's a bit-
position
that's
is
a bit-
completely gone. Point guard, not necessarily. I think they're still there
Yeah, there's
because
still a lot
guys
of good
like
point
Dirk
guards.
still there.
Nowitzki
Yeah.
would
What do you think?
Nowitzki would run
Point
like a
guards are
fucking
still
point
there.
guard.
They're still relevant.
Nowitzki,
They
a
have to.
fucking 7-foot center, will run like a fucking point guard.
So who? Okay, so I'm gonna pose this off of that question. Who do y'all think is the best point guard in the game right now?
That's not maybe that's not
The one
necessarily a
from-
point
the
guard.
one
they're
The
not.
one
Yeah.
from Denver or Utah.
Again,
That's
wait,
what I'm
wait,
saying.
wait,
Mitchell
wait,
or
wait.
that one from
But
Denver.
wait,
those are
not
badass.
necessarily a point guard person. Any position that could be a point guard. Because like Dirk, he could be a fucking point guard, right? So who today is probably the best point guard may not be that position,
Could be
but who could be the
Jovic.
point guard?
Jovic from Denver. If you're going to go that route.
Jovic.
From Denver.
There you go.
What do you think about Curry?
Curry's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Curry's-
I think
Yeah.
him as a point guard because he could play
Well,
any
I felt
fucking
more
role.
comfortable when Ginobili ran the floor than Tony Parker.
Yeah, agree.
No,
I always wanted Ginobili
Yeah.
you know
to be the
what?
I
point
know.
I always wondered with him in the starting
Yeah.
position.
Although Ginobili had a chance of fucking like throwing fucking passes that fucking went like
Yes.
out of fucking
Yeah.
bounds. I was like, stop throwing the fucking
I
ball.
went to a fifth,
Right,
fifth
yeah.
down.
Well, he
Yeah.
played with heart.
Fifth row.
Yeah.
Heart.
He has no heart.
All right.
Richard
All right.
says, when does LeBron finally retire? What would make him think he is better than Jordan?
I think right now he thinks he's
he
better
thinks
fucking
he is
Jordan.
better.
Yeah.
And two, the way he's playing, he still got another 4 or 5 years. The way
Because-
he's playing, because injuries, he's been blessed, no injuries. He's not
Yeah.
slowing down.
Right.
He hasn't slowed down. He's physically.
And I think a lot of that-
badass
I think a
muscle
lot of that, right? A lot
and
of that
speed.
is because of his workout routine.
So I would give him another 5 years. At
Now,
least.
Richard-
What's funny is that he's like the elder statesman of the NBA.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is.
he is.
Because he's
Richard
going on
says-
almost 20 in a couple years.
What would make him think he's better than Jordan? Richard,
See, that's the thing,
right
though.
now, but right now, he already thinks he's better than Jordan.
He does.
He says he's the best player of all time. But when we talk, when you saw the whole the Jordan deal, did Jordan ever say he was the best player of all time? No, he did not. So to me, that makes Jordan better because I'm like, Jordan doesn't say I'm the best player. LeBron's saying I'm the best player. It's like, dude, get the fuck off your own nuts. Like, let people talk about you. You're the best when people say you're the best, not when you say you're the best.
So to Jack, the only reason that he's not better is because he didn't say that he was better, and that's what makes him better.
Because other people say you're better. You don't need somebody to tell you you're better.
Instinct like Jordan.
Yes,
No.
nor the
And a
titles.
lot of time,
Well, he doesn't
not
have
just
to
that.
have it.
Not just that, but a lot of times LeBron will pass it,
Yes.
or like if he's at the free throw line, man, he bricks a lot.
Yeah, he
at the
does.
free throw
Yep, I
line.
agree with
Well,
that.
there's
You know what? I'm going to say it like this.
There's two things why he thinks he's better. He's been to more finals than Jordan, and two, he already passed
played
him up.
against nobody.
He already passed him up in scoring. You know, like he already passed him up. So
Again, against nobody.
his resume. Just that.
His
alone.
resume is very
It's-
nice.
yeah, it's very dominant.
nice, but you just can't. I don't know. Jordan just has something.
And
over.
whether
You know
Jordan
what?
could have had more points if he didn't retire, it don't matter.
Double A, you've been saying this all night. It's like, who would you build a team around? If you told me I've got my choice between LeBron James and Michael Jordan, I
I'm
will
choosing
always
Michael
pick Michael
Jordan.
Jordan.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All the time.
He just has that attack attitude. that
Look at
LeBron
that! Look
doesn't.
at that Dream Team
The killer
documentary.
instinct.
When they asked Michael Jordan in front of everybody in the Dream Team, okay, you got the best players right here. Who wants the last shot if it comes down to it? He's like, he looked at Ahmad Rashad. He's like, me. I want the last shot.
I fucking
And
love
that's
it.
and that's at Malone,
That's fucking
Magic,
fire.
all of them were
All right.
around him.
Two
So
questions. So when you think about the Olympic team, right? Who's won more gold? Jordan, LeBron.
David,
LeBron has.
LeBron, okay,
LeBron.
but who was more successful in those wins?
Do you mean stats?
Like who was more dominant?
Dream Team 1 was the most dominant.
Yes. Okay. Now,
well, but then again, Jordan did win without stars in '84.
Yeah.
yes,
when it was just
exactly.
clearly
Right.
college.
He was a
So
collegiate,
okay,
yeah.
now think about the second one. And I know this is kind of like trivial, but slam dunk contest, right? Who's been to more and who won more slam dunk?
Well,
contests?
think about today's stars.
Well,
Modern stars.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. It's kind
LeBron
of
didn't
trivial,
Participate.
right?
Well,
Because why though?
they don't want to be embarrassed
Yes.
if they don't have
Because
a creative move or
Right.
they lose.
And what's LeBron's? If you think about LeBron's fucking dunk, what is it, boy?
it's
You tell
just
me.
the one
It's that
hand.
one.
Yes,
Or
that
that
all
one.
we all know that. This is
Yeah.
it. That's all he has.
But
the
his-
fucking
but his
that's it. He's
ego-
not fucking creative.
Remember, he don't lose. So losing in a slam dunk
Right.
contest
It
would be
makes him-
devastating
yeah.
for him.
And again, Jordan doesn't care. Jordan's like, I'm gonna go out there and give my fucking all. I don't give a shit if I fucking win or lose.
And which I gotta point out, boys, like I've always have, he's traveled lost to Dominique in
yes, I
88.
agree. But they were at Chicago,
Yeah,
so he
double-
didn't win.
Two-hand double
Yes.
windmill.
Right. So my point
But
is,
anyway,
my
that's
point
a
is
whole
with that,
different
like
game.
I think about Jordan and LeBron. And again, I put Jordan as my number one guy and LeBron as my number 10 guy.
But-
because I think there's
but
so
going
many
to his
better players
question, though,
into that.
LeBron does think he's better.
He does think he's better because he just thinks that. He believes that. But I'm like, you're not LeBron. I'm sorry. You don't have as many titles. All the other fucking accolades, Jordan is better than you in that. So go off and keep calm and adios, LeBron.
Yeah.
You crying bitch.
All right,
Well, you
guys.
gotta see him.
This is like the longest episode we've ever had.
It's a giant size
Perfect for our
episode.
1 year Giants at Annual. I want to read the last of these comments. You
Let's
guys
do it.
weigh in. Are you ready? Crystal
Let's do
says,
it. Rapid fire.
how many has LeBron lost in the finals?
Hey, he's lost like 5.
Okay, wait. How many? Wait.
4 or
How
5.
many titles does he have?
He has 4.
Four. So he's lost 6 because
He's lost to Dallas.
He's been
lost
to
us
the
twice.
finals 10 times.
He's lost to us twice. He's lost
Yeah,
to
his
Dallas.
finals record is shit.
yeah.
Which
Fucking
is great,
4
though.
and 10. 4 and
It's great
10.
that he has a record, though.
Hey,
Yeah, I guess,
wait.
yeah, he's been
Yeah.
so many times.
4
I
and
like
10.
the next one. by
How many
Richard.
titles does Tim have? Tim is what?
Tim
Five
Duncan-
and one.
Tim Duncan has
5 and 1
1.
versus 4 and 10. Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
know what? I think you kind of it double counts when you avenge your loss.
Yeah.
That's pretty bitching. Rich
And
says-
again,
Yeah, look at
because
Richard
wait,
and
I'm
then-
sorry, real
Richard
quick.
says,
Wait, real quick.
dang, this is a great show tonight.
Glad you enjoyed it, Richard.
All
Again,
for you,
awesome.
my friend. All for you.
if
Cheers, cheers.
so, the reason why I think that LeBron has so many chance to the playoffs or in the finals because of the fucking East team. That was
suck.
a cakewalk. If Tim put on the East team, he's in every fucking championship, and he probably wins more than fucking LeBron.
I mean, isn't it
My
funny?
opinion.
Isn't it funny, right? People laugh. They kind of say like, "Oh, 1 year after Tom Brady leaves from their team, they go back to Super Bowl and win." It pretty much was the same thing. Like LeBron left the East, and like then the next year, the East was abandoned. It was like Kawhi was the only guy that went over, and they went and won. It was like
Agree?
you were it. Like that's it. Like,
Agree.
the rest of those guys suck. Like an
And-
entire conference, like an entire slew of
Yes.
cities, they just blow balls.
And
like,
I can't wait, CM and AA, until football season. If you guys have a greatest player of all times in the NFL, I hope you invite me back because I have a lot to talk about that.
Hey, what's your nickname anyway? I know mine's
Drunken Jack.
Mine's Painkiller.
Mine's Drunken Jack.
Okay, all right.
Because
all
I'm
right, all right.
drunk as fuck
All right.
and I'm Jack.
These guys are getting drunker and drunker. I know. I've been enjoying
Yeah.
it. I've been noticing.
I know.
Rich says,
We
We've
see
seen
the
the
NBA
NBA
change. Where do you see the NBA in 5 to 10 years? Do you see it more small ball? Do you see the centers coming back? Do you
Nope.
see so what? Small ball maybe?
Small ball. Because I think about Curry, right? So let's think about centers, right? Centers started, they fucking dominated for how many years? And now that went away and we're at small ball now.
Yep.
So I think small ball is going to dominate for a while until we can get a fucking traditional NBA center that's like, I'm going to dominate that.
Double A, it's
and
kind
then
of like
bring that back.
It really is like boxing to me, where it's like we've barely kind of maybe begun to see maybe a slight resurgence of heavyweights.
Heavyweights.
It's
Yeah.
the same thing. Like we're barely seeing
Agree.
a resurgence of centers. Maybe. What do you
Somewhat.
think?
I'm actually bummed out about the NBA because one, the foul calling is frustrating. The flops is out of hand. These super teams are building super teams, so it's taking away from legit teams of making it different, shaping it up. So I see the NBA going downhill. I mean, look, when they show games on national TV on TNT or ABC, it's always the same teams. It's either the Lakers, it's the same four to six teams. Brooklyn,
Whoever
I
the
see,
super team is
right.
on, pretty much.
Yeah.
Whatever
we're
super team.
being force fed these.
So
like I said earlier, 5 to 17.
So I think that NBA is going downhill because they're allowing players to become more powerful, allowing these super teams, and I just see the NBA going downhill.
I agree. I like that.
Joe says Jordan versus Wilkins, best on best. Joe says, happy birthday to my favorite podcast. Good to be back after missing last week. Awesome, Joe.
Awesome, Joe.
Richard says, last comment for me. If you can ask one question to your best player of all time, what would it be? At the same time, your worst player.
Love it. That's a great way to end the show, guys.
Yep.
It's been going on a while now. We want to wrap it all up. No, it's been so beautiful. I could not have had a better 1-year birthday for our podcast. Double A. I hope you feel the same way.
Yeah, I do too, man.
With not better guests.
You guys,
in the
hey, you know what?
world, man.
You two guys formed this podcast as just for fun, just to branch out, and look what it's become because of y'all's work, and then of course all the loyal followers. The followers are the ones that have made where it's been.
Richard, if I can ask Kareem, who is my best player, I would ask him, who is a better point guard for you playing with, Big O or Magic Johnson? That's who I would ask.
That's a
and
great question.
For the worst player, I don't know who the damn worst player is. Like, why do you suck so bad? I don't know. I don't know.
That's great.
Me,
Like, how is it that you're fucking suck so bad, but you're making $1 million a year?
Me,
I don't know.
I would tell Tony Parker, why couldn't you just dominate your fucking game that you had?
Oh, fuck. That's good, boy. That's your worst guy, Tony?
But you know what? Guys? I'm very honored to have been on here on the 1-year anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
And now it was Finley that this show went, I guess, 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
What time is it
very
now?
memorable.
It's going to be 12.
Exactly.
We started at 8
It's
exactly.
12.
8 and a quarter. So
And
4
guys,
hours right now. 4 hours.
I gotta take a
Man.
quick break right here. We'll be right back.
We can stay fucking 20 hours. Fuck, if you guys watch,
You've seen it
Well,
here, guys.
these old guys can't, but I could say
the audio listeners are
20
wondering
hours.
what in the fuck is
What's
this
going
gonna ever
on?
end?
Yeah.
We can't even get to Rich's answer of his question. We're gonna let that last one load. But you know what? Let's just do everyone a favor. Let's just answer it now, and I'll refer everyone back to the YouTube. Okay,
So one thing,
So
real quick,
for me,
oh,
like
okay,
I
go
said,
ahead.
Kareem was who was a better point guard, Magic or Big O. So
that's a great
that was
question. What would you? The question was, double A, remind us. What would you
he
ask?
was saying,
for-
well, if you can ask one question to your best player of all time, what would it be? So that's what I would. Who did you think you played better with, Big O, Oscar Robertson, or Magic Johnson?
All right. Okay. I'll go next, I guess.
Okay, go ahead.
If
Magic,
it was
Michael?
for me, if I was
Yeah.
going to talk to Michael, man, number one, I'd probably just be in tears the whole time. But I would just say, Michael, besides yourself, who would you name to be the greatest of all time?
But okay, but
Oh,
I'm gonna answer that real quick
that's
because
good.
Michael never said he was the greatest of all time. So he would probably look and say, "I'm not the greatest of all time."
But I would say to him,
Oh, he's saying
I'm saying
he
that you're
thought.
the greatest.
Right,
of all
right.
time.
But
Yeah.
Michael would say, "Well, I'm not though."
You would say Will Purdue once.
Man, he would say, "Ooh, we've left from the Spurs was."
Okay, then I would say, okay, Mike, since you want to be like that,
Who is the
Who-
greatest of all
who
time?
would you say is the second greatest basketball player of all
Because
time?
I think you are.
Well,
Okay.
no.
No, I got that. I got
because
that. I got it.
I would trick him because he would say, oh, I don't know who's number two.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah. So my question, because to the greatest person of all time, my
Yours would be
question,
Michael. You'd be talking to Michael.
yes,
too.
Michael, because I said he was. I would ask two questions. Okay, because I would say
Okay.
Michael. Like it depends on if I could say, because obviously I'm here in 2021. If I could bring Michael of like the 80s, 90s to 2021 and say, Michael, look at these guys here. Who do you think would give you? Who do you think is better than you in today's times? I would ask him that question, right? Also, I would say Michael. Like if I just went back to to Michael's prime,
Mhm.
right? I would say Michael. Do you think had you not stepped away from the NBA for your reasonings, do you honestly believe you would have kept winning titles and not had the gap?
That's a good.
That's the question I would ask Michael.
I like that question.
Yes.
I like
Because
that question.
honestly, like I said earlier, why I put Michael as number one, I honestly believe had Michael not taken that step away from the NBA, he keeps winning. That motherfucker probably has 9 in a fucking row to beat this guy right here.
Oof.
To beat him. Seriously, if Michael doesn't step away, he wins fucking 9 championships in a row. Definitely. No, I think so.
Elijah
Ken.
wants to see what's stopping.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think
Man,
so.
it's,
I don't think so.
You know, that's a big
Double A,
debate, and I've
Double
always
A.
said that Houston,
Let's go. Come on, double A. I'm gonna take him out right now.
Hey Jack, it's almost like Illuminati. Like the Bill Russell fans, they set out to have Michael Jordan's dad murdered in
Damn.
order
Oh,
What's it?
to
fuck.
prevent.
Don't
Nah.
tell Jordan that.
Now, was it because he was murdered, or was it because he had a gambling?
Ooh.
Problem.
Ooh.
Like the conspiracy
Great question.
theory said.
Great question.
Boy, what are you?
Fuck.
I'll tell you what. I don't know if y'all are talking about the same thing because I just came in, but I've always said, Cap's always heard this.
You weren't gone that long.
You got for like 2 seconds, motherfucker.
Houston would beat Chicago.
Oh, bullshit.
What the Elijah one?
Yeah, bullshit.
What the Elijah
Bullshit.
one?
You
Hey,
know what? He's
Like
cut
Elijah.
off. Get him out of here.
cut this motherfucker off.
Elijah one, man,
My question was this.
Chicago never
No,
had
listen,
Sanders.
listen.
Boy, Elijah
I know, but
doesn't
listen.
beat Jordan.
Listen, boy. Listen. What I was saying before you walked in was when he was asking the question I would ask, I said, Jordan, had you not taken off the 3 years you took off, do you continue winning championships? I think had he stayed, he wins those. He wins 9 in a row. He wins his first repeat, onto the second, onto the third. I think he wins fucking 9 in a row, thus beating fucking Bill Russell.
Forward.
In
I think-
terms of-
I think you're drunk.
No, you're drunk.
9 in a row.
Hey.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, CM, double A.
I'm listening.
Can you ask this ass will not be here again next fucking time? I'm a 2-time fucking guest host. This guy doesn't belong in here again. Fuck him out of
Hey,
here.
you gotta tell boy. Every time you think you know the answers, I change the
I
question.
changed the question. Man, nice.
Boy,
what do you
I'm
got?
sorry, boy, but Elijah doesn't beat Jordan.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I'm with
Okay,
Troy.
wait.
I'm
with
Elijah
Troy.
won.
I think the Houston Rockets
If
do
you
beat
broke,
Chicago.
if you break
okay.
down each player
Let's,
versus
okay, let's go to that.
Chicago
Time out.
Bulls,
I guess both of y'all.
Hey, wait. Look at this. Look at this.
Olajuwon and
Hey,
Jordan
listen,
cancel each other out.
right,
Sam,
right.
20-second timeout. 20-second timeout. Let's break down that fucking Bulls and
That's what
Houston
he's
team.
doing.
I know.
So this
who
is
cancels
the
out?
event.
Is this ever gonna end?
Wait, who? All right,
No,
who's
Richard
thinking
likes this
Wait.
new
right.
this new debate.
player versus player on that fucking team? Who stops Pippen on the fucking?
No one stops Pippen.
Okay, on the Houston team, who stops Pippen?
No one stops Pippen.
Nobody, okay?
Well, who would they put on there? Horry or Mario Allen?
And they would both be in foul trouble.
Right, they would be.
Yep.
Agree.
But Olajuwon
But-
handles the middle.
Who stops Jordan?
No one.
Who's putting again? If you're going player versus player, who are they
No
putting
one.
on
No
Jordan?
one. But
Who are they putting on Jordan?
You know that Phil knows that Elijah.
Yes,
will
I know,
score.
but who's
No
putting
one.
on? Who are they
but
putting on Jordan?
Olajuwon's gonna get double team, triple team, and he's gonna pass it out, and then
To
that's how they're
Kenny
gonna.
Smith.
But wait,
Kenny
wait,
Smith,
wait,
Mario
wait,
Allen were
listen.
shooters. Robert
Who's
Horry.
going on?
You're
Wait,
telling me
I
Kenny
mean-
Smith's gonna be Michael Jordan?
He was good
Who?
with Orlando.
No,
hey,
He's
who
gonna
is
be
going
open.
on? Wait, I'm
He's going to be
asking.
open for the
Who's-
threes.
Who's sticking Jordan? That's my question. Who's sticking Jordan?
Horry or Allen.
Okay, does Jordan beat those two?
of course.
Well, yeah,
course,
but then
right.
we
But
said that.
Who's
But
who's
he's
sticking?
not gonna be
who's
going in the
sticking-
paint.
You know
Wait,
what?
He's not
Who-
gonna
wait,
be going
wait.
into the paint.
Wait, who
Who
did
is
the Rockets
sticking-
even beat those two
New York.
years?
Who's
New
sticking
York and
Ori?
Orlando.
Both years?
Who's
New
sticking
York and
Ori?
Orlando
Oh, they
with
beat
the Patrick
Shaq,
Ewing
And you.
and the Shaq team.
Who's sticking Ori?
Yes,
Who's sticking Ori?
that Orlando team beat the Bulls when Michael came back.
Who's sticking Ori?
I don't know on that one.
Who's sticking Ori?
Look, you had Cassell.
Who's sticking Pippen?
Cassell would have killed any of Chicago's point guards because Cassell was good.
I think Chicago beats.
You
the
guys
fuck
are
out of that.
forgetting that Cassell was good.
Man,
Mario
Jordan,
Allen,
hey.
Robert Horry,
hey, this guy right here tells
Kenny
him like
Smith,
that. Look, be my I'm still gonna
Olajuwon.
win.
I'm sorry, boys.
I think Jack's making a fine argument.
Richard,
actually.
what
Yeah.
do you think, Richard?
Olajuwon.
Joe, Richard, what do you
Any-
guys think?
Anybody else
Anybody?
So-
on this?
All right,
He's gonna make Chicago dream about winning the
real
title.
quick.
Chicago or Houston, guys?
Real
Anybody
quick.
that's listening right now, Houston or Chicago?
Listen, I
and
don't
break
know.
down the players.
I don't know that we ever got to this. Maybe I went to the restroom, but at this point, we said the question we asked before the whole podcast was, who do we believe could potentially be top 10? That's not talked about top 10.
Yeah.
Who did you say it was?
For me, it's Bob Pettit.
Okay.
I
Who'd you
said
say?
Shaq or Isaiah Thomas.
All right. Who'd you say?
What was the question again?
Who,
Like that didn't make her top
who could
10.
potentially be top 10 that's not considered top 10?
Oh,
Shit. I gotta think about that question.
Oh,
I don't think I put
Joe
that
says
in.
I hate the Rockets, so fuck
Man.
them.
Yeah. So
Joe,
I'm gonna real
that's
quick.
a personal decision, Joe.
Hey, I'm gonna real quick.
That's not breaking it. That's not an authentic answer, Joe.
I'm
You
gonna
know
real
what?
quick.
We're gonna
don't
wait
get
until
bullied
you
by this
answer
guy,
it
Joe.
again.
All right. Look, I'm gonna real quick.
Man, that was a bias.
I'm gonna real
answer.
quick name my top 10 just fast. Okay.
Okay.
I said my top 3. I said Jordan. I said as number 1, Kobe. Number 2, 3 was Chamberlain. I said
Kobe.
4 was Russell. I said 5 was Jabbar. I said 6 was Duncan.
Did I just hear Nash in there?
I said no bullshit. I said 6 was Duncan.
Was that a Niner?
7 was Jabbar. 8 was Shaq. 9 was Bird. I said 10 was LeBron.
Carl Herrera.
Now my 10
The
and
Mexican?
11, my 11 and 12, who never get named the top 10, it was a struggle, right?
Okay, so
I said my number 11.
Richard says Jordan would have won. Joe says Jordan would have won if not for the gambling.
Yeah.
not for the
Yeah,
father.
agree with that.
So
Fuck.
yeah, there's that theory that he really retired because of the gambling,
Yeah, agree.
not because his father.
Father
died.
fucking died.
I like
So- I
that.
said 11.
That was on the last dance.
When I say about like who could have been top 10 or so, I say it could have been Hakeem. And then also said 12 was Robinson. Now, for me, the reason why Hakeem and Robinson are like close was just because, and I know you probably don't agree with me, because Hakeem fucking owned Robinson in that
I
one
don't
fucking
agree
playoff.
with you.
I know you don't. I know that.
Joe,
Right? But
fuck
they
the
have the
Rockets,
same.
Joe.
But they have the same amount of titles, right? He had the
Yes, they
same amount
do.
of titles.
Yes, 2-2.
Right. Who owned who most? Akeem owned Robinson.
Robinson,
I love Robinson.
Hold up.
Well, in that fucking playoff.
Wait.
Okay, all right,
Robinson owned a lot of these
Yeah, he
centers
did.
in the regular
Okay, all right,
season.
all right,
We-
But
we checked
playoffs,
it
Playoff wise.
right?
I'm
We
saying
checked it
playoffs.
out.
I'm saying
Before we
playoffs.
had a podcast,
Playoffs.
this was like our every
Playoffs.
Friday. This is like any other
Okay,
Friday.
so that was my 12 was Robinson. My 13 was Barkley. 14 was Wilkins. And 15 was Manu.
Manu is not even in the top 20.
Jack,
No,
Yeah.
I tell you why. I already
Yeah.
told
down
you.
in the list.
No, I
Yeah.
told you why I
Might
put
as well
Manu as
throw
15.
Tony Parker in
Listen,
there, fit
No,
the
no,
old
no. Let me tell you why I put Manu as 15. I said it earlier. Who else? So Manu was the first. He had the first team ever to beat the USA men's team that was composed of only NBA players in the fucking Olympics. Manu led that fucking team.
Listen, I like Richard's comment right here. He says, I'm
Fuck
sorry.
you, boy.
I think Jordan continues to win. They proved they couldn't be stopped 3 times in a row.
I love you, Richard. You're my man, Richard.
I second that. Joe says Jordan would have had 2 more if not for the gambling gear. That Rich says that's before he left too, and Jordan came back and he wouldn't be stopped again 3 in
Yeah.
a row. Joe says never met a Rocket player I like them except Big Shot.
Big shot Bob. And that's only because he came to the Spurs.
Crystal says Manu.
Man.
Manu.
Yeah, fuck
I agree with Jack.
Thanks, Crystal.
And Joe says
When 10 came,
Hakeem
came
said see
ya.
ya.
See ya. Yeah.
You know what, guys?
Holy
This
fuck.
conversation truly could go all night.
Yeah.
Let's
I
keep
did
it. I
not
don't
know
give a
what
shit.
I was in for.
I'll keep it going all fucking night.
Guys, we don't have enough beer to keep this going.
No, we have more.
No, we only have like 4 left.
Everyone-
of the 36
everyone-
beers,
We
we
got
only
let's-
have about 4 left.
Well, we got about 12 Rolling Rocks downstairs. We got to go
Oh,
downstairs
shit.
to the fridge. Guys, you know what? I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm going to stay right here drinking tonight with
We have
these
3 left
guys.
up here.
But upstairs,
I'm not going anywhere. If you want to stick around, I'm sticking around.
Hey, make that 2 because I need a refill.
Hey, these guys eat too much red meat. I can tell you that, guys.
Well, at least you're
Man.
safe because I'm fascinated.
I cannot say I have ever had a happier birthday on a podcast than I have had tonight.
Good drink, boy.
A year
There was a
ago,
minute
and
there.
we can't say now for sure. A year ago, it's 12:25. Me and CM put this thing together. We didn't know how far it was gonna go, but we're gonna keep this going. So
Keep it going.
It's
Yeah.
exactly 1 year.
It's
One
been,
year,
my,
brother.
it's been my honor
1 year,
and my
brother.
pleasure,
Yep.
sir, to sit
Gentlemen.
here with you for a whole year.
It's been my honor.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
thank
Yeah,
you guys
great.
for coming up
Yeah,
and
for
making
sure.
this not only our most entertaining, but our longest episode in our 53 episodes.
And I don't know about you 3 guys. I'm not done. I'm going to keep going.
I
Keep
ain't
going.
done. I ain't hear no
If you
bell.
guys
I
wanna
hear
keep
no
going,
bell. I hear no bell.
I know
You know-
Joe and Richard are still right there glued.
Yeah, whoever's still watching, we're
And
not done.
Crystal,
Yeah,
Joe,
Crystal, we're not done.
and Richard.
These,
We're not done.
These 3 here are some of the best damn fans I've ever seen.
You know what?
anything before.
I think one of them should throw a different topic at us.
So, okay,
Guys,
look, real quick. On my list,
I see comments are still
I
rolling
put-
in.
I put Bird as number 9.
Man, Joe says he's on his way.
Wait, where's Joe? Go back to Joe says
Cheers, guys.
Rich says I'm here. He's already here. Shit,
Man.
fuck it.
He's here already.
man. Rich
And
just says
Albert, too.
wait. Rich says cheers,
Albert
guys.
too.
I was still watching this podcast, looking forward to Friday night. Man, he fucking loves Friday nights.
Fuck yeah.
Guys, sometimes
Hey, guys,
Right
man,
here.
Look,
JFN, just another
Crystal
fucking
says-
Friday night.
Crystal says I'm on my way too.
Hell yeah!
Woo!
guys,
Woo!
send Crystal, Albert, Richard, and Joe just another Friday night
You know what?
package, merchandise package for each
Man.
one. Bottle openers.
Hey,
we're
hey,
gonna put it all on
hey.
Jack's tab.
Yes.
He's mentioned
No, I was
money
gonna say,
all
listen
night
to me.
long.
listen to me.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Well, so
For
you
those-
want to
wait,
do the
listen.
crimes.
for
For-
those
for
that are
more
still
merchandise.
here,
Albert
those-
says keep going. I put the 2.
man,
Oh,
nice.
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 All right,
Okay.
let's talk about Tony
Wait.
Parker MVP.
For those that are
Oh,
still
shit, here we
watching,
go.
for those that are still watching, I am gonna purchase you all one of these
Oh,
Oh,
badass fucking bottle openers. Here, pull it up.
Oh, you gotta send us.
Double
They
A.
gotta send us the
Show
address.
the
Yeah.
other side.
I will buy-
Two-sided.
I will buy you those watchers. I will buy you one. Just right now, say who's still watching.
Tell 'em for real,
I will
too.
buy
This
you
is
one.
for
No,
real.
seriously, this is 100% real. I will buy you one. Just say I'm still watching. Drunken Jack, I want a bottle opener, and I will pay these guys to get you a bottle opener.
No, we need their address though.
But
Don't worry, I'll
Okay,
take care of that.
okay,
Don't worry, I
okay.
got
Yeah.
you.
Just say that.
Crystal says me.
Me.
All right.
It's what? That's what.
Oh, here we
Richard
go.
said- okay.
Hey,
Hey,
no. Richard has to say, I'm still
Yeah.
watching.
Okay.
I want one.
No, but Richard says, okay, David Robinson, do you think he could have kept playing?
No, because of his
Well,
back.
okay, wait.
Because he had
Right.
the-
Because of his back and his ankle. He had back and
Right,
ankle.
like
Oh.
Larry Bird. That's why
Rich
he had
says,
to stop.
Rich said, I'm still watching. I ain't going anywhere.
Nice.
there we go.
Yeah.
So Crystal and Albert.
I gotta go downstairs. I
Oh,
gotta get
Richard.
Albert says they're playing the Suns right now on Game
Oh,
7.
Man.
Yeah.
Goes
That's what I'm
first. Go.
talking about, Albert.
So the only those that say I still am watching.
Joe says he's
will I
already
get
got
the,
his. So.
Well then, Joe, you get a second one if you fucking say you're still watching, Joe.
You get
Come
number
on.
2, Joe.
Just
Yeah.
type I am still watching and then you get it.
All
I know
right,
Joe
so,
got one at
okay.
the bar. I met Joe
Hey,
in person.
The least drunk of us needs to pay attention because you just tell me how much I got to pay and I'll pay it.
Right now it's $10.
$10.
Hey, right now I think you're the only one that's drunk.
We're gonna get-
Because
You're the only one that's drunk.
me, CM, and Double A are fine.
Yeah, fuck off.
in fact, I need
Wow,
Two
another
more
drink.
comments.
I'm dry right now.
Two more comments.
I'm dry right now and I could use a beer. That's what I'm saying.
Crystal
Ooh.
says, I'm still watching Drunk Jack.
Man, nice.
Albert says,
hell
the
yeah.
Emma Longoria day.
Oh.
Man,
Yeah.
nice. Parker cheated on her.
Hey, Tony was tearing that ass up.
You know, I remember
think
sitting
Jordan
behind her
LeBron
a couple
could
times
play-
in games.
Okay, do you think Jordan LeBron can play as a Spur?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Okay, wait.
Whoa,
Let's break that
that's a
down.
good
That's
question.
pretty deep.
No, you know what? I think they
Wait.
would. That's an
Let's
easy
think about
answer.
wait.
Who's coaching? Who's coaching? Who's
Oh,
Great.
coaching?
No,
Pop.
today,
Those
right.
are Pop.
Let's think about that. That's a pretty deep question. Top version of the Spurs. Who better succeeds, Jordan or LeBron?
Oh, Jordan.
LeBron. I think he would listen to Pop more than Jordan would.
Well, I
I
don't
don't
know because
know.
he did listen to Phil Jackson.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And Pop. Why Pop has the advantage is that Pop actually drafts players.
Joe
Yeah.
says he's on.
So
And
because
also-
of that, he would be more
Right.
respected
And
than
also-
Phil Jackson.
I think
We
also
owe Joe another
because
bottle
think about
opener.
this. Look, also Pop treated every player the
The
same, no
same.
matter if they
Yeah.
were a rookie or a fucking all
So
star.
Jordan would easily.
Jordan can be like, I respect that. LeBron would be like, man, fuck you, Pop. Like, I'm fucking better than that.
Man, Michael Jordan would have been like, hell yeah, I respect you. Not like Doug Collins.
Man, oh,
That's
fuck.
why he got Doug Collins fired
Hey,
twice
yeah.
Hey,
at Chicago and Washington.
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. In my research after the
Guys, with this beer right here that I'm going to pour into Drunken Jack's cup, this is the 36 beer tonight.
Man,
Wow.
nice.
That's another milestone. Hey,
Yeah! But I gotta go
here's
pee
a
for
trivia.
36
Is
times.
there any Hall of Famer that had number 36?
Oh.
in a little while I'll do a TikTok of the beers that are out here.
Yeah, big time.
It's
We
a
just
fucking
finished 3
disgrace.
12 packs.
It's real sad. These are some big fucking guys here. I'm the little guy up in the house. Am I right, boy? I'm only at about 200. You guys are at about like 280.
Hey, shit. I'm 198.
Hey, man. You know what? My only regret about this fantastic 1-year anniversary is that I wish Friday Night or Will could be here tonight.
Yeah, he
yeah.
was supposed to be here.
I-
He will
I-
be here.
Guys, if you're watching this show, I grew up with this guy and this guy my whole life, fucking playing toys, watching basketball, playing basketball, fucking reading comic books, fucking playing comic book toys. And man,
See, yeah, Joe says, okay, remember the Spurs songs they would make back in the day. Do you guys remember
Yeah,
that?
I got one.
Yeah, I do.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. The
Okay.
house is rocking.
Okay, those.
the house is a rocking. Don't bother nothing.
There you go.
The house
That
is
was
a-
one. Who asked that one?
There would be some rappers
Joe.
that would make
Joe.
like Spurs songs
Joe, the
too,
Stevie
yeah.
Ray Vaughan. The house is rocking. That was one.
Joe
There
did-
was one that had Will Smith. He did one.
Yeah, that's right.
At that time, I forgot what the NBA logo was in the early 90s.
I remember
It was,
Will always would tell me that he loved the Red Hot Chili Peppers song because it reminded him of the 05 when we won. It was the
one of the ones we had was
Phil
Phil
Collins.
Collins.
no, but
What
no,
that air
you know what, he would,
just
maybe it was the other one we won then, but it was they played the Chili Peppers song, the Don't Stop,
Can't Stop.
Can't Stop.
Can't Stop. The Chili Peppers was one. Phil Collins.
That was like
one.
07 or something.
Richard
like
says, okay, we've seen so many fights on the NBA. Which one was the craziest? It has to be the Indiana one, the Motor City Meltdown.
The Motor City Meltdown.
Is this
With Jermaine O'Neal and Ron Artest going crazy in the
So you're not talking about the Malice in the Palace.
No, that's the one.
That's it.
That's what
it.
it was. Malice
That's
in the
what
Palace.
Meta World Peace or
No,
whatever.
Ron Artest.
Right?
Right?
Crystal.
Ron Artest, yes, Ron Artest.
Favorite Spurs championship, definitely Crystal, the one from versus Detroit.
You know what? That was the hardest, but the one that I enjoyed the most was the 2014 one because we just shut the fuck
You know what?
up.
Beating
That is true.
LeBron was so
LeBron, Dwayne Wade,
Ray
Chris
Allen.
Bosh, Ray Allen.
And what
beating those
was
guys.
the cherry on one of them when Ginobili did that
He
dunk
dunked
over
on
Bosh?
Chris Bosh.
to me, beating LeBron was like you
Because
could get like
at
a
that
good
time-
juicy hamburger.
but at
somewhere,
that
like
time-
at a restaurant not for hamburgers.
At that time,
with
they were
fucking steak
saying
fries, like
that Miami team
Mhm.
was the greatest of all
Yep.
time at that time.
And
So,
we dismantled
Albert
them.
says, "Is it a record of show beers?" Yes, it is for sure.
yeah, it's bad, Albert. It's bad.
Crystal says 2014 for me too.
Yeah.
Joe says a Men in Black song, then the Black and Silver song, but they put the Spurs players' names on it.
Oh, so
Do you remember that
Joe's talking about when they're like some like rappers had redid it and they did like instead of it was like the black and yellow, they did the black and silver, black and silver,
Okay.
black and silver.
Okay, cool.
That was pretty dope. I
Yeah.
remember that.
I
Joe.
remember that one now.
That was cool.
Good stuff, Joe.
Richard has a good question. If you were a player, do you take the stats or the rings?
I take the rings.
Rings all day. See, this is why I put Bill Russell on my list is because of that.
Well, that
Okay.
question, rings are immortal. Obviously, it
But
goes
what
down.
if? Okay, yeah.
No,
So,
I
okay.
know you, and I know that you would care more about the team winning than you would about I had
Individual
50
stats.
points at night.
Right, because
I
you know
played,
what? In the
I
end,
played games with you with people, and you were dominating everybody, but we didn't win, and it didn't mean nothing to you.
because stats don't mean nothing. The
That's
wins
right.
or the
That's
championships
right.
does.
That's what I agree with, and
That's what
why-
people remember. They don't remember like when Golden State lost
Yep.
with their record breaking. Even if Curry scored 60 points, no one's going to remember that. Oh, Curry had 60 points in game
you
6.
remember, it's going to go kind of off way, but you remember when like everyone talked about how OBJ caught that one-handed catch against the
Yeah.
Cowboys, but they lost that game. The
Yeah.
Cowboys beat them, and I'm like, yeah, it was an awesome catch, but you fucking lost. Like that's what I remember. I'm like, it didn't even matter. Like
Joe says in 2014 he got to experience that with his boys.
That was
That's
awesome.
probably fucking cool. Richard says Montel Jordan's song was made into a Spurs song too.
Oh, wow.
this is how
Oh, we do it. That was what you said.
There's only one.
Okay.
And then Crystal says, "Do you think Becky takes Potts' place when he retires?"
I hope so.
Man,
I hope so.
I hope that
Becky-
we're the first one.
Not just that, but Becky was a great player. She's
She's a Hall of
smart.
Famer.
She's a Hall
and
of
she's a great
Famer.
coach.
Yeah, and
And
she
she's
knows
a
what
legit
she's
has
doing.
spur.
Yes.
She has
She
coach
is
smarts.
one of those really great
Yep.
players. She's smart enough to do it.
It would be an insult to her if when he retires and we don't give her the
She-
job.
She needs to
She
do it.
deserves it.
I know that I can speak personally that I have played against girl players that are just as good, if not better, than men. So
Right.
totally, I love Becky. She's
What
fucking
does
the
Joe
best.
say? I'm
Not
about
fair.
team.
Joe
I've
says,
raised and
I'm
coached.
about team. I've raised and coached my boys.
Yeah,
Teams
I
win.
believe that, Joe.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because teams win, not players
I love that, Joe, and
or
it's-
or star players.
I love that, especially in team sports. Basketball, baseball, and football are team sports. So, yes, it should be all about
Mhm.
that. Of course, there's soccer and all of the. Now, if you're talking about tennis, or you're talking about golf, or you're talking about boxing, those are not team sports. So, and then if it's all about your individual stats, I don't care because that's all about you. But
Mhm.
these are not that. And that's why this is a factor to me personally.
And then Crystal,
Crystal goes, technically, she already has.
she
She
is.
was acting coach at this season.
I think Pop is pretty much done after this
And
year
she
or
says
maybe
that
next
she has
year.
a high basketball IQ.
very high.
does.
Yeah.
Especially with LA leaving. I think that prop was kind of hanging
Yeah.
on to honor that LA
Yeah.
commitment.
Yeah, when he was said that
Yeah.
he wouldn't retire.
What does
Right.
Richard say on that
If
one?
you could trade for a current player for the Spurs, who do you go for?
If you could trade
Yeah,
for a current player,
Giannis,
I was gonna say
Davis.
I gotta find somebody that I don't think is a scumbag anymore because a lot of these guys have just proven myself to be assholes.
yeah.
Giannis, maybe is all right.
Yeah, he could do wonders for our
What
team
about Luca?
Luka too? Yeah,
I'll take that.
But
For
you
a
know, as
foreigner,
good,
I guess.
interesting question though.
Someone not a
As
fucking
good as
asshole.
Luca is right now, obviously he's in his third, fourth year, somewhere around there. Would you say that he's the go-to guy now or not yet? Because honestly, I don't
Sure.
think he's the go-to guy yet. I think he still needs a couple more seasoning. Like he's still sizzle, but not steak yet.
damn.
You know, that's how I think. I mean, the guy is legit.
That's
He's
pretty
good,
fucking bold.
but I don't find him as the like game on the line.
Oh,
Give it a Luka for
just
the buzzer.
Either
I don't think he's there yet.
either
He's
Davis,
getting there.
Either Davis or Giannis. That's it.
Any person
That's
I'm
really
going
it.
if I'm
Yeah.
going any that's not a scumbag. I mean, I'm gonna go with Curry
Oh,
because he is honestly loyal to his team. If he got a trade to San Antonio and he could be that loyal, I'm going with Curry. We could
I
use
don't
him
see
for
him
shooting,
pulling us out of whatever it is we're in.
but he could help. Okay, Giannis, can he pull us out of that shit? I don't
Yeah,
think.
he
I
can.
don't. I don't. Honestly, I don't
Easily.
know.
Yes.
I don't think any one player could pull us out of the funk we're in.
no.
I don't think any
What
one
the players
player
we
can.
have right now, and you add Giannis on there, we're talented. We just
Right,
need that
we
one
are.
leader, superstar leader, to get us
Yeah,
deep
but
in the
I don't
playoffs,
have
and that's
to get right.
Giannis.
I
I like
don't
our
know.
players that we got. I like White. I'm not too fond of Murray. I'm not sold on
Yeah.
Murray.
It's funny because I like Murray. I think he's. I think
He's
good.
talented to get in the paint, but I think his shooting needs big time work. He got the potential to drive it in, but he's always passing it out, or he does some terrible layups that's missing.
Guys, let me ask you guys. We're talking about that's a great
But
point.
Giannis takes us. If we get Giannis with the team we got right now, we get rid of Aldridge for Giannis. You know, just say that happens. Man, we're big time deep in the playoffs with just Giannis.
So, guys, let me ask you guys. I think Boyd brings up a really great point. When it's like when you just don't have any pretty much faith in a guy's shot like that. Do you guys think that there is there a guy whose shot that you just kind of believe in that way, the way you used to believe in like these other guys were like, this guy's got like in a sense, like you said, Jack, like a Curry, like someone where you're like, well, I believe
Curry's
in
the only
shot.
one that right now that's just
Yeah,
the
that I can
best
say
shooter.
right,
That's just
right,
guaranteed. Like I'll
right.
give him the ball anytime.
I'll
for
give him the
game
ball if
winning.
he's last shot full court.
Oh.
I'll give it to fucking Curry. He's gonna make it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sold on
I like
Curry
it.
big time.
Right.
I like that
Which
answer.
last week or this week, his card, rookie, jersey, autograph just sold for over 400,000. By the way,
Wow,
LeBron
400,000?
that's fucking
LeBron
nuts.
autograph sold recently too for
Crystal
a little
says-
bit, 1 point something million.
Chris says she has a high basketball IQ. Talking about
Becky.
Becky.
Oh, here we go. Joe says
favorite
sports movie each of
each
y'all.
of y'all.
Ooh,
Ooh.
I have my answer.
Teen Wolf. No, I'm
Man,
just playing.
nice.
Major League.
Yeah,
Major League. Okay.
I'm
good.
going with Major League. I love it.
And I'll go deep. I'll go Hoosiers.
Hoosiers is
Man,
good.
Oh,
wow.
really?
I like
you know
Hoosiers.
What? You know what? Joe's
Man, you're
gonna,
picking Rudy.
You're
Joe-
picking Rudy.
Joe's gonna bust my
Come
balls.
on.
No,
we know you're picking
no,
Rudy.
No. Joe's gonna
Sam
bust my balls.
the Hobbit.
I never seen Hoosiers.
Oh,
Really?
shit.
Never
Okay.
seen-
Why do you
Uh-huh.
tell Joel that kind of stuff?
Favorite sports movie though.
Oh,
it's not-
Karina.
She said Space Jam.
Man, Space Jam.
Way to go,
All right.
Chris.
Man,
Hey.
nice. Wait, Crystal says one player
Ken,
was
and
talking
Jack
about.
will like who it is.
I know you're talking we're about this fucking dickhead right here, and I don't fucking like it.
Wait.
Oh,
Favorite sports
oh.
movie for me? Moneyball.
Moneyball's
nice.
okay.
Well,
All right,
Brad
so
Pitt, which he
I'm-
won his only Oscar for.
I'm thinking that
Brad.
Crystal is saying fucking LeBron could like bring the Spurs out of their funk. I'm like, fuck that, Crystal. Fuck LeBron.
All right, who? Richard? What did Richard put under?
What
Nina?
about a player like Ben Simmons or Klay Thompson? I think they would be good for the Spurs. Klay Thompson.
Either one
be
would.
good.
I rather. Well, now, right now, Thompson's too injury prone,
And then
so I'd
Albert
go for
said-
Simmons.
And then Albert said, "What about Jason Tatum?"
Tatum, I saw him in the playoffs. To
I don't
me,
even
I know
know
he's
about
a big
Channing
star,
Tatum.
but he seems like a ball hogger and missed a lot in the playoffs.
Richard says Rudy is a good movie. It is a good movie.
Wow.
I do love Rudy.
What
I don't
about-
want anyone to think I
Wait,
don't.
what about the bearded
Joe
one?
says Major League 3 Back to the Myers.
Wow.
Awesome, too.
Wait,
Wow.
going back.
You know
up-
what? Send Joe a sticker or something for that one. Joe, you just got in there a free gift for
Fuck,
mentioning Major
man.
League 3.
So
yeah, hey,
going,
Joe, we're in deep a lot of money to you, all right?
going back to the top comment, it says,
Good
"What
thing
about
for
the
Biden
bearded
checks
one?"
for you, Joe.
Hey, all right, we don't have the budget to cover this kind of shit, all right? Fuck,
Richard
man.
says, "What about the bearded one?" I'm assuming, as we all are, who's the bearded one in your opinion?
The bearded lady?
No, the bearded one. Is he
I
a
don't
player you
know.
want?
Harden?
Harden. That's what I think about Harden.
Oh,
Harden.
man.
I don't want
Fuck
Harden.
that
I don't
trash.
want
No.
Harden. He's
No.
trash.
Was he on anybody's
No.
list?
No.
I
No.
would never want
You
to
know,
go
when I
down
think
there.
of Harden, I
No.
think of Ginobili blocking him.
No.
Yeah. No
That
shit.
guy
Yeah.
is a
Agree.
sorry ass player.
Yeah, he is.
That might be the quote of the night.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
Quote of the night. I think that.
Ginobili!
We
James
got good
Harden.
comments.
James Harden can eat a bag of dicks.
Joe says would have to be a really good big man to help the Spurs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we need a center bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
big
the
time.
center is the key.
Agree.
Crystal says trash.
Agree.
Bro, no, who's
Beers
yours?
at
I think they
Luchador
showed
was
it
good.
as educational. Albert's laughing trash. Beers at Luchadors are dude. The greatest block of all
Oh,
time.
she heard us, Ginobili.
Ginobili.
That was dope. You know what? Who has that shirt? One of us needs to get that shirt. Where
I know he's just
Or
like.
if not, we didn't make one.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw that live. We saw it together.
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
I was like, fucking.
Oh, no, no, no.
right.
Me and Karina were actually at Denver
Oh, there.
Oh,
on
man,
a business
nice.
trip, and
Wow.
I watched it in the hotel room. I was like,
yeah, you
oh,
must have been
shit.
going
Yeah.
nuts, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. I was in the room like, oh,
Fuck,
yeah.
that's awesome.
That's when
man.
Kawhi got hurt.
Manu.
Manu.
Ginobili.
I'm legit giving you guys 3 more minutes. And I'm gonna end this show. I don't care what anyone fucking says.
CM's losing his
I
boy.
lose my
Sam's
fucking
out.
voice here.
Jack has
I'm
become
not
drunk
talking-
as Jack.
I'm good.
He's become drunk
No.
as Jack.
Man.
I'll keep drinking,
Man.
but I'm gonna
Fuck
end this
you,
fucking show
fuck
because it's
you,
fucking
fuck
ridiculous.
this
at
guy.
point. All right, who
I
what do
missed
I
the
got?
big 3.
Yeah.
Richard says, okay, what about Paul George? George, haven't heard his name. No.
No,
ever since his
he's a
injury.
good bench
Sorry.
player. Richard,
There's
he's
a
a good
reason
role
you
player.
haven't heard it. There's a reason you haven't
Joe
heard
says Friday Night Lights was good in our time. Friday Night Lights, the movie.
Yeah.
For football.
No.
For football, maybe. For
Joe-
football.
it. Joe Varsity Blues. if you
Montaigne.
know
Hey,
that.
Montaigne.
What
That's
about
a Joe
Remember the
Montaigne.
Tidings?
Joe
Joe
Montaigne.
Montaigne.
Joe Montaigne.
We're on a completely different subject.
Waterboy.
Guys,
Hey, Waterboy.
before we get going, there's something I'd like to
H2O.
say to end every show,
Yes.
especially on the
Yeah.
1-year anniversary. Guys, if there's something you want to do, there's a dream you want to accomplish, you want to be the greatest NBA player there ever was, you got to seize the day. Go out and do it. Join the basketball team. Sign up. Go to college. Go to some fucking community college and do it and start playing basketball so that you can be the GOAT. But guess what? In order to do it, it's going to take a lot. You got to do whatever it takes. It means going to practice every night. It means sometimes hosting a podcast with your fucking old rivals out there. But sometimes you're hosting it with your best friend.
Well
Guys.
done, boys. Well done.
I'm telling you right here, tonight, for me, CM Chuck and
Double A.
Drunken Jack. I'm drunk as
And-
fuck.
Boy, painkiller.
guys,
Real quick.
this has been the wait, comments?
Yeah, Joe says Captain Insano is on that sorry wrestling show.
Man. Captain Insano. Captain Insano.
These guys don't want a close
And
shot.
Albert
How old are
says-
you?
And Albert says real quick before we go, Albert says I want to be like Double A and CM.
Man, nice.
Nice.
The best comment that there is to go out of. Guys, thank you for having a great fucking 1-year anniversary birthday. This is not the end, but just the beginning. We will be back for another year next year. I don't know. Guys,
This year.
thank you so much for listening. We'll see you soon. Good night. And keep on fucking rocking it.
Yeah!